It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, February 21st, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is a great day here on the program. There is a buzz in the air. Great day to be alive. Great day to be talking a little combat sports. What a show. Super stacked show today. Had a fantastic episode on Monday. Hope you all enjoyed it. What a scene it was at the end with my kids, my wife here. First time ever, 15 years. A lot of people ask me, why did it take you so long to have them here? Well, multiple reasons. You know, I'm usually doing the show while they're in school. I kind of felt like when they were younger, they didn't really, appreciate it or understand it or would appreciate it. And now that I'm getting older, and especially post-pandemic, I want to do things with my kids. I want to experience things. I always hear about these other broadcasters, and not even broadcasters, people who take their kids around to all kinds of different things, and I need to do more of that. And so I had the idea that they were, going to be home and off from school. This would be a good time. And they loved it and appreciated it. And what was great about it was there was no one here. So after the show, they got to run around and see everything, steal some drinks, steal some goodies. It was a really great time. I felt really good afterwards. And then we went to this restaurant across the street afterwards, which just so happened to be a place where George Washington used to hang out on President's Day, which is Washington's birthday, as Frank taught us on Monday afternoon as well. Awesome. I mean, it all came together, Frankie.
Was it busy?
It was not so busy, no. It was pretty quiet around these parts because it was, the holiday financial district, all that. But anyway, that was great. My heart was warm. My soul was full. I appreciate all the love. And now we move on and we focus on today's program, which of course is presented by our good friends over at DraftKings. Stay tuned. Later on in the program, I tell you more about them. And of course, the Parlay Boys, with their backs against the wall, with Juliana Pena herself laying down the gauntlet that if she loses, she is out. This is it. The stakes have never been higher. This is a retirement match. It's a win or go home weekend for the Venezuelan Vixen. A lot at stake here, so stay tuned for that. Also, we get GC's picks. Now, prior to that, we will be joined by Poatan himself, the man who is headlining UFC 300, defending his light heavyweight title on this meteoric rise since coming to the UFC, since returning to MMA. He gets the call late last week. Yeah, we need you. Now, forget about May 4th in Rio. We need you for UFC 300. He said, yes, but before I do anything, I need to come back in studio. And so who are we to say no? Of course we said yes. Poatan, Alex Pereira, and of course his head coach, Plinio Cruz, the legend himself, will be joining us in studio. And there are some rumors that the darts will be coming back. I mean, this guy's like, I mean, you would think he'd be pretty good with the darts. So stay tuned for that. What about Michael Chandler? Monday Night Raw, sitting in the front row, right in front of our guy, Oban Elliott, who was there multiple times on screen and back of the Netflix executives. Michael Chandler just cutting a promo on Conor McGregor on Monday Night Raw? This is crazy. We have some questions. He's got some answers. He'll join us. Michael Chandler, 3:30. Prior to that, we'll answer more questions. OTN divided into two parts. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by three guests in the 2 o'clock hour. It will be Anthony Fluffy Hernandez making his debut at 2:40. Prior to that, Johnny Eblen live from Saudi Arabia. He'll be fighting Impa Kasanganay this Saturday on the PFL Bellator Supercard in Riyadh. Prior to that, Brandon Royval, who is headlining UFC's return to Mexico City against Brandon Moreno, rematch of a fight that happened about 3.5 or so years ago. He will join us at 2 o'clock. And then prior to that, Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall, who will be going toe-to-toe in Leeds on April 27th, who fought 2 years ago this month in one of the most controversial fights in recent boxing history, certainly over in the UK. They're running it back on April 27th on DAZN and ESPN Plus here in America. They've been doing an amazing media tour the last couple of days. A presser in Scotland, a presser in Manchester. all over the gaff, and their last stop is here virtually together on the show in about 35 minutes. But as you know, we like to shoot on Wednesdays, so let's not waste any time. Time now for everyone's favorite.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
I have to make a revelation.
What's that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived.
I think we've gotten the most amount of comments ever on the Substack. Shout out to everyone on the Substack, arielhelwani.substack.com. 174 as I'm looking at it right now.
It's on the nose.
So much going on. So many guests, so many preparations, big plans in the works for the future. We've got a great documentary crew here. Shout out to the We Go Again crew. Shout out to my guy Rob Armstrong as well for setting that up. And I forgot to look through the questions. And so there's two routes here that we take, Frank. Do we go chronological, meaning we go with the ones who were first when this was posted about 22 hours ago, or do we go with the most, engaged questions? Two different columns, so to speak. What do you say?
You could sort by engaged.
You could
chronological.
You could go new first, top first. Or you could go chronological.
So top first would indicate engagement.
Yeah.
Like what were the popular ones?
Yeah.
But I feel like whoever was burning the midnight oil to get their question in as soon as you posted it deserves to have their question read.
You think so?
I mean, that's my opinion.
Who, me? Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm just going to go all over the map here and try to get in as many as possible. Now, the first question is very long, and I don't want to start with a very long question. So I'm sorry. Shout out to Cole, but it's just too long. Let's go to Just Jankum. Who wins in an MMA match between Rick and GC? In case you're wondering what the people are saying, GC wins to having marathon cardio. GC is like 120 pounds soaking wet. Rick is a middleweight. Rick would manhandle GC. Just Jankum replies to his own question. GC is at least 6'3", 230, solid muscle. Last I checked, he had a black belt in jiu-jitsu and was 2-1 in glory. Weird. Spud Greg, soaking wet with rocks in his pockets and a rucksack on. Rick dominates early, gets bored, loses focus, starts looking toward the future, and boom, GC with a sneaky choke.
Rick, what are you weighing right now?
185?
Oh, this is beautiful. I'm at 180 right now. I mean,
this is like a legit
120 soaking wet, rocks in the pockets. I mean, come on. I mean, do we want to get serious here? I mean, we're talking 180.
No, you
stacked up muscle.
You got it, GC. You got it.
Yeah, I think cardio. I think we make this a 5-rounder. Rick has a ton of like big moments early on. I've been growing out the beard to protect the chin. I get wobbled in the second. Rick empties the tank from there. And then I go Marab cardio, win the last 3 rounds, 48-47. One judge has it 47-48 for Rick, split decision. MMA Twitter's on fire afterward. It's super contentious on who won, and then we have to do a rematch from there.
Taylor Catterall-esque. There was once a time...
people know that I won. That everyone on Twitter is responding to everyone. They're like 3, 4, 5 GC clear. Could even have given him the first round. It was super close. Only clear round for Rick was 2 when he wobbled him bad.
There was once a time, Rick, wasn't there once a time where we were trying to get you to fight someone in an amateur bout or something?
I was getting in great shape, and your push to get me to fight was very.
Was there
clear,
anything? Was there anything?
Just never interested in that. No interest in fighting.
Okay,
including this match with GC.
No interest right now. By the way, no interest in a charity match to help the kids. You versus GC, a charity match to help the kids.
Charity boxing.
No.
If you're headlining the card in a charity match, I'll be.
I was gonna say, let's get you out there, Helwani.
Who, me versus Frank?
There's a couple matchups that we can get out there. No. We'll get something with far more.
It's an all crew card. It's just us. No bad blood.
I'm out immediately.
All right, fine.
Even for charity.
I was trying to do the charity bit because that's what people like to do when they call you. They're like, it's for charity.
I know.
You know?
Oh, I know. I'm out immediately.
Not even a charity boxing match?
No, 0. No interest in fighting.
Charity sock'em boppers, the big, the giant, like inflatable things you put on your fist boxing match.
I saw there was a pillow fight league. We could do that. We can
that'd be fun.
Get the pillows out. Wasn't there an MMA fighter in that? I'm pretty sure.
It's actually not the worst idea.
I bet AK Lee knows it because it's probably a misfist. But I'm sure that was a thing. Even that, I'm
You're out.
50-50. Not 100% in.
All right. Well, that's that. Dylan, hey, Ariel, do you believe they went with Hill versus Pereira for UFC for the safety that they could put Yuri Prochazka in case of an injury? Wouldn't want another late fallout like 200. Can't know for certain because, let's be honest, this all came together rather quickly. I think ultimately it was just the best available and easiest fight to make given the time constraints. I think having Yuri on the card against Alexander Rakic, who certainly could be in that mix as well, despite his layoff, helps, strengthens the case. But even if that fight wasn't on the card, I still think they're making this one at this juncture because, as I said on Monday, these are the three guys that were offered or presented or bandied about with regards to Leon. And of course people ran with that. Like these were all sort of like the pie in the sky ideas that they had. But most of them never really, Shavkat was not available. Islam, Ramadan, Khamzat, I know he said that. I feel a little stronger that he would have done it, but maybe he's done a 180. They just didn't have a lot going on. And it, from what I was told, Izzy was down, but it was just too quick of a turnaround for DDP. So then what else is there? What else? So the main event that was supposed to happen 3 weeks later, easy one to push. The turnaround for Jamahal Hill blows me away that he's able to come back this quickly following Achilles tear and surgery blows me away. I was watching this amazing conversation / interview yesterday between Kevin Durant and Rich Kleiman, his longtime agent. The conversation is great because it's a different side of KD that we've rarely seen because he's so comfortable with his guy, Rich. And they talk about all these things. It was riveting. I really enjoyed it. But one of the things they talked about was his Achilles tear in 2019 against the Raptors and how his leg was dangling, his foot was dangling, and the long road back and all that. And obviously every injury is different. But the fact that Jamahal Hill is coming back in 9 months blows me away. I give him a lot of credit for that. So we'll see. We'll see how he looks ultimately. Jeremy, question for you and one for the team. Hello from Switzerland. Hello. Regarding the women's title fight at UFC 300, you often talk about how you like the 2-minute rounds in boxing for women. I say I like it because it is all action and it's fast paced, but make no mistake about it. I think the women very much deserved and have earned the right to fight 3-minute rounds. As I've said, dating back to that fight right over there and before Taylor Serrano won. I mean, women in MMA go 5 minutes. I don't understand why women's boxers can't go 3 minutes. The 2 minutes are fun, but I think they should be on equal footing. That being said, Jeremy says, have you thought about 4-minute rounds for women in MMA? If not, do you think only 3-round fights also for titles would be better than 5 rounds? I just can't remember a good 4th and 5th rounds in women's fights. That's absurd. Didn't Alexa Grasso submit Shevchenko in the 4th? Pretty sure she did. Home and Tate, Zhang Weili and Ioane and Jacek. These are just like some famous ones off the top of my head. But no, I don't like 4-minute rounds. I think I'm fine with it, and more importantly, I think they're fine with it too. Number 2, and I guess this is for Frank. Why are the timestamps on Spotify always completely wrong?
Because it's fun.
Okay.
No, in reality, our ads are not always the same length. So that's why it says around the timestamp. But yeah, if we limited our ads to exactly 30 seconds, which is no fun, then we could have exact timestamps.
All right. There you go. There's your answer. Cheeto Pancakes. What is up, Ariel? With 300 being announced as Alex versus Jamahal, it has left us with some questions to what could headline 301 in Brazil. Yeah. This is what happens when you take a main event from here and you move it there, and you've got a perfect main event here, and that shows in 3 weeks. Now what are you going to do? Pantoja is almost likely a lock to be on the card against either Moreno or Royval. Sure. Bit of a quick turnaround there. That's 3 months, but yeah, I could see that. But I'm also not sure that would go over well as the main event. So my proposition would be for our very own Tommy Aspinall to defend the interim belt against Jailton Almeida if he were to get through Curtis Blaydes at 299. It's tough and a big if, but if Almeida gets it done, how would that sound as the headliner? I mean, I love it. It gets Tom back out there, active. Almeida gets by Blaydes. That's an if. Blaydes is a tough out. Again, it's a quick turnaround. That show is March 9th. Rio is May 4th. The irony of them booking Alex Pereira versus Jamahal Hill on April 13th on the same day that they announced the Rio card on May 4th is wild. And I don't know what they do. I mean, Tom versus Almeida would make a lot of sense, but Almeida has to get by Blaydes, A, and would he be healthy? Do you guys have any ideas? Like, what do they do for this? You don't have Amanda Nunes. You don't have Mayra Buenasilva as champion. You have Pantoja. I guess you could just do Pantoja versus Moreno and try to load the deck underneath. If Moreno wins, of course, Royval could win that fight. What do you do? Any good ideas?
Pantoja feels like the only one, right? Like, if you're going to have a champion on there that is representing Brazil.
Pereira right there.
Charles Oliveira, too.
Maybe he does it. Yeah, maybe one of them does it.
You think Pereira does the quick turnaround? He has said that.
He wants to.
That would be crazy.
Yo.
The problem is, who is it, right? Who's the opponent?
I mean, anyone.
You'd have to have somebody on the hook now, that you give them the heads up, that you say, this call may be coming and start training.
Ankalaev?
There's some options out there.
Ankalaev, yeah.
Yeah. You could do that.
Has it ever happened where you headlined 2 sequential pay-per-views?
Yeah.
Not that quickly.
Not that way.
Well, okay.
No, but it's happened before, right?
Yeah. It happened with the flyweights.
Yeah, with Moreno and Figueiredo.
Did it happen?
Right? Did they turn around immediately and headline the next event?
Yeah,
or did
but
I
he
make
was
that up?
co-main. There is some stat that I just saw where it was like, I think I saw it on MMA Fighting when they wrote about the quick turnaround. Was it with UFC? When was it? It was Ronda. No, there was one in the middle. Ronda was 160. She was on 168, then she was on 170, but she was in the main event for 168. Anyway, it's a pretty freaking quick turnaround. I think for headliners and title fights, it would be the quickest. Give me Khalil Roundtree. Can we get that?
That would be a
like
perfect time to do it, right? That's the
Yeah.
best scenario.
I don't know what they do. It's a weird one. Max83. Hello, Ariel. With a vintage performance by my favorite of all time, Bobby Knuckles. This leaves the middleweight division in a very strange place. The top 4 all fought each other or will fight Izzy versus DDP, except Sean versus Bobby. So is this the fight to make? And will the winner get the next title shot? I would love to see Whitaker get the strap back, but I think we are going to see a lot of rematches. So do you really think the UFC is going to go this route? Greetings from Germany. Well, yesterday there was a hot rumor. My nephew Jared texted me like 8 times about a supposed Israel Adesanya versus Hamza Chimaev fight in Saudi Arabia, saying it was all over the place. And I freaked out for a second. I was like, did I miss something? And then I saw it on a bunch of different sort of aggregator sites that I guess they got it off of some website over there. And I asked around, and what I continuously got, now I'm not putting anything past them, especially with, how big they want to make these cards over in Saudi, but the plan is Izzy DDP. When, where, how, no idea. But that is the current plan. So yes, that is a rematch, but that's the fight to make, in my opinion. That's 1,000% the fight to make. And so, yes, as I said on Monday, Sean versus Bobby is also the fight to make because both those guys have lost to DDP. So I would love to see that. And by the way, speaking of laying out divisions, I got a bit of pushback from, I guess you could say, people who are like Team Volk, so to speak, for how I laid out 145. And I was a little bit blown away by this. First of all, I don't think anyone has been, we've been very, very good to Volk. We love Volk over here. What I said very clearly on Monday was the next time Alex Volkanovski fights for the belt, the next time Alex Volkanovski fights, it should be for the belt. How is that anything but respect? The next time this man fights, it should be for the belt. My qualifier was, I don't know if Toporia's next fight should be against Volkanovski because I strongly feel like he needs a break. There's a lot of questions. You know, the knockout in October, the knockout in February. Did he come back too soon? How did the first knockout affect the second knockout? How did the second knockout affect the rest of his career? We're about to find out. There's a lot of questions. So why rush to come back? And yes, I understand Shevchenko immediate rematch, Izzy immediate rematch, Usman immediate rematch. I get that. But this is now back-to-back. So all I'm saying is maybe we wait a little bit. Topuria fights someone else. And then the winner of that fight fights Volk. Alex Volkanovski's next fight should be for the belt. I feel like that's the most amount of respect that you could give someone. I just don't know if Topuria waits for that or if he fights a year if he wins, and then the winner of that fight fights Volkanovski. But make no mistake about it. That's the most amount of respect that you could give a guy who just lost the belt. Your next fight is for the belt. Just don't know if it's next because he needs some time off. This is all. Everything I'm saying is with him in mind. So, I don't know. Like, does it really matter if he's in Spain, if he's there? No, the next time he fights for the belt, period. But let's just see how the rest of the division evolves, and let's give him the most amount of time possible. And look, we don't know about the Spain thing. Is it a real thing? Is it not? I feel very confident that it's not happening before August. Maybe they feel like that's enough time. That's 6 months. I would just like to see him have an extended period off for his health, for his longevity, so we could see the best version of him, because I do believe he could get that belt back. But why the rush? Interesting one here. Blake, hey, Ariel, given the money-making machine the UFC has turned into, do you think they considered making UFC 300 a 2-night extravaganza a la WrestleMania? Given how stacked the card is, do we really need 8+ hours of fights on one night and early prelims? Imagine night 1, 3-fight prelim headlined by Bobby Green versus Jim Miller. Then you have a 4-fight main card with the BMF Championship as the main event. Night 2, similar concept, 3-fight prelim card, which leads to a 4-fight main card. The UFC could surely sell out an arena 2 nights running, not to mention the extra pay-per-view buys it would generate. Given they didn't blow us away with the main event for the card, why didn't they apply some creative thinking to try to make this event feel more special? Understand what you're saying, Blake? Don't love it. You know, remember back in the day, even 200, they had 3 cards in a row. They had Eddie versus RDA. They had Joanna versus Claudia Gadelha. And then they had 200. It's overkill. I don't want back-to-back nights. I don't mind the Friday. Look, I love what PFL is doing, and it's something that I've said promotions should be doing every international fight week. I know the hundreds are happening every 6-7 years, so this is unique. But even international fight week, if I'm Invicta, I go there. If I'm LFA, I go there. If I'm PFL, I go there. So PFL announced yesterday that their second event of the 2024 season is going to be on April 12th in Las Vegas. So if you're in Vegas, you have a place to go. There'll be a ton of fans. There's something to do. Media, they are probably hoping will go there as well. Makes all the sense in the world. Brilliant. And there were some interesting names that were in the announcement. A lot of the Bellator guys, like Patricky Pitbull was in there. Liz Carmouche, flyweight champion, was in there. Dakota Dacheva. The flyweights are on the April 4th, so they're going to Wintrust in Chicago, San Antonio, and Vegas. Those were the 3 events that were announced to kick off their 2024 season. So that I'm cool with. Give people, just like WrestleMania week, you have, you know, your indie promotion here. You've got your Josh Barnett thing there. You've got your ROH here. Everyone should do that. Capitalize on all the people being there. But for the UFC to cut up the card, like, I don't really love the 2-night WrestleMania thing. I think it should be one night. You see the thing, the set, the stage, the hoopla, the buzz, the fireworks, and then it's a one-night contained thing. I feel like 2 nights is a little too much. And then we get into the whole thing like, oh, they main evented WrestleMania. Like, nah, Saturday's not the main event of WrestleMania. Sunday's the main event of WrestleMania. Now we're dividing up the distinction. Don't know how I feel about it. Big, get it, understand, but I'm a stickler for the old school. One night, everyone else do the indie shows leading up to it, but we culminate with the one big event. That's what I think. That's what I think. You've got the PFL Bellator Supercard on Saturday. My hunch is that they're going to announce that Francis is going to fight the winner of Ryan Bader versus La Problema. That's my later on this year. That's what the spidey senses are saying. So let's see. Ariel, did you see Michael Chandler call out Conor on Raw? What's up with that? Is this delay now at work? Did Iron Mike go into business for themselves? Is TKO using other properties to pressure Conor to accept Dana's terms? Is this all just supposed to be some harmless fun? Am I losing my mind? Are you? Who? Me? Please help. I think you're losing your mind. The delay is not because of Raw or WWE or it being a work. I had some people ask me, like you did, Evan, did Chandler go into this on his own, go into business for himself? You think Chandler took a live microphone and cut a promo on his own? No way. Now, it was interesting the way it was shot. You could see the logo was behind, and it was just like shot perfectly with WrestleMania logo. So I asked around about that. Are there any plans of this being on WrestleMania? I had to ask. I was told no. I floated the idea. I threw it out. Do like a face-to-face there, a stare down, a something, and announce it for June 26th. I think that would be fun. Obviously, 300 is next week. You could do it there. Did I say why do I always say June 26th? June 29th?
I'm not sure.
I always say
look
that.
At your calendar now.
626. I don't know. It's the 6 and the 2. I don't know. June 29. But I just think that you're starting to see more of that cross-pollination. Chandler was there. King Callum was there. Didn't love that they excluded my guy Oban, who was just sitting like right behind Chandler. Did you guys see him sitting there? Do we have that picture? I mean, look at him.
I swear it's like this guy is living.
Yes.
He's like a movie character in a movie about a guy that wins like a sweepstakes to live his dream life.
That's Samantha Irvin. She's incredible. She's great at doing their intros, like all the ring announcing and the results. They're Bruce Buffer, if you will. And they cut to her, and I'm like, there he is. Oh, out in the front row, right next to the brass, next to Chandler. Amazing. And I heard from some old school fans or some hardcore fans who were like, no, I don't want my food touching itself. I don't want the two mixing and matching. I'm fine with them using UFC or WWE to promote each other. I obviously don't think that there should be worked matches on a UFC card or shoot matches on a WWE card, but using this as promotion, I don't mind that. Do you guys have an issue with that? GC, what about you? You're not the biggest wrestling guy. Did you feel like this cheapens it at all?
Nah. I mean, I didn't really think much of it.
People were mad. Some people were mad about this. Now you're cheapening it. It feels fake. It feels rigged. It feels worked. It's no different.
I thought Chandler did good on it.
He did an amazing job.
He grabbed the mic and he screamed his ass off. And yeah, it was fine. It's fun.
Rick?
Didn't love it, but didn't hate it either. These things could stay more separate, right? Promotionally, I get why TKO, UFC, and WWE would be aligned in, promoting this weekend. And hey, we saw WWE promos during UFC events. Once you get into the cutting promos on the live mic, that's where I'm like, maybe too much. Maybe
did he
maybe
go
too close
there
together.
to cut a promo?
I limited my questions once he was booked on the show because I'd rather ask him these questions on the show. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, Rick. There's a difference between saying like, oh, look who's in the front row. It's Michael Chandler who's headlining UFC 302, as opposed to let Michael Chandler cut a promo.
Yeah.
I get that. I totally get that. And I could see why some people would be like, this feels less real.
And I'm not even coming at it from the perspective of like, oh, I don't want wrestling and MMA to be combined. I don't care about that part. It's just, I don't need this either. Like, this doesn't get me anything about.
Oh, Rick, Wi-Fi.
Wow, rare.
Wi-Fi bill?
Rare. I get that. And I know a lot of people are saying the same thing. The whole thing, I have to say, the whole thing is super weird right now. The whole thing is so weird with Conor. It's like he announces this fight, and yet Dana keeps saying he's got too much money And I saw what Matt Brown said to Damon Martin yesterday. Like, what are you all talking about? Some of the biggest stars in sports, like LeBron James, has been playing now for 20 years. He's worth probably over $1 billion. He still gets up there and is playing 82 games. Football players, soccer players are making an absurd amount of money. They're putting their bodies through hell day in and day out. Floyd Mayweather and Canelo's making just as much, if not more than Conor, and he's fighting 2-3 times. What is this thing that he's making too much money? Can someone explain this to me? Because he has said it. Is he lying to us? I don't think so. What's the issue here?
We're just throwing out the International Fight Week, the announcement.
Yeah. Was he trolling us? He got the date right.
He did.
You know what I mean?
June 29th.
June 29th.
That is a Saturday.
It's so frustrating. Why do we keep telling the world that this guy actually doesn't really want to fight? Again, it feels like you're demoting him rather than promoting him. Instead of saying Conor McGregor is coming back from the worst injury in the history of this sport. His leg was dangling. He was done. He was on the verge of retirement, and he's working his ass off. And yeah, we've got something cooking. We've got something coming up. Nah, he's got too much money. It's just too what? What is going on here? It doesn't get you excited. So when you have that, and then you have Chandler seemingly trying to bait him
back in the octagon.
Yeah, I get that, but it's just the two stories aren't meshing at some point.
Not only that, but that's the reason why the Chandler thing feels weird, right? Assuming that he's there for that purpose, it feels weird to be like, here, we're going to give the mic to Michael Chandler to be like, get back here, Conor McGregor. You're not ready. When Conor McGregor is like, hey, I'll fight you tomorrow. I'll fight you at UFC 300.
That's the thing. I'm going to change my opinion on this. If they hit him up and they were like, yo, you want to hang back in Anaheim till Monday and come and cut a promo on Conor on the show? Or did he just get tickets and he was just there and he just snatched the mic and said he was just going to run with it?
No, he definitely didn't do that. There's no way that he did that on his own. No chance.
Yeah, that changes my opinion. It's less cool.
There could be a world where he's there and then they're like, hey, do you want to do this? Versus, hey, we're going to set up and schedule this to where you...
That's a big difference for me.
Take it from someone who was back there and then within an hour, because of an idea from the great Paul Heyman, is all of a sudden on TV and is being called a fraud by Tony Khan.
Yeah.
That wasn't the plan 2 hours prior. He might have just been back there hanging out. Hey, you want to do something fun? Yeah.
Then that's fine. I mean, that's fine by me.
My main thing is I was not bothered. I thought it was pretty freaking cool. And maybe one of the reasons why I love it so much is because for as long as I've been doing this job, I've been told by some Debbie Downers out there, don't mix the two, don't mix the two. Now it's in your fucking face, right? Now it is the two entities are together. It's a great thing. It's a great feeling, I must say, because for the longest time you were all telling us that we were crazy for heel, face, storyline, even those words would trigger you. Now it's right in your face. But there should be a line. Make no mistake about it. Like I said, a work fight shouldn't be on a UFC card, and I don't think a shoot fight needs to be on a WWE card. The latter would be less bad. Work fight on a UFC card would be horrendous. Shoot fight on WWE, I don't love it, but not as bad in my opinion. These types of things don't bother me. If it's all to build to something, I just thought it was interesting the way they shot it. Do you see the way they shot it? The logo was right there.
Yeah,
it felt like
the
foreshadowing.
WWE Classic where you're shooting up at the WrestleMania. There you go. You got it right.
That felt like foreshadowing. Yeah, great job there. Yeah. So let's see. We'll talk to Michael Chandler about this in about 2 hours. Matt Mo, sup, Ariel? Between Fight Night 19 and UFC 298, there were a myriad of spectacular performances over the weekend. However, the most impressive by far has to go to the one and only King Green, Bobby Green, in his debut on the UFC weigh-in show. From the fresh dapper to the gold rings, the classic Bobby look paired with an in-depth knowledge of the fight game resulted in a future broadcast star in the making. No question, I just hope we get to see more of King Green on the weigh-in shows and future broadcasts, as he won't be fighting forever. Thanks for all you do. Couldn't agree more. Bobby was great. Again, that show is great. They're trying new things. They're having fun. They're showcasing new talent. Bobby was tremendous. He really was. He was a lot of fun. And he's just so... See, Bobby knows his fighting. He's an OG of the fight game. But he kind of has this I don't give a fuck attitude. And he's dressed up. The whole juxtaposition of it all was just perfect. Nailed it. I loved it. Did you guys see it?
Yeah, it was good.
I saw a few clips circulating, yeah.
The Dern clip went pretty viral.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Johnny Nicholson, good evening. Quick question about WWE and Netflix. Is the deal for Raw and SmackDown, or will it include the pay-per-views? If so, will they still be pay-per-view or free to air on Netflix? So in America, the deal is just for Raw beginning January 1st. We don't know 100% if it's still going to be on Mondays. That's TBD. SmackDown is going to USA Network at around this time, and that's a multi-year deal. 2026, WWE's deal with Peacock for the pay-per-views, the PLEs as they call them now, expires. And so the question then will be, will Peacock, which is owned by NBC, Comcast, will they want to re-up that? Will they pay enough to re-up it? Because they'll still be in the WWE business because they have SmackDown on USA, which is owned by them as well. Or will Netflix come in and want those? And if they do so, will they just be a part of a subscription, like with the Peacock deal now, or will they ask people to pay extra, like with ESPN Plus now? I wouldn't count out ESPN Plus trying to get those pay-per-views as well. Looking at the model that the UFC has, especially if UFC re-ups with ESPN Plus, they're both TKO properties. That would be, I think, very good for the business. So let's see. Thomas. Hi, Ariel. What did you make of Ian Machado Gary's reason behind not speaking to many of the Irish media last week? I would have thought his team would know how important that would be for connecting with the Irish people. Thank you and the team, as always, for your amazing work. I mean, I believed him. Sometimes people are canceling things without your consent. If you're a big star like that, there are handlers, there are people in front of you. I don't know why ultimately they were canceled, but I believe, just look at his initial reaction when I brought up reconnecting with the Irish people. I believe in his heart, he wants to be that guy. He wants to be the man, the face of Irish MMA now on a consistent basis, the heir apparent to Conor. He's always giving Conor props every single time he speaks. But I do think it's a very important thing. Like, that should be item number one. Media tour in Ireland, hit up all the spots, hit up every radio station, the mainstream stuff, the fight stuff too, but like, get your face out there, get the people behind you out there. Truly get them behind you. And so I don't know what happened with the interviews that were planned. I saw a lot of people talking about them, a lot of people I respect, a lot of people I believe. But I don't think it's too late to fix this or repair this. You just have to do a little bit of the work. They will speak to him. He's that big of a deal. No one, I think, is boycotting. But it seems like it was just maybe a bit of a, I don't know, miscommunication, overbooking, whatever. But I really do think he needs to go there and go on a great media tour and get the Irish people behind him. He doesn't have the benefit of living there, of being there, of walking around town, people seeing you, touching you. If you have a region like that, a country like that, backing you, it can make all the difference in your career. You need to run with that. Very, very important. Sky. Hey, Ariel, or Ski, excuse me. A bit of a hot tag here. We've seen some of the cross-marketing going on with WWE and UFC under TKO. Michael Chandler called out McGregor on Raw. Additionally, they sold VIP experience tickets. Watched 298 with Bianca Montez. Watched Raw with Michael Chandler. Didn't know that, but that would, further explain why he was there. Listening to the wrestling commentators speak along the years, I've always heard mention of pay-per-view checks. I got the impression that anyone that appeared on a pay-per-view would receive a bonus, system that sorely needs to be adopted in UFC, in my opinion. My question is, to your knowledge, do WWE superstars still mostly all get pay-per-view bonuses? I don't think so. Maybe the top dogs, but not the lower-end guys. And if so, do you think any chance the fighters see this as an opportunity to lobby for more? Every single fighter that appears on pay-per-view deserves a bonus. I don't hate that. But I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. I think anyone who is in a top fight, if you, like, when Sean O'Malley is on the third fight from the top and he's clearly selling pay-per-views, something is owed. But the opener, who could be anyone, like on Saturday, do Anthony Hernandez and Roman Kopylov deserve a bonus? I don't know about that. But Paulo Costa did a great job. Ian Gary did a great job, et cetera, et cetera. But that's just the model, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. Before I get to the next question, did a good job here, 11 questions. Should I keep going, or do we have...
Just a few, like one more question.
Okay. Hi, Ariel and crew. My line of thinking is that the UFC this is from Oded, didn't announce the main event for 300 during the broadcast because they were in fear that the live crowd would boo the announcement. Your thoughts? Don't think so. I do not think so. Abhisek, my guy. Hello, Ariel and crew. Hello from India. My question today is about the current UFC champions. If Cheeto manages to beat Sean, that leaves Raquel as the only active UFC champion from the U.S. Amazing. Jones is still heavyweight champ, but it's safe to say that he's not active, and Tom is the interim champ. There was a time when most of the champions were from the USA or even Brazil for a certain period. Do you think this trend will continue to be the case? No, I think it's all cyclical. I think there's ups and downs. I think there was a period where people were freaking out that there were no Brazilian champions left. And now look at what we're seeing. And certainly no one thought that there would be a champion from Georgia, let alone potentially 2 by the end of the year. And certainly no one ever thought there would be a champion from Australia and New Zealand and multiple from Africa. Like, it's all cyclical. And you can see down the pipeline, there's guys like Bo Nickel coming up. Like, this could all change. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. All right. Let me put a pin in the questions for now. I am going to get to the rest of them, as many as possible, in about an hour and a half's time. Still to come, Alex Pereira in studio. Michael Chandler will join us. 3 great guests in the 2 o'clock hour, Royval and Eblen and Hernandez. But let us not waste any time. Very, very excited and honored that these 2 men are joining us at the same time. Lord knows they are definitely sick of each other, and I can't imagine them really wanting to be here right now, but I appreciate them very much because they've done a tremendous amount of media and a tremendous job over the last 2.5 days selling their grudge match, their rematch, which goes down on April 27th in Leeds. It's one of the most anticipated fights in recent British boxing history. They fought in February of 2022. It was a hotly contested and debated and controversial decision, a victory ultimately won by Josh Taylor. They're going to run it back in Leeds on April 27th on DAZN worldwide, on ESPN Plus as well here in America. We're talking to Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall, the pride of Scotland and the pride of England, joining us right now on the program. There they are. Gentlemen, thank you so much for doing this. Really appreciate it. I know it's been a long couple of days for you guys, and you're probably sick of talking to the media, so thank you so much. Josh, great to have you back on the program. I appreciate it very much. And Jack, thank you as well. I want to ask...
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Josh, I want to ask you a question about something that I heard Jack say yesterday to IFL TV. Referring to some of the banter in the last couple of days and the gift that you gave him yesterday, the coloring book and all that. He sort of feels like you're kind of implying that he's for lack of a better word, like a simple man, that he's not a very complex guy, that's what you're going with here. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah. Short answer, short version, yes.
And why do you feel that way?
I just know he's not a very clever dude, man. The guy's not got much brain cells to rub together. And he's a couple of planks of wood. That's what he's like.
And how do you feel about this? This is an interesting sort of way of trash talking, of getting under one's skin. Jack, how do you feel about this plan of attack, so to speak?
It's not an attack.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. And
oh, there it is.
I kept the last gift. The last gift made it back. But listen, he can say what he wants. Ultimately, we get to lace up April the 27th, and as simple as he thinks I am, I'm going to beat him, and that's all that's going to matter.
The last few days for you guys, and I'll ask you first, Jack, what has it been like for you to be traveling around, to be in front of him? I saw you guys on Talk Sport right next to each other earlier today. Has this been a nuisance? Has this been annoying for you? How would you describe the last few days in your life?
Yeah, it's been a busy few days. It's part of the job. I always believed that this was a big fight. It sold well, and I think the last couple of days have reiterated that. We've had a great turnout, but it's glad that it's finally over now. We can go our separate ways. I don't have to spend any more time in Josh's company. I'm sure he feels the same way, and we can go and do our training. And next time we see each other, it's on.
Yeah, I understand the pre-sale sold out according to Matchroom, so clearly some great demand for it. Josh, how do you feel about this fight taking place in Leeds as opposed to closer to home? Of course, the first fight happened in Scotland. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely fine with it. It doesn't matter where the fight is. It was due to them. There was the other side that didn't want to come back to Scotland. They were crying and moaning about coming back to Scotland, which is fine. So it's all good. Yeah, it doesn't matter where the fight is. Leeds is a great venue. So yeah, it's great.
Jack, is that true? Did you refuse to fight in Scotland again?
There's been no crying and moaning. I feel like I earned the right to say that we didn't really want to go back up to Scotland. Josh feels like he didn't want to come to Manchester or London or this place, that place. So I just wanted to fight. If it wasn't in Scotland, it was up to Josh. Pick a venue. We picked Leeds, and again, it's done now. We're fighting in Leeds, and that's where it's set. So we can look forward to that.
Josh, I know you've had to deal with a lot of stick over the sort of length of time between the first fight and the second fight. In fact, first time you're on this show, I think you didn't like my opening question regarding that topic, and I totally understand. Is there a theory to be told to the public that perhaps it wasn't your fault that it took so long, that perhaps Jack changing promotional outfits multiple times and all the things going on in his career was part of the reason why this fight took so long to make?
Yes, and this is part of the reason why I call him Simple Jack, because he doesn't understand that. Like, changing promoter 3 times in 2 years, of course that's going to have an effect. When you're opening negotiations with 3 different people on 3 different occasions, your starting points are completely different, and it's a starting point every time, which delays the fight. And that's why it gets called Simple Jack, because he just doesn't understand it.
Do you concede some of that, Jack? I know he's been blamed a lot for the delay in making this fight, but your sort of business dealings, did that have anything to do with it as well?
Yeah, listen, the politics have been different from my side. Again, he wouldn't understand. It's not his business. He doesn't know what's going on behind the conversations. For me, the fight was set last year. He was the one that pulled out, and ultimately it didn't materialize last year, but that's fine. It's on now, and that's all that matters.
Jack's manager, Sam Jones, kind of stole the show, especially on Monday. Very brash. We don't see this sort of thing in MMA. The managers don't usually partake in the press conference. Josh, what did you make of the things that he was saying in his overall demeanor on the dais?
The guy's just an egomaniac. He wants to be more famous than the boxers, so the guy, and he's not really got a clue about boxing, to be fair, either. He wants to be more famous than the fighter. So there's 2 fools stuck together, which is great. It's a perfect match.
Do you like him being so outspoken, Jack?
You know what? Sam's a personality in his own right, and people listen and engage. And yeah, it doesn't bother me. I enjoy Sam's company. And listen, he spoke well, and he got people engaged talking about the fight, and that's what everybody wants, the fight to be mainstream and people talking about it. So yeah, I think Sam done a great job.
This fight taking place at 140.
What for you? Because you can't do it yourself, Jack. I've done your job for you, because you can't do it yourself. You can't speak for yourself, which is why you got the crayons as a gift.
Do you want to respond to that, Jack?
I didn't hear what he said. I didn't hear it.
He said that you can't speak for yourself. That's why you have to have Sam up there.
Yeah, he said that for these last 3 days, but I've done plenty of speaking on my own, and yeah, I don't know what more he wants me to say. Sam doesn't speak for me. I can speak. That's it, really. I'm probably sick of Josh now, sick of listening to what he's got to say. He's boring, very dry, and I can't wait to beat him up.
Josh, do you think that you're under his skin?
No, the guy, absolutely. He's not got the wit to get under my skin, man. He's so easy to wind up. It's like taking sweets off a baby.
Question.
What was that, Jack?
I said he answered your question, but that wasn't the question you asked him.
Right. So let me ask you, Josh. 140. I know you've been asked about this a couple of times. Was the reason why this fight was ultimately decided on 140 because if you beat him at 147 or even a catch weight, people will say, well, you still couldn't beat him at 140. Like, you need the circumstances to be the exact same in order to shut everyone up once and for all. Is that why you chose this?
Because I believe I'm a career 140 pounder, and I know I can make the weight comfortable. I know I can do it well. And a lot of people will say, no, it's a shame. The fight should be at the same weight. It should be this for the titles and all that, blah, blah, blah. no neutral venue and all that. So I've given them all their wishes, So when I beat him again, he's what can he do? He might go ahead and phone the police again. But it's okay. I've got my lawyer to sort it out this time.
Jack, were you surprised that he agreed on 140?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. My instruction to Sam was to make the fight. Didn't matter what weight. I believe I beat him at welterweight at 140. The fight's done at 140. So, yeah, that's the weight I've boxed at throughout my career and make 140 comfortably. And, yeah, I don't know if it gives Josh an excuse once I beat him that he struggled at the weight. He's been talking about moving up for 2 years now. He's not done it. So, I'll give him another spanking at 140.
What did you make of his performance against Lopez last year in this city, in New York? What'd you make of what he did out there?
Yeah, I picked Josh to win. He let us down. We hoped he would win that fight, but he looked shot to bits after the second round. His legs weren't there. He was falling apart, walking into punches. He looked shy.
Is that a fair assessment, Josh?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was shy. Yeah.
You agree?
It's quite evidently, evidence was there. It was a crap performance, so there you go. Yeah.
Why was it as you put it, crap performance? Why did that happen?
I just wasn't there on the night, that's all. The guy was better than me on the night and never turned up. Simple as that. That
version of Josh Taylor fighting Jack Catterall, does that version beat Jack, or does Jack beat you if you're the same guy that fought Teofimo?
That version still wins, yeah.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
A crap version of Josh Taylor beats the best version of Jack Catterall.
I had turned up and fought the way I did against Teo, I'd have got knocked out because Teo is a genuine world-class fighter and world-level operator. Whereas he's not got that in his game.
Jack, do you think that he truly believes this, or do you think he's just trying to sell a fight? In other words, do you think that he respects you as a fighter?
I don't think he believes it. I think he's got to say it. He's a fighting man. He's going to say that, but he knows he was shit. I know he was shit that night. And listen, he got beat. I wish he'd have won that fight. But he got beat. So, again, it's irrelevant now. I'm not preparing for that version. I'm preparing for the better version of Josh Taylor that we've seen in the past. So, that's it, really.
And is there a case to be made, Jack, that the loss was actually one of the best things to happen to your career? Because it did make you a very sympathetic figure that people feel like you got robbed. They really want to see you get revenge and back you. I know you ultimately wanted the W, but in a weird way, did it make you into a sympathetic figure as opposed to him being somewhat of a villain? I know he got a lot of death threats and a lot of crap thrown his way, even though he didn't make the call, it was the judges. I feel like it kind of made you into a bit of a baby face, if you will.
You know what? My career, I guess the profile grew after the fight. I wasn't looking for anybody's sympathy. That's not how I'm built. But of course, I wish I got the decision that night. I went in there confident to win and get the decision. It didn't happen. We move on from that, and I get to write it again on April the 27th.
Josh, earlier today, Jack said that you retire after this fight, that it's done. And I know you have said, no way, there's still some fights left for you. Why do you think he is saying that? Where do you think that's coming from?
The only retiring he'll be doing will be him, because he'll have a career that's never got going. I'll end his career before it gets started. So the only one that'll be retiring will be him.
Why?
Because when he loses for the second time, he's got nowhere to go. The guy will never be a world champion. He'll never have a world title around his waist. He'll be known as the nearly man of British boxing.
Why do you feel this way, Jack? Why do you feel like he'll retire after you fight him on the 27th?
Yeah, I just think if you look at the last run of performances, 2 losses back to back. I believe I beat him, Lopez beat him. His body's falling apart. He's 33. He doesn't live the life. I think he looks shot to bits.
What do you mean by he doesn't live the life? When you say that, what are you implying?
I've spent the last 2 days in his company. He doesn't look well. He doesn't look fresh. Sweating profusely, stinking, and he just doesn't live the life. And I think that time's caught up with him now. He's 33, and I think he's finished.
What do you make of that, Josh?
What was that? Sorry, I don't live the life.
Yeah. He said you were sweating, stinking.
Well, I'm sweating because I'm fucking hot. That's how you sweat. Pretty simple, isn't it? And if I don't live the life, how did I become world champion? If I don't live the life, you beat an alcoholic or drug user, and that's what you've been saying the last couple of days. How can you let a guy like that beat you if he doesn't live the life? What does that say about you? You ain't
I'm just
world
saying,
class.
I think you've probably lived a life up until that point, but over the last couple of years, you've had 2 fights over the last couple of years, and you've not looked on the best form. You don't look great. So I'm saying, I think you're on the decline. I think you've lived the life in the past. Yeah, you've achieved greatness. Hats off to you, but I think now you're on the decline.
So if you win this time, which you won't, what do you get? Oh, you beat on the decline, Jay Taylor.
This time I'll just beat a rough Josh Taylor.
You beat on the decline Josh Taylor if you do win, which you won't.
All right, we'll see.
Is there any world, Jack, where when this is all done, you guys shake hands and you'll kind of be cordial and respectful, or do you think you'll never see eye to eye, never be mates?
You know what? We had a handshake today. It's not really that. Obviously, we don't see eye to eye. We're not friends, are we? I don't think. Listen, you never say never. We're not going to go for a beer anytime soon. We're fighting in 9 weeks' time, and that's all I'm focused on right now.
Okay. And before I let you go, Josh, I noticed at the press conferences you had mentioned that the Scotland one was, during lunchtime, and the Manchester one was at night. Do you think that they were trying to get a smaller turnout for your leg of the presser, so to speak?
Yeah, I think that's what they tried. They tried to put it on at lunchtime during the day, or 1 p.m. during the day when everyone's at work. But everyone still turned out. There's still a couple of hundred people there. They locked the doors. They were turning people away at the end. They put on at prime time on Manchester 5:30, and again, only about 100 people turned up. I think his whole fan base turned up on Wednesday, and that's about as much as he'll get.
After this fight, Jack, the first fight, I started talking a lot on this show about open scoring, how open scoring would have potentially avoided an issue like this. What do you think about open scoring? And if they, out of the blue, I know it wouldn't probably happen, if they said, okay, for this one, we want to make sure there's no controversy, we're going to have open scoring, every round will be made public at the end of the round what the score is, would you be in favor of that?
You know what, that's not down to me. Them decisions are for the network, the broadcasters, etc. I can only control what I can do, and that's go in there and beat Josh. And if you want to do open scoring, that's fine. If they don't, then so be it.
Josh, what do you think about that, open scoring?
Listen, if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. It's up to them.
Okay. Prediction, Josh?
Josh Taylor by devastating fashion.
Jack?
Jack Catterall tires Josh Taylor.
Can't wait, gents. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Really appreciate this.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for having me.
There they are. Josh Taylor, Jack Catterall. Some intensity, and I enjoyed that very much. Enjoy doing those. It's a tricky dance, but I enjoy doing them very much. Thank you very much to the good people at DAZN, at Mel PR, at Matchroom for making that happen, because you could tell. Listen, there's a lot of people I don't like. I don't want to spend 10 minutes with them. They've just spent the last 3 days together. But it's great stuff, and they've done a tremendous job. And kudos to the Matchroom squad for letting the fans in. They don't do this enough. They need to do more of this. Let the fans into the press conferences. You saw the atmosphere on Monday. You saw the atmosphere on Tuesday. Great, great stuff. Allow more of that. That's not what the problem is with the UFC press conferences. The UFC press conferences aren't failing because of the fans. The fans add a certain je ne sais quoi. It's the questions. It's the craziness up there. But the last 2 days, if you haven't seen them, it's on the DAZN and Matchroom YouTube channels. The 2 press conferences were magic, and they're magic together, and I'm looking forward to it. A lot of people saying it's like one of those old school, like Froch Groves, Bellew, and Hay British boxing, mega fights. Feels like that, especially considering how the first fight went. This one's going down April 27th, like I said, DAZN, ESPN Plus, and it's on free DAZN, no pay-per-view required. It's just with your subscription, and it's a big one because Taylor now is coming off a bad loss to Teofimo Lopez, and Catterall wants to right the wrong. He wants to right the wrong of 2 years ago. So very fun stuff. And just announced, by the way, speaking of big fights on DAZN, Tuesday in New York City, February 27th, open to the public. Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia will go toe-to-toe at a press conference at the Palladium in Times Square. Ryan Garcia will be there. Devin Haney will be there. And then Thursday, February 29th, at the Avalon Hollywood in Los Angeles, they'll have the second leg of their press conference. So they are cooking right now. And the current plan as of right now is to have Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, and Eddie Hearn in studio on Monday. Not all together, separate slots, but that will be on Monday. And I'm looking forward to that. This is great. What a stretch for the show. All right, let's keep the train rolling along here. Back in November of 2020 at UFC 255, Brandon Moreno and Brandon Royval fought in a fight that ended somewhat ceremoniously because it was very clear that Royval hurt his shoulder towards the end of the first round, and Moreno won that fight and thus really kicked off his resurgence. They're going to run it back on Saturday in Mexico City, highly anticipated rematch, a fight that was originally supposed to be Moreno versus Albazi. Albazi withdraws. Royval steps in. Headliner, Mexico. What a scene it's going to be. And Brandon Royval is kind enough to join us right now from Mexico City. There he is, Mr. Raw Dog himself. Brandon, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm super excited that you. I wasn't sure if that Haney Garcia fight's going to go down.
Oh yeah,
Garcia. That's probably taking all the hardest fights possible.
Isn't that crazy? In a sport where like a young guy like him would probably try to take easier fights to build himself back up, he's fighting the top dogs time and again.
I know he's like a real interesting case because even with that Tank fight, he did that like hydration clause. It's
yeah,
like, he's really just going for it, which is dope. He's one of the like probably the most top paid, like one of the most top paid boxers out there right now. But it's like, bro, like take a pick me fight real quick or something. But that being said, as a boxing fan, like I'm glad he does it, and I'm glad he calls out everybody, bro. He's like he's really just trying to get everything. So
are you a big really boxing fan?
Yeah, I'm a boxing fan.
Who's your guy or guys? Who are you really into?
I have a couple people because like I don't know, man. I like Inoue a lot, but my favorite fighter, like my favorite up and coming fighter right now is Ennis, bro.
Boots.
Boots.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so sick, and it's like as a southpaw, he fights southpaw kind of a lot. I like his style, man. He does so much cool stuff, and I really just want to see him. I'm sure he's not going to get an opportunity before. Oh shit! Sorry, did I fade out?
No, you're here. You're good.
Okay, yeah, but it'd be cool to see him go against some of like the top guys. But I wouldn't want to face him right now.
Oh man, Boots is great. Inoue is one of my favorites to watch. Boxing's on fire these days. It's a great time. MMA is on fire. You're in Mexico. You're fighting one of their native sons, their pride and joy, Brandon Moreno, and a big return for the UFC to Mexico. What kind of reception are you getting over there? What are the people saying to you on the street?
On the street, I mean, no one was really saying anything to me on the street. I wasn't getting too much reception at all. So, I mean, it's just like usual. Like when you land, you get a couple fans like come up there. There's a couple people in the hotel and all that stuff. But I got in pretty late last night. So I got in at like 8:30 last night, and then this morning I pretty much woke up and started doing interviews. And this is like my first kind of chance to chill right after this. So we're gonna go explore a little bit, and then I have to do a face off. So I've been pretty busy since I've been here.
So that's really interesting. I figured you have been there for a while, just given the altitude and whatnot. Usually people like to get there early. Why are you arriving so? I mean, I know typically it's a Tuesday arrival for a fight week. You arrived yesterday. That's Tuesday. Yeah. Why did you arrive on a Tuesday and not come earlier?
I believe altitude's a mind state thing, you know?
Wow.
No, I'm just playing.
Okay,
No,
I was like,
what? I grew up in Denver. I live in Denver, Colorado. It's I grew up, I live in 6,000 feet. Almost.
Okay.
And then I've been training up in Evergreen, which is almost 8,000 feet. So I'm really not,
it's the
I
same.
feel like this elevation thing. Yeah. It's it's really not a big difference to me. When we got to the hotel, I went and trained for an hour and a half straight. I honestly forgot there's an elevation difference or an altitude difference until one of my boys said something. He's like, yeah, he goes, yeah, you're doing good considering the altitude. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot that was a thing. But yeah, so I'm just blessed enough to kind of live in the Mile High City.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I wonder if it's all created equal, if it's all the same, if you're living and breathing over there. I guess we'll find out on Saturday. So how did this all come about? Obviously, we saw you in December, and I'd love to ask you about that as well. But you coming in on relative short notice to replace Albazi in this spot, big opportunity for you. How did it all get presented to you?
I kind of honestly, before I even fought Pantoja, I had a feeling Albazi was going to pull out. I heard some weird health things with him. I wasn't sure, I wasn't sure completely. So I told myself in my head, I'm like, if I win the belt or whatever, I would love to just do a quick turnaround and fight Moreno for the belt if Albazi pulls out on this,
wow,
on this scene. So then I lost the fight, and it's like, bro, that's even a better, like, what, I'm not going to do it now? But I was sitting on my couch, or like I was just chilling. This is like 3 weeks after the fight. I'm probably not, like, I'm eating, doing all the worst shit probably. And I got a call that asked if I could be a backup for the Albazi Moreno fight. I was like, sure, like, free trip to Mexico City, get paid for it, make weight, whatever. I was pretty stoked on it. And then within like 18 hours, 17 hours, I got a call and they're like, all right, you're in. And I was like, I'm in what? You're fighting Moreno in Mexico City. I was like, fuck yeah, that's a great opportunity. It could kind of pull me out of like the bullshit place that happens when you like lose a fight, and especially like a big fight like I lost. So it was like a kind of like a good way to get my mind state right and all that too. Just something to focus on, something a task at hand, you know?
So what happened against Pantoja? Why did it not go your way, in your opinion?
I feel like I prepped super well for Pantoja and the Pantoja that I've always seen. And he kind of pulled like a very championship-esque thing, is just like he pulled off the gas compared to what he normally does. Like he's normally doesn't fight as calculated, or like caution to the wind, kill or be killed type of fighter. And like I was like 100% ready for something like that. And he was very calculated in his approach, very like cautious, I would say. And I wasn't prepared for a fight like that. I was prepared to go body to body, trying to kill each other and all that. And he switched it up. And I feel like that's one thing that I've been missing in my game, is just changing it up on the fly. And I felt like that was something that he did really well on that fight. And something that I could take away from it is just making adjustments on the fly and on the go. And he did that really well that first round, or after that first round. He came out that second round, and not even like the way he approached me striking. Like the first round, he came at me straight at me. That's pretty much what I prepared for. The second round, he didn't, and he was just looking to secure takedowns and control, and he was obviously looking for finishes still. But I guess he just had a way more calculated measure than I expected him to do, and I didn't make an adjustment on the way. So, yeah, I feel like that was a big part of like the reason I lost.
That was a big one, title fight, big pay-per-view. How do you feel like all of that affected you? Did it affect you in any sort of way? The nerves, the anxiety, all of that?
No, man, that was actually bro, I feel like I get so scared to walk out. I get so like afraid to fight. And that was like one of the first times I wasn't like just emotionally messed up walking out. I was like, wow, this is the coolest thing. This is the coolest thing ever. So maybe that's something to take away, is just maybe I need to start hating my life before I make these walkouts, because that's what was happening originally. Like every time I ever walked out from the UFC, I'm like, bro, I can't believe like I don't want to do this. I don't want to do any of this crap. Like I'm like freaking out a little bit. That was the first time where I kind of just embraced the moment, and I was like, this is awesome. I worked hard to get here. This is a dream come true. And if you would have asked me before the walkout and that warm up and like on the walkout, I would have bet my whole purse on myself. Like I honestly thought there was no way I was going to lose that fight. So it's kind of crazy, like looking back on how poorly I did. It like upsets me. I'm so happy to kind of get another chance right away against another like sweet opponent and another great opportunity. And and then my first main event in the UFC it's just all blessings, right?
So is there a case to be made that you need to be in a place where you hate life, and then you actually perform better when you're in that state of mind?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case that I'm going with. I feel like it's just that walkout. Like I get super nervous for it. The walkout is really hard for me. I feel like, there's a lot of stuff that's harder with this whole fighting thing. That walkout usually is a lot scarier for me compared to what it was that day of that fight. And the day of that fight, I've never been so excited to walk out. I was like all smiles, and normally I'm not any of that. So I feel like, walking in enemy's territory, probably getting booed or whatever it is could put me back into that fear-based place. And I feel like I also just feel like in that fight too, I was just trying to fight super calculated and show a different version of myself. And lost a little bit of the raw dogness, or whatever the hell you want to say it is. It's just I lost a little bit of that edge. And I feel like I could do a little bit of both. I can press on the gas, hit the brake a little bit. And I feel like that would be a really good way to fight right now.
How did you handle the loss? What was the aftermath like?
I mean, man, not well, bro. It sucked. It definitely sucked. I definitely was in my head for a while until they offered me this fight. It was a good way to kind of just get me focused and I was actually like hurt too. Like I couldn't train right off the bat. My hand was all messed up, and I couldn't train right off the bat. So it was just kind of like a way to like, all right, we got something to focus on. We got a task at hand, and it was a really good way to just kind of pull me out of a funk.
When you say you were in your head, what do you mean by that? Like you started doubting yourself. You didn't want to train. You didn't want to go to the gym.
A little bit of everything, man. And like, keep in mind, it was the holidays. It was the New Year.
Yeah.
Like right after that, it was like Christmas, New Year's, and but like there was like 3. Like normally, I'm back in the gym right away. There was like 3 weeks where I was just fucking. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything. I was just kind of just I don't know, bro. It was like your dreams are in your hands. You know what I'm saying? Like my dream was right in front of me. And, the fact that I dropped the ball there was heartbreaking.
Yeah. And so, like you said, it's great to get back on track here. And I'm curious. You have a history with Brandon Moreno, that is. So this probably helps a little bit. When's the last time you watched that first fight from 2020?
I actually didn't do any video study on our first fight for this fight at all.
Really?
I've only watched his like most recent. Yeah. I only watched his most recent fights. It probably been a year, honestly. Now I think about it, that I like went back and watched the Moreno fight.
That's really interesting for me because I watched it last night, and the closing sequence is tough to watch. Like you're clearly in a lot of pain there, right? You dislocated your shoulder, correct?
Yeah.
And it was a little bit surprising that it went on as long as it did. Like that pain there. There's like a 15-second stretch where knowing what to look for, I'm not blaming it on the referee, Mark Goddard, but like knowing what to look for, you could see the moment where you are in a lot of pain. Can you describe what that felt like as he's raining blows on you and you're just trying to almost like protect your shoulder at that point?
I was trying to pop it back in. I was trying to straighten, like the way I popped my shoulder back in was I would straighten it out and then turn my wrist.
Oh,
so
man.
A few times I was pulling it, trying to pop it back in trying to not get the fight stopped. But in my head, or like looking back now, and not that I have shoulder issues anymore, it's like I wish I would have just stood on top, because the moment my shoulder dislocated, I was like, oh shit, and then I fell on my back. It's like if I would have stood on top, the fight wouldn't have been stopped at least until a couple seconds later, you know. And I only had 1 second before Mark Goddard stopped it. So it was like by that time, my coach could have popped my shoulder back in, and we could have had a good old 10 minutes left of that fight. Did
you need surgery after that?
Yeah, I got lateral J surgery, which is like kind of a complicated shoulder surgery. But yeah, I had like I don't know if you could.
Oh yeah.
A big old scar. Yeah, I got laterals.
Do you feel any effects from that anymore, or like does it ever pop up? Does it ever rear its head?
No, I don't even think about it. Honestly, I'm back to being my kind of right hand.
I think the speaker on your thing got pushed back, and now we don't hear you as well.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm back to being like right hand dominant, and yeah. But before then, it was like I couldn't use my right hand really. You know, like I was training just left hands, kicks, and then I couldn't grab. When your shoulders messed up like that, you can't wrestle, you can't grapple. So it was like almost a year where I was just not wrestling, grappling. Pretty much at that point, it was like my whole UFC career. Like I didn't do any of that stuff. It was just working on kicks, throwing the left hand, and then like I knew when it was fight time, I could throw the jab and stuff, but I couldn't hit the punching bag. There's no hooks on the punching bag. There's no jabs on the punching bag, none of that stuff, because the possibility of my shoulder dislocating. And if I dislocated my shoulder, it would put me out for like a week before I could go back to training and stuff. So it was a mess, man. It was a mess, and it sucked that it happened during the fight, but I was grateful that I was able to get that surgery done.
Yeah. And I would imagine this has been a fight that you've wanted ever since then, right? Like even before he became Brandon Moreno superstar, just to kind of right the wrong and have a conclusive finish.
Yeah, for sure. And then it was just like, it's just more of like the status that he carries, you know, is he's the number one contender, or he has the number one next to his name. And it's like, if he went on and didn't do what he did, I wouldn't be chasing him, or like I wouldn't have been so eager to take this fight. It's just the fact that he's at where I need to be at, you know, like I need that number one next to my name. I need to do all that. So it's like, obviously, like I'll fight any of these flyweights, but I'm more eager to fight him because, you know, he's a former champion. He has the number one contender. All that other stuff plays into it, you know.
Did you see his fight against Pantoja? And if so, do you think there's a case that he won the fight?
I thought he lost 4 rounds in that fight, to be honest.
Okay.
I thought Pantoja won the fight clearly. And like when I watched that fight, I was in the arena with like a dominant Mexican crowd around me. So I was like, I could have easily been swayed the other way, but like while at the arena watching it, I thought Pantoja won 4 rounds. And then looking back, I thought Pantoja also won 4 rounds. So I didn't think he won my fight.
I was just asked this question earlier in the show. They need a main event for the Brazil pay-per-view. That's on May 4th. It was supposed to be Alex Pereira, but then he got moved to 300. And I feel like Pantoja is the only guy available that could headline that, who's, you know, champion, who's Brazilian. Do you think there's a chance that the winner of this fight gets Pantoja in 3 months? Is that possible? Has that been said to you?
I thought for sure if Brandon Moreno wins, even though me and him were coming off the same position, the same loss, that they'll give it to him. But I didn't think they were going to necessarily give it to me. But I just found out that Pantoja's here. Pantoja's here. He's going to be in the audience and all that stuff. So maybe there's going to be something.
Wow.
So some a little extra to fight for, you know, besides just the number 1 contender spot and all that. But yeah, I just found out Pantoja's here. So maybe there is a little something deeper than this.
If you get a definitive finish, I feel like you're the guy.
That's what I'm saying too, bro. And that's like, man, respect to Pantoja for sure. It's just, I know I could win that fight. I know I could beat him. I know that that's a winnable fight for me. And I feel like he did a lot of great things during that fight and a lot of cool adjustments and stuff. But it's like, man, nobody beats me 3 times in a row. That's crazy.
Who's a tougher matchup for you, regardless of how it went in the past? Like the puzzle in your mind, Moreno or Pantoja?
Oh, Pantoja for sure. I feel like Moreno does a lot of things that will benefit me.
How so?
And then also him being in a Mexican crowd is going to like influence him to fight even harder. I feel like a lot of my losses have been kind of similar, of just like, you know, people like holding positions and controlling and a lot of control time. A lot of my losses have been like those kind of decisions of just me getting controlled and out positioned and all that stuff, where I don't think Moreno's that kind of fighter that like wants to just control position. He's going to try to do damage. And if that tries to do damage, is going to create space. That space will allow me to throw up submissions, allow me to get up, allow me to attack. And I feel like that completely benefits, you know, my fighting style. Any
Lucha Libre on tap for the week? You going to go to any...
Bro, I want to, I don't want to make plans before or after the fight, but that's exactly what I want to do on Sunday.
Oh, man.
If everything goes well, if the crowd doesn't hate me or whatever it is, it's just like, I want to spend an extra day out there and watch Lucha Libre for sure. Sick. That's like, I know. And then eat, enjoy life a little bit. But Mexico City's cool, bro. Like I've never been here before. So I want to embrace it. And you don't get too many opportunities to travel to different countries. And so far I'm just staying busy. So I don't really get an opportunity to like explore. You know?
I've been there a couple of times. There's some of those stores there that have like the authentic luchador masks, like the handmade ones that you can buy. They're pretty sick. So if you're a fan of that stuff, even just to look at, like just to see like the detail and all that, it's pretty remarkable.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of all that stuff, man. I saw Rey Mysterio. Actually, I saw Rey Mysterio at it was a Moreno Pantoja fight.
Oh yeah,
I wanted to fan out so bad. But like you know, I don't want to chase him around. Hey, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rey Mysterio's my favorite wrestler of all time. So.
Oh wow. Do you like his son?
His son wrestles.
His son Dominic.
I haven't been paying attention to the.
Oh yeah.
I haven't been paying attention to the wrestling scene lately, but the Mexican wrestlers out here, bro, they're all high flyers. Those are my favorite kind of wrestlers anyway. So yeah, it's cool, man. I was watching wrestling highlights on the way here. Just like I think the arena that I thought we were fighting at is one of the huge Lucha Libre arenas, and I was just watching highlights after highlights. How can I implement this shit into like a fight or something?
Yo, walk out with a mask. Walk out with a mask. Confuse the crowd. Maybe they'll cheer for you.
I know, straight up. I know. I hope that, because I always just forget that his name's Brandon. I'm like so conceited that I always forget his name's Brandon too. Like mid fight, if they start chanting Brandon, I'm gonna think they love me or something stupid. So.
Well, that would be quite the move. That would confuse everyone. You come out with the mask. I'm not sure how they would feel about it, but it would be a nice move. I would respect it. Above all of that, wish you the best, man. Good luck out there. I know it was disappointing back in December, but here's your chance to get right back on track. So very happy that you got this opportunity and appreciate the time as always.
Yeah, you too, bro. Thank you for having me on.
All right, there he is. Brandon Royval, big opportunity for him. Big opportunity for him in Mexico. My feet are all tangled up here. What a guy. Hard not to like him. Both guys are really, well respected and well liked and easy to root for. And it's a fun little card over there. And it's a fun day. I mean, what a day. We talked about this. The PFL Bellator card, KSW Epic, the UFC card. You've got some boxing action. Edgar Berlanga's fighting. Andy Cruz is fighting, who's incredible. Yair Rodriguez and Brian Ortega. Raul Rosas. Is it a Mexico versus the world card? Let's see. No, first fight isn't. Second fight is. Third is. No, 4. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of the 13 are Mexico versus the world. And there's a couple ones that I think would fall under the Latin America versus the world. So that's fun. That is fun. It's a fun day of fighting. And if you're a viewer on ESPN Plus, you'll get the PFL Bellator Supercard during the day, and then it will roll right into the UFC in Mexico City. And so speaking of that PFL Bellator Supercard in Riyadh, let us go to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia right now and say hello to the reigning defending Bellator middleweight champion, Johnny Eblen, who will be fighting the 205-pound champ from the previous season in PFL, who's moving down to 185, Impa Kasanganay. It goes down on Saturday afternoon here in the United States. And there he is, Johnny Eblen in the house. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
Good. How are you, Ariel?
It's great to have you on. New glasses. Have you switched them up? You usually have those big frames. This is new, a little tinted Chael Sonnen action.
They're just my blue blockers. Actually, I've had them for a while. I just like to wear them at night so I can go to bed.
Interesting.
Don't mess up my circadian rhythm. Yeah.
Okay.
You should look into it, man. Look into it. Like, if you have a lot of screen time at night and you're looking at your screen and you're not blocking out the blue light, it might be affecting your sleep.
Okay. Wow. I've heard about this. I've never actually implemented it, so I appreciate that. And it makes all the sense, especially as you're preparing for a big fight. How is it out there in Saudi Arabia? I see you doing a whole bunch of stuff. How are they treating you? How's the experience?
Dude, it's amazing. Everything about Saudi, I've liked it so far. The hospitality, the food, the way people have been treating me, the hotel, the shopping, everything about it, man. Like, no disappointments whatsoever.
Okay, so you feel like it's because we've seen how they treat the boxers, right? This is the first big MMA show there. Do you feel like it's being treated as a big deal?
Of course, dude. When I showed up, they gave me flowers. They sat me down. They offered me coffee. They offered me tea. Gave me some dates. The dates here are amazing, by the way. Like, whole nother level, bro. Like, I can't go back home and eat the dates that I get at Whole Foods. Like, it's just not going to taste the same.
And how was the trip over? Like the flight and all that? Pretty long.
Yeah, it was a bit long. I had a layover in Frankfurt. But it's a big reason why I came early. I came a week before, 10 days before. I showed up like on Wednesday last week, like Wednesday night, and pretty much I'm acclimated and feeling pretty good.
Okay. And this is your first fight week under the PFL banner, right? What has it been like? Do you I know there are some familiar faces, but do you notice a big difference? How would you compare from the previous era?
I would definitely say things are not as smooth, but it's because this is a new thing for everybody, I think, and there's new people on board, and people are still trying to figure out how to work together. There are some familiar faces. When I see some people from Bellator coming over, it's been pretty nice. It's not all new people, and I think they're working it out, and it's going decently smooth. But there's some bumps in the road, but that's kind of expected whenever something like this happens.
We talked right after you went to that event in DC, and you were obviously wondering what it will all mean for you. Was this the one option presented to you, a fight against Impa on this card, or were there other options that were discussed as well?
This was really the only option that was discussed. I think it was up in the air to fight Derek Brunson, but I don't think he wanted to fight this early or something. I think it's something on his end. That was like the main guy I wanted to fight. And then I was thinking that I was going to either fight Impa or Jeffrey. But now it looks like I'm going to fight Impa, and then Jeffrey's going to fight Fabian Edwards.
Right. And is that a fight to determine who you will fight after this?
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like whoever wins that fight is going to fight for a title next, and I'll be defending my title against them.
Okay. And did you like this when it was presented to you? I know he's champion at 205, had a nice year last year, a very good year. Did you get excited about this?
Of course, man. It's the first card that they're doing this year. They're fighting me early. I'm getting paid well. It's only a 3-round fight, and it's against a killer at 205, and he's coming down to fight me at 85. And it'd be another great name to add to the resume. And yeah, he's on a kill streak right now, and I'd like to stop that.
Yeah, I was a tad surprised about that. The champion versus champion fights are 3-round fights as opposed to 25-minute 5-round fights. How do you feel about that?
Man, I'm getting paid the same, so I'm not worried about it. The funny thing is I think they did it because they were anticipating more champ versus champ fights, but they kind of fell through as time went on, and now we only have 2 real champ versus champ fights. So technically now we could make them 5 rounds. I would be down for that. Like literally, if they told me today, "Hey Johnny, you want to make it 5 rounds?" I would sign on down the line and do it right away.
And elbows allowed, right?
Yeah, I love that their elbows allowed, man. That's a big part of my game, and I can't wait to utilize it.
Okay, so all this seems like it's in your favor. I even see that belt. What do you make of this belt that they're presenting to you guys? I guess the winner of these fights are getting it, but not of the other fights. If my reading on this is correct, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think the champ versus champ fights, it's like the co-main and the main, I think, are the only ones getting the belt. I think Patricio was supposed to get it, but now it's not a champ versus champ. So, yeah, I think they're only giving out 2 belts this time. The belt's pretty cool, man. It's super heavy. It's really big. I kind of like the ring when it's in the belt, but when it's out of the belt, it looks kind of off. Okay. So I would just, if I were to, showcase it, I'd always keep the ring inside of it.
You may not know the answer to this question. I'm just curious. The cage, is it the Bellator circle or is it more like the PFL cage?
No clue, man. All I know is it's outside.
It's outside.
It's outside.
Oh, what's the weather like now?
It's going to be it's warmer during the day, but it's going to get down to 60s, maybe the high 50s at night. Yeah, especially around the time I'm going to be fighting. It'll be high 50s, low 60s.
How do you feel about this?
Whatever. We all have to deal with it, bro. So
yeah,
it is what it is. I'll fight anywhere, anytime, any place. Just pay me enough money and I'll do it. And they're paying me enough money, so here I am.
And again, this stuff fascinates me. Maybe not everyone else. Are you allowed sponsors for this? Because I know the Bellator guys were, but the PFL guys weren't, or they're allowed to. What is the deal there? What are you going to look like?
Yeah, we're allowed to have 2 sponsors. So I'll have some sponsors on my shorts, and then yeah, I mean it's not as many as I think we should have, but it's just the PFL model. Okay. Bellator, lets you have as many as you can fit, and I think that's great. It really expands the amount of money I can make every fight, whereas this is kind of constricting it. But it is what it is. It's their event, so I gotta respect their rules.
And what kind of gloves are you wearing? Are you wearing Bellator gloves or PFL gloves, or special made for this?
They're specially made for this. They're PFL gloves with the Bellator logo on them.
Interesting. Okay.
They're black, and it's the same, no thumb.
Yeah.
And it's I tried them on. They were pretty cool. I actually liked them. I think they're doing a lot of cool things for this. They're kind of making the new belt. That's dope. These new gloves, the shorts, everything about it.
Okay.
The fact that it's in Saudi. The thing I don't love about it is that it's outside.
Yeah.
It's come on, guys. I don't know. Maybe they don't have an arena here that's indoors, or I don't know. I don't really know much about this area of the world.
It's part of the appeal. You're in the desert, you should fight in the desert, all right?
Yeah, I guess.
So, okay, so we've got all that business stuff out of the way, but you did mention If you're paid the same, the sponsors. Okay, now we have to get to brass tacks here. Okay, Johnny, this is the real stuff. What is going on over here? Is this true? 85,000 on the girl. How many girlfriends do you have, Johnny? What is? I that was all foreplay just to get to the real important stuff. How many girlfriends do you have? Did you really spend 85,000? What is going on? How are you popping up on TMZ every 2 days? Explain yourself. What's going on here, Johnny?
Hey man, I've just been balling a little bit lately, you know.
I respect it.
I can't talk too much about it. It's fight week. We got to focus on the fight, Ariel.
Come on,
focus
Johnny.
on the fight, Ariel. Come on. I'm a man. I'm a professional. I got to focus on the fight.
Was it really 85,000?
Hey man, that's what they said.
So here's can I ask you a question?
It is, man.
In the span of 24 hours, I see a video with you, 85,000, and then I see a video that Bellator posts with you, and my eyesight isn't great, but I could have sworn it was a different girl in that video. And then I see in the comments the 85,000 shopping spree girl was in there with the emoji and the thing. You saw all this, right? What is going on? Can you?
Yeah, of course.
What is happening here?
You know, there's a few girls, you know, fighting for my attention. You know,
I like it. It's good to be the king.
Battling for it, you know. It is. It's great to be the king, man, and I'm going to continue to be the king. But hey, we got to focus on the fight.
Okay,
Ariel.
sorry.
I got to win. That's the thing, man. You got to stay the champ. You got to keep winning, or they're all going to just leave. So. Got to keep winning, brother.
Are any of these girls with you in Saudi Arabia?
No comment.
Okay. Well, I did see on your Instagram, you were like, should I go on another shopping spree? This was like a day ago or 2 days ago. So
yeah.
I appreciate you.
Okay, you got me there. There's a girl with me. There's a girl with me. She's been taking care of me. You know, she keeps me focused during the fight, and she's like a best friend of mine. They're all friends of mine. So
okay, but you can't confirm if it's one of these girls. It might be an actual third individual or fourth.
Possibly, bro.
Wow.
I can't. I don't kiss and tell.
Okay.
I don't kiss and tell.
Amazing. This has been a big topic of conversation. This shopping spree and all your different. This is just the way you roll.
Just shenanigans, bro. It's the shenanigans I get into, man. If you get me out there, out in the free world, I'm bound to do something.
And then I see you on TMZ at, I think, Home Depot. Was that legit? Did Brian Butler, your manager, really? So this guy walks up to you?
Bro, he got me so good. I had no clue. I was just like shopping, trying to get this hose because we had to. My dog needed a shower. We like to shower outside, and we were at the Home Depot, and I was like looking around, and all of a sudden this guy's just like standing in front of me, like talking. I'm like, and he had like a mask on. I was like, what is this mask? It's like the Apple Vision Pro or something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, and then like I seen a camera behind him. I was like, oh, this guy's like probably trying to film funny content. Like he's probably trying to like do something. But I didn't know him. I had no clue who he was. I was like, I just happened to, be a part of it somehow.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right. He was kind of talking shit, whatever, and kept egging me on. And then I was leaving, and then he said like something smart about my girl. And then I was like, bro, that's when I flipped the switch and started walking him down. And he's like, Brian sent me. I was like, Brian who? He's like, sucker punch. I was like, oh, okay. I was about to give him a 3-piece.
Yeah.
And like fucking knock him out in the middle of Home Depot. But yeah, dude, Brian, he fucking got me good, man.
Okay, so 2 follow-ups there. Number 1, how did Brian know where you were? Like, how did he know to send the guy to Home Depot at that time?
So what's a very common theme that I have? Who's always around, Ariel? Who do I always have around me?
Girls?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's in contact with one of the girls I was with, and he got me at Home Depot, man.
Okay, so she was in on it.
Yeah. They've been planning it for like 3 days, I think.
Wow.
Because they were trying to do it the day before, but the guy had forgot something, like a SD card or something. So they had to do it the next day, and it was like right before I was going to go train. And I was like trying to like get through this and like get the hose and then go train. I was like, why do I have to go get this damn hose before I train? Like, why are we having to do this right now? I was so confused. And then like all that happened. I was like getting pissed. I was like sweating after, bro. I was like heated. But then like I was trying to laugh it off because it was a joke. But I was ready to go, bro. I felt like I was about to fight somebody. You know what I mean? Like sweating and like kind of nervous.
I actually thought you handled it really, really well until he mentioned your girl. But like for the most part, you were like kind of brushing it off. My second question is, how close do you think you actually were to punching him? If that was real life.
Very close. Because the fact that I walked away and he told me to come back after he continued to disrespect like me and my girl, I was like walking him down, ready to like, okay, I'm gonna throw punches. But then that's when he said Brian set me, and I was like, wait, Brian who? Like, oh, my brain wasn't like, I'm like, why are you telling me Brian? And I was like, and he said sucker punch. I was like, oh shit, yeah, I can't punch this fool. He's pulling a prank for my friend, you know.
Man, what a life! You're all over the place. Look at you. I feel like you've taken a step. Like now you're like regular TMZ fodder.
Hey man, I'm just living life. Doing things that Johnny Eblen does every day.
How did they know you were out there shopping? Like, how did they find you?
Dude, people ran up on me. So the girl that I was with, I guess, wanted to catch the moment, and that's how they got it on film, I guess. And they ran up on me, but I wasn't expecting it either. I had no clue.
Did you feel betrayed?
Like, what the hell? A little bit. I was like, why are there cameras around? There's usually not cameras around me when I'm shopping.
Yes.
But I guess she kind of wanted to flaunt that something had happened. Like, it was kind of a big deal for her. So who knows?
Yeah, it was a big deal for her because she's with the champ, right?
Yeah, right? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
What's it like training with Sean Strickland?
Dude, awesome. Love training with Sean. He is one of my favorite people to like spar because it's like a fight, you know? And it's always good training. Like usually when I go out to Vegas, like I train with him pretty much the whole time. We'll mix it up here and there. Like for the most part during the week, we'll train together a lot, but we'll mix in with other guys and train with other guys. But on Saturday, we're like PI 5 rounds straight. Let's go. And we lock ourselves in the cage and we just get after it, man. And every time we get together, dude, it's always good rounds. I always feel like I get better after training with them.
Wow. When you're at the PI as a non-UFC fighter, what do you think?
I don't know. I never really thought of that. I don't know. I feel like we're just all fighters, you know? So like, and we all kind of recognize each other. Like, you know, some fighters know who I am. I know some of the fighters there. It's just like when you're good at fighting, it's like, okay, yo, what's up? You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter like what promotion at that point. Obviously, there's more UFC fighters there, but you know, it's nice to go there. They have a lot of resources, so it's pretty cool.
I was just wondering if there's any part of you that's like, man, I want this at my disposal.
Oh yeah, that would be kind of nice. But I mean, anytime I do go to anytime I go to Vegas, I pretty much have access. Like, I go with Chris Curtis or Sean, or I've been training with Marvin Vettori. I'm actually going to probably end up going with him for his fight, and I'm sure we'll be at the PI.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's always a guy I know, or like Eric Nixick. Like, there's always a way in, you know.
I have to give you props. In addition to everything else, when all that stuff was going on with Dustin, you kind of spoke up about how he was being treated. I thought that was a really cool thing, and I know he doesn't really want to talk about it openly, but I'm just wondering if privately did he say, like, you know, you laid it out and you kind of backed everything that the media was saying as well, which I appreciated, of course, and it wasn't cool how it all went down. I'm just wondering what prompted you to do, like, why did you feel it was necessary to do that?
Honestly, it was just fresh on my mind. We had spoken literally right before that, and he was telling me what was going on. And I was like, man, that's kind of fucked up. Like, why would you announce something that's not signed on paper? That just doesn't make any sense to me. You're like trying to pressure people into making something happen, even though you're not meeting the demands. But, you know, everything ended up working out, which I'm glad. And, you know, Dustin's getting what he asked for, and that's good. You know, I'm happy for him. I'm glad that turned out to work out, and they didn't like drop the fight.
You did an interview with MMA Junkie recently where you talked about, like, if you didn't find MMA, you'd be in a really bad spot in your life. What do you think you would be doing like, here you are in Saudi Arabia fighting on a champion versus champion super card on pay-per-view. Like, everything's going great. You're going on $85,000 shopping sprees, all that stuff. What do you think, Johnny?
Making hella money, bro.
Yes. What would you be doing now if Steve Mocco didn't tell you to come train and do all of this?
I definitely would not be in Saudi Arabia right now eating steak.
Oh, sick. Wow, that looks great.
Yeah, man. This is during a weight cut, bro.
Wow.
I'm eating good.
I feel bad.
But
it's
yeah,
probably cold at this point. It's been sitting there for 20 minutes.
Nah, it's all right, dude. I'll take my time to talk to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I wouldn't have this beautiful belt.
I love it.
And yeah, man, I feel like I'm blessed and very happy. So honestly, I probably wouldn't be in a good spot. I probably would still be in the whole rat race of like working a 9 to 5, partying on the weekends, probably indulging myself in alcohol and drugs and all that type of stuff. I was definitely on a bad path, wasn't sustainable. Who knows? I could be in jail, dead, or probably would have started hanging out with the wrong people.
Wow.
So yeah, man, I have this energy in me that needs to, this is why fighting is great for me. Cause like, it keeps me sane. It keeps me like normal, but it's like, if I don't have fighting or something to let this energy out, like I'm a wild man. I'll do stupid shit. I'll get into trouble. I want that adrenaline dump, and I'm going to get it any way I can. But thankfully I found fighting, and it's, focused me and got me to keep that energy towards a beneficial path for myself.
I love it. It's great. It's great to see. And before I let you go, just curious, because I know we spoke about Sean. I'm sure you saw the DDP fight in January. Your thoughts on how you match up with DDP now? Because I've asked you about some of the other guys in the past, but now that there's a new king in the UFC, your thoughts on how you match up with him as you kind of size him up?
I think I match him up with him really, really well. I'm technically a better, I think I'm a better striker. Like, technically, I have better boxing than him. I'm cleaner with my defense, cleaner with my strikes. I'm technically a better wrestler. Like, I've wrestled since the age of 4. And like, he's kind of like a big athletic guy that's like learned how to grapple, learned how to wrestle. I've been doing it since I was a young kid. I know how to flow with guys like Bo Nickel. And like, I'm a college wrestler, but I can strike and I can grapple. So I have the full package, bro. And I feel like he does too, but I'm just a step above him. And I'm faster for sure. He might be a big, strong dude, but I'm faster and have better cardio, and I'm better technically than him in every facet.
Love it. Good luck on Saturday, Johnny. Enjoy your time out there. Can't wait to see how it all looks. It's kind of, historic stuff, unique stuff, seeing these two promotions come together. Happy that you're a part of it. So good luck to you, and appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the steak.
Yeah, of course, Ariel. Always, anytime you need me on here, bro, I'll take the time out of my day to show up, and appreciate you. And thanks for having this platform for fighters like us to talk on and kind of spread what we're thinking on our minds.
Yeah, they asked us to have someone from the card. We only wanted one. So there you are.
Let's go. Let's go. My dog.
Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah.
All the best to you.
Yep.
Johnny Eblen joining us from Saudi Arabia. Big star, gonna get bigger. Big card this Saturday on ESPN Plus pay-per-view and DAZN worldwide. Let's go back to UFC 298. Our next guest opened the pay-per-view in a really big way, had a fantastic win against Roman Kopylov. A huge, huge win for him. He stole a lot of headlines with the way the finish looked, and he has been on fire as of late. He's won his last 5 in a row, really got on a lot of people's maps after his submission win back in 2021 over Rodolfo Vieira. He has not lost since. 4 of those wins, 4 out of those 5 wins have come via stoppage, either submission or TKO. He added another one on Saturday. He's kind enough to join us. We're talking about Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. There he is. Anthony, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. Pleasure to be here. How are you?
Yes. Is it really a pleasure to be here, Anthony? Because according to Dave, your guy, he told me, which, by the way, I said, I'm impressed. He said you had never heard of me or this show before when you were asked to come on. So thank you. I appreciate you saying yes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. He definitely recommended I do it. I'm not like big on social media and shit. I'm not gonna lie. I happen to be really good at fighting. You know what I mean? It pays the bills, so
I
enjoy my job.
I appreciate that. And actually, it's something that I've noticed, like even in your post-fight press conferences, like you said, like you don't really look at the other guys in the division. You don't really you didn't know much about Kopylov. So how do you live with such blinders on when it comes to your job, right? Is all this stuff surrounding you, it doesn't seem like you pay attention to any of it, which I don't think is a bad thing. It's just a unique thing.
No, honestly, it's just like I got so much shit going on, like with my kids and sports and like all this other shit. as long as I'm healthy, I believe I'll beat anyone in the world. I've always believed that. And I mean, there's only one way to find out, and it's getting in the cage and fucking finding out. You know what I mean? So like, I just keep it simple and just make sure that I'm healthy and make sure that all fucking cylinders are firing and go handle business. Keep it simple.
How many kids you have? 4 or 5?
Yeah, 4.
4. Handful, tough. 4. I have 3 myself. 4 seems like a whole other level.
Yeah, I don't have a life no more, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's kid sports and fucking my sports. So it's like, it's fucking a blessing though. I mean, I only get this once, so I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. You know what I mean?
And what is the age range?
13, 10, and then 7, and then 5.
Obviously the older ones know what you do. Do you let them come to the fight?
Yeah, they all were there, but I gave them an option of like going and having fun after the fight or going there because that shit was hella expensive. But they just wanted to watch it at the hotel, and then I went back and hung out with them after, and they were all super excited. But yeah, they watch all my fights and stuff. They know what I do. Yeah.
I can't imagine what it would be like to watch your father compete in a cage. Do they tell you they get nervous? Do they get anxious? Do they get worried?
So they get nervous for sure, but my like youngest is like, she's always at my sparring. She's always like watching. She actually just took up wrestling too, and then she told me she wants to fight. So I'm like, oh fuck. I was hoping she'd go the college route. You know what I mean? Because this shit's like, it's a hard living if you're not good at it.
Yes.
But no, that and I probably like just father bear type shit. You know what I mean? I don't want to see my baby fighting. I don't like even watching my friends fight. Just because the nerves they get, you know what I mean? I'd rather be in there fighting.
I'm hearing some stuff in the background. Are those your chickens?
Oh, yeah, I got like little mini fucking bantams in the house. They're hella spoiled. He follows me around the house and shit. He's pretty chill.
Yo, I saw some videos. We're showing them now. Like when it rains, do you really bring your chickens into your house and they're just like strutting around the house?
Yeah, he just kicks it in the house. So like earlier before the show, this fool was going crazy. I let him out and he wants to go outside. So like after this, I'm gonna take him outside for the walk around the backyard.
Is he like right next to you?
Here, I'll put the video on him real quick. My little guy.
Yo, what's happening? So why are they indoors?
Because they're spoiled as hell, and I live in the city.
Wow. And you just let them walk around sometimes too?
Yeah, they'll like shit everywhere, so I gotta like follow him with a napkin. But yeah, no, they can walk around the house and shit. He's hella chill. He's just like a little spoiled ass chicken.
Why? And why do you have chickens?
Because I grew up on a ranch, and like now I'm living in the city with because of the kids and shit. So to like make myself not go crazy, I gotta like take my mind out of shit. You know what I mean? So I have my chickens. That's my country, like basically.
Wow. So how many animals do you have? Is it just the chickens?
I got like 4 chickens in the house, a couple snakes, ball pythons, and then I got like 3 dogs outside and 2 cats.
Damn. Where are the snakes?
Yeah. They're back over here in this corner, in the tubs.
Wow. Do you take them out?
Yeah, no, my kids hold them and shit. They're hella like nice.
Wow. Okay. And they're not afraid.
Nah, no, hell no. I feel like fear is taught like by your parents, right? If I'm not afraid of shit and I don't show fear, I think my kids will be fine. So I don't like to show my kids fear. That's like one big thing I'm big on. Let them find out by themselves. You know what I mean? They can put their own limits on life. But no, yeah, they're not afraid of shit. They're fucking wild little animals.
Fluffy, your nickname, where does that come from?
When I first started fighting, I was a fat ass. I was a little fat kid. I was probably like 15 years old, 250, 2 something. I was fighting heavyweight for like a long time, to be honest. Used to fight like pros when I was like a little kid, like at smoker shows back in the day, kickboxing and shit. Just grew up fighting. I was a little fat kid, so the name stuck, and I just was like, well, I'll fuck it. I'll run with it. You know what I mean?
Wow. And why did you get into it? Like, who introduced you to all of this?
So my cousin Joseph actually introduced me in, which is funny. He don't even fight no more. But I started like doing front yard fights and just fucking around with my friends, beating the shit out of each other. And like, we didn't know the rules and stuff back in the day. So we used to like knee each other in the face and like elbow each other. And we used to just beat the fuck out of each other, like slam each other into cars. And like, it was fun. But my dad's like, you guys are fucking dumb. You're gonna get hurt. And so I ended up like going to a gym with my cousin and fucking fell in love with the sport, and the rest is basically history. Been in the gym ever since.
Damn. So you're fighting in the front yard on cars and shit?
Yeah, no, yeah. It was fucking fun back in the day. We was fighting little old Dunnigan or Sparta, Woodland. Like at my high school, they used to fight in the locker rooms. Like it was wild.
Are you the only one from that crew that actually became a prize fighter?
Yeah. None of my buddies fight or nothing like. But yeah, no, I only started. Yeah, I'm just like first one out of my town, so it's fucking a blessing. You know what I mean? To be able to show the kids like, hey, figure out something you're good at and fucking run with it, and don't let anything get in your way, and you can do something big. Like the town I'm from is like population 700, Dunnigan, hella small, and I grew up in Esparto. Yeah, it's just small little towns. I graduated from Woodland High. Yeah, just small ass little town, but we fucking go hard in all our sports and shit. I'll tell you that much.
What state is that in?
That's California. It's like 45 minutes north of Sac.
Okay, all right. Did you watch MMA as a kid? Like, I mean, that's a great area, you know, with Faber and all those guys coming out of there. Were you aware of it?
Not really. I had like fucking dial-up internet, so this shit sucked. And like, you know what I mean? Like it just took forever. It was just easier to go outside and do shit.
Yeah,
and, like, run around, dirt bike, do shit like that. Than fucking waiting an hour for a 10-minute video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just didn't make sense. But I used to watch like when I actually started fighting and like learning who people were and shit. Like I was a huge Anderson Silva fan just because that fool would like flex on you the whole time and then beat your ass. You know what I mean? So like I used to watch his like knockout compilations and like some of these kickboxers. But besides that, I don't know shit about who is, and yeah, I'm just kind of learning as I go.
When did you start to feel like this was a real career that you could pursue, that you're actually good at this and you can make it to, you know, the big league, so to speak, and be successful there?
I don't know. I just kind of like went with it, to be honest. It was like when I was 15, I was already, like I said, I was fighting heavyweight and beating up grown men already. So like, I was just like, whatever, this is fun to me. It didn't make me nervous or scared. And I don't know, I just fucking always, people were like, stick with it, you're going to go somewhere. And I was like, yeah, all right, well, I'm fucking not very good in regular life, but I'll tell you what, in fighting, I understand violence, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, no, since I could remember, I think I dropped out. I tried to go to college for a little bit, didn't do very good. Was forgetting to do my homework and shit because I was working a job and like training and trying to fight. My teacher's like, you should quit fighting. I'm like, fuck that, I'm better at that. So I dropped out that day, took a fight, and then just started sending it. And yeah, so now I'm here.
What do you think you would be doing if the fighting thing didn't present itself, if it didn't work out a long time ago?
Shit. Probably fucking. My dad was a diesel mechanic, and his brothers are all diesel mechanics. So I was not trying to do that shit, man. I grew up doing stuff my entire life. Like, I was like, bro, this is like my one shot out of here. You know what I mean? And I fucking took it and didn't let anything get in the fucking way or disrupt that. And it's basically how I made it this far. You know what I mean? Now I have a full family, so I don't have a life again, and I just fucking fight. So it's fun, man. If I can be in the cage all the time, like, that's what I do it for, is for the fans and going crazy. You know what I mean? Like the fans, it was good to be in front of fans again. I was like, man, this is why I do this shit. You know what I mean? Fucking love it.
Yeah. And what a performance once again for you, 5 in a row now. What is the difference? I saw you allude to this a little bit where it's like sometimes in the past you're not listening to your coaches, you're kind of just going crazy. Is that all that that needed to happen? You just start listening to the coaches and game plan, and now your talent is all coming to fruition?
Like, I've always listened to them. I'm just fucking, I go too hard sometimes in training, you know what I mean? Like what you see is what you get with me. Like, I'll fight you at the gym. I'll fight, like, I really don't give a fuck. Like, I'll fight someone for free. I need to, like, not do that no more. You know what I mean?
I'd say so.
Fuck up my hand, fuck up my foot, or just do some dumb shit, and it puts me out a year. I have a solid group I'm with right now, and, like, we can all beat each other in certain areas. So, like, it forces us, like, all to grow, you know what I mean? And, man, as long as we can stay healthy, I think I'm on the right path. You know what I mean? I think I can be the best in the world. I thought when I was 25 and came in the UFC, I was just going to clean up shop. I got a rude awakening and then had to do some adjustments. And I lost my father and I had to get my head right again and all kinds of bullshit. You know what I mean? Life happens. No excuses. But now I'm back on track and I'm focused and I'm ready to fucking make my run as a man. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like everything's in line now for you? Do you feel like it's all coming together?
No, 100%. I'm out of my own way nowadays. You know what I mean? And I know myself now, and I know who I am, and I know how to back myself off. I know how to go harder. I know, I just understand the game now. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking grown ass man, and now it's just treat it like that, treat it like a job. And as long as I do that and have fun along the way, I mean, I don't think no one will beat me.
It's amazing to see the stuff that you're doing and the finishes and whatnot. And correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone freaked out when you submitted Rodolfo Vieira. You had no idea who he was? You didn't realize why that was such a big deal?
No, honestly didn't. My jiu-jitsu coach told me after, he's like, dude, he's like the Mike Tyson of the jiu-jitsu world. I'm like, oh shit, that's fucking dope. I know who Mike Tyson is. You know what I mean? But no, yeah, my dad and all them grew up boxing and shit. My dad wrestled, but I thought that shit was gay. Growing up, I was not trying to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna go fucking wear spandex and hug a bunch of men. I'm sorry. But now once I started fighting and understanding martial arts and having fun with this shit, I was like, oh fuck yeah, this is hella fun. You know what I mean? But yeah.
and then a submission against Kopylov in that moment there where you're locking it in and kind of feeding into the crowd and yelling and all that. Can you describe what is going on in your mind? It's a great shot, and everyone ate it up. What is going on in your mind and in your body? We're showing you right now, a massive smile on your face as you're just putting him to sleep.
So I seen fucking Mario Lopez is there, cool ass dude. We chit chat every now and then, and I seen him going crazy. And after I got under his chin, I was like, oh, I got this shit. And I just was talking to him basically, and I was going crazy. But that shit was fucking. It was man. It was dope to see people in the crowd. It was I do really good around crowds because I'm not the type of guy to talk shit in interviews and to honestly even do interviews. But when I fight, you know what I mean? It's that's me. This is who I am. This is a fucking the game of war. You know what I mean? I'm gonna talk my shit when we're fighting because now I can hit you. You know what I mean? I try to get in your fucking head. So that's who I am as a person. You know what I mean? If you hit me, I'm probably gonna talk shit to you in real life too.
I don't know if it's a NorCal thing, but you do have a bit of and I say this with the utmost respect, a Diaz brother quality to you, where you just don't give a crap about anything else. You just want to fight. That's what you're here to do. You're not here for the glitz, the glamour, the fame. You just want to beat people up. Is that accurate?
Yeah, basically, not get in trouble for it. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. I just want to be left alone, beat people up, have fun, get paid doing it, and show my kids sky's the limit. You know what I mean? Change their life. I've had a fun fucking life. I plan on just settling back, pumping the brakes, and just giving my kids a better life that I could have had. You know what I mean? As a kid growing up, basically, that's my only goal in life.
Was it a tough upbringing for you?
No, we just weren't fucking rich. You know what I mean? I grew up working with my dad all the time. That was spending time together is fucking working with my dad. You know what I mean? I don't want my kids to have to. I want them to know how to earn shit, obviously, and work hard. But I don't want that shit for them. You know what I mean? I want them to go to school and have a good life, an easy life.
When they go to school on the Monday after your fight, do you sense that they're proud? Are they going there with their chest out and their chin up, saying my dad's a badass?
They just ran to fucking school and shit. I don't know. My daughter was hype about it. Some people recognize me. But I don't try to blow it up. You know what I mean? I just treat it like a normal day.
Okay. By the way, can I ask about the earrings? Does that hurt?
Dude, yeah, this one's fucking. This ear ripped a little bit in the backside. Fight week wasn't very comfortable. But no, yeah. Usually they make me tape them. They didn't say shit this time.
Wow.
So.
And so why is one in and not the other? Because it ripped?
Yeah, because it ripped. I'm letting it heal a little bit before I put it back in.
Damn. And why do you do that? Why go with that and not the regular one?
I don't know. I just fucking was bored one day, and then that shit hurt, and I was like, well, I want to see how big I can go. I don't know, maybe a mental pain test. I don't know what the fuck. I'm weird like that, I guess.
All right. I mean, you are a fighter, so you can handle it. When do you want to return in a perfect world?
In a perfect world, like, fuck, May would be dope. Like, I'm healthy right now. I've already started training again. I don't know. The way I see it is Mick and Dana have a plan. When I'm ready now, I'm ready for whenever. I know they have a plan, so if they call me with a name that's ahead of me, I'm fucking ready. I want to take it. You know what I mean? I want to show the world what I'm ready to do. I'm ready to get this fucking belt and change these kids' life, basically.
And I would ask you if you have a name, but I feel like you don't know any other name in the division, so maybe you don't have a name.
I honestly, anyone who's ahead of me, like whoever the fuck's gonna get me to the title the fastest way, I will take. I'll fight anyone. I've said this for like a long time, and I mean it. Like I don't give a fuck. I feel like I'll beat them somehow, and if not, I'll gas them the fuck out and then strangle them or some shit. You know what I mean? I'm in great shape when I.
Yes, this is what you've been showing for your last 5 fights in particular. By the way, you know who the Diaz brothers are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. It occurred to me that maybe I was taking that for granted, but everyone knows.
No, I ran into them. I ran into Nate, the younger one, right? The 55er.
Yes.
But okay, so I ran into him and he's like, "Oh, you're that Mexican cat that fucking beat up the jiu-jitsu guy." I was like, "Oh yeah, Adolfo." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can't beat a Mexican, man." I was like, "Fuck yeah, brother. I appreciate that." You know what I mean? But no, he's a legend. I fucking know who he is. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could have said to him, like, "Are you the guy that beat Conor McGregor that one time?" Nah. By the way, they're in Mexico this weekend. Which card would you have preferred to be on? The Cali card, since you're from there, or the Mexico card?
For sure, Cali. Mexico is dope and all, but man, it's altitude like a motherfucker out there,
That's right?
Like, I'm not trying to deal with that shit. I'll fight on sea level. I'm good.
Fair enough. By the way, last thing, your social is I love Banff. Is it I love badass motherfucker?
Yeah, so I had a pet llama. I'm not trying to be cocky or nothing like that. My pet llama's name was Banff. Badass motherfucker. But he passed away when I was like younger, and so my handle's been I love Banff since like fucking high school. I was like, I'm not gonna ever change it. That was my dude, you know what I mean? I got my llama tatted on my side, so like,
wow,
that was my guy, bro.
You just had llamas? Like, how many animals did you guys own as a kid?
I had a bunch of fucking chickens growing up. I had like we kill cow and kill like our own fucking pigs and stuff like that, goats. You know what I mean? So like, I would just get stuff and like grew up just cowboys, like Mexican shit. You know what I mean?
Eventually, is the dream to live like that, to go back to that lifestyle with your family?
Yeah, so I paid off property with me and my dad like bought a land together, and I paid it off. And my goal is to eventually build like a gym and a house out there, and like have a private gym and just be able to give back. Eventually, that's my goal. Right now, I've been kind of doing it by myself and like getting equipment as I go along the way and try to do it. Now that I have a house, it's like I'm not freaking out. I was living in a trailer for a long time, trying to like just fucking like a fucking 26-foot trailer with 4 kids. It was pain in the ass. And as you know, when you're first starting off in the UFC, pay is not great.
Yeah.
But it took me a while to get out of my fucking own way and like shit like that. Now everything's going good. I can slowly go back and work on my project. That's my dream. You know what I mean? It was our dream together. So I'm going to eventually like be able to give back to kids and give back to people. But I just got to make the money and do this shit myself. You know what I mean? I got to figure it out. And slowly but surely, you know what I mean? I'm just going to keep fucking knocking away and chipping at this fucking towards that belt till I get it and change my fucking kid's life and have my fucking ranch bones with my dad. And
I love
just chill. Yeah, that's the dream.
By the way, how long ago were you living in the trailer with your family?
Shit, I think we've been living here for like a year and a half now, something like that.
So your kids are pretty big.
Yeah, they're fucking. Yeah, no, yeah. I was like, I've been on a streak. Obviously, I've been trying to fucking murder people to get to the top. Like I don't give a fuck what it takes, man. I'll do it to change their lives. And like I've already changed their life a lot. You know what I mean? They got to see what hard work brings, and like it went from a trailer to a house. And we're just gonna keep on going and showing these kids what the fuck like a focused man can do.
I wish you the best, man. Incredible story, very inspiring. So well done to you and everything that you're doing for your family. I think your wife is also like part of your management too, right? She helps you on the business
Dude, without that woman, yeah, no, her and Dave like handle all my like shit. I don't even know how to like really email. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, she's like a trooper, man. She really is. She saves my ass and like keeps me out of trouble. And she can fucking actually fight pretty good too. Like she understands the shit. She won like worlds in Taekwondo in 2012.
Wow.
So like, yeah, she understands the game too. And she just like she keeps me on the right path. You know what I mean? We're like great for each other.
Yeah.
I'm super thankful for her ass.
Did you meet her pre-UFC or post-UFC?
Pre.
Okay.
I met her when I was like local in the area.
Okay, nice. All right. Well, you have good people around you, and you're doing great. So congrats on all your success. Keep it up. Well done. And thank you for coming on. It was great to have you on for the first time.
Of course. Pleasure meeting you, man.
Same here. Same here. Thank you, Anthony. All the best. There he is. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. What a story. What a character. Love meeting some of the new faces and the new up-and-coming stars. 5 in a row now against some tough competition. Roman Kopylov, Edmond Shabazian, Marc-André Barriot, Adolfo Vieiro. Those aren't, jabronis. Nothing to scoff at. Also, of course, has a win over the Iron Turtle. Yes, it is true. The Iron Turtle. Yes, that was back in 2019. So great stuff from Anthony Hernandez. And now we finally figured out why the social handle is I Love Banff. Like we said earlier, PFL back. And by the way, Michael Chandler going to join us in about 25 minutes. And then Alex Pereira in studio in about an hour's time. Stay tuned for that. More questions to be answered in a moment. But like I said, this weekend, you've got the UFC in Mexico, and you've got that massive historic PFL versus Bellator card. It is a big one. It's a pay-per-view. It's PFL champs versus Bellator champs and PFL stars versus Bellator stars. Historical night. First time in MMA history that a place like this is hosting Saudi Arabia, a big MMA card. It's, in fact, the first major MMA event to take place in Saudi Arabia and the first cross-promotional event between both PFL and Bellator, with former champions and current champions colliding in one epic night. The headliner, like I said earlier, is Renan La Problema Ferreira going up against Ryan Bader. They go toe-to-toe in a fight that I think will determine who Francis Ngannou will fight in his PFL debut. That's the plan. And I wouldn't be surprised if they announce that. That seems to be the direction. So stay tuned. Also, as we said earlier, Johnny Eblen against Impa Kasanganay. They did save Patricio Pitbull. He's going to remain on the card. Aaron Pico as well. Clarissa Shields on the card. Yoel Romero. Thiago Santos. Whole bunch of big names. It's all going down this Saturday, February 24th, live on ESPN Plus pay-per-view and DAZN. That's ESPN Plus pay-per-view or DAZN. All right, back to the questions. Let me get some water. Fun day so far. Feels like we're flying here, guys.
We are, in fact, flying.
I mean, Fluffy was unbelievable.
Amazing.
What a revelation, huh?
I mean, I can't believe how much of a fan I am after that.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
The man.
It's fun to meet these guys, and you're like, man, now this is what I always say about fighting, right? I was actually talking to my brother about this because he was saying it's crazy how his son, Jared, who has been here, he's a huge Izzy fan and has now become obsessed with MMA. It's crazy how much he cares about it. And what I said to him was, and it's the same thing with someone like Anthony and your reaction, once you get emotionally invested in these guys, there's nothing like it in all of sports, right? Like I love the Bills and I love Josh Allen and I live and die with, but like once that's your guy and you want to see him win, you want to see him succeed, and you go through the journey with them, the roller coaster, there's nothing like it. There's no connection like it in all of sports. You want to see players win, you want to see teams win, but there's something about like backing someone into battle and then think about how Ilia Topuria fans feel now or how they felt on Saturday. There's that video that came out. Did you see that video on the CCTV of the old man reacting to.
Yes.
It's amazing. There's nothing like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a scenario where I'm cheering against Anthony Hernandez moving forward.
Yeah, because now you want to see him succeed, his family, right?
Oh, yeah, and just like the nonchalant attitude about everything, too. Like not really being into MMA. Just like, oh, did you watch it growing up? Nope. Internet was too slow, so I just went outside and rode dirt bikes instead. Yeah, it was amazing.
This is from Jeski, Mr. Hielwani. No question, rather, I'd just like to say, as a longtime listener, this current crew is the best it's ever been. GC and especially Mysterious Frank have brought the perfect chemistry to you and New York Rick. Keep on killing it. How about that, guys?
That was really nice.
Much appreciated. You know, a little bit of extra love there for Frank.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you didn't pick up on the fact I wrote this.
This is from Jack. Hello, MMA Hour team. Out of all the major sports, do you think MMA is the easiest to say that this generation is more talented than previous generations? I don't know if you could say that. I mean, I
get what he's saying, though.
Yeah?
I do think there's some truth to that. Well, because the sport is so young, right? The leaps, the evolutions are happening more rapidly. Like the learning curve and the influx of new talent is causing drastic shifts quite quickly. Whereas like the NBA, the NFL, these sports have been around for so long, you've kind of seen that balance out. But I do feel like we're kind of reaching the point where it's slowing down. But think about what fights look like 10 years ago versus now. There is a huge difference.
Certainly, if you look at the sport in 2005 and compare it to 2024, it looks like a completely different sport. If you look at the NBA,
20 years, yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the NBA, it's not that different. So I get that. But I think you could also make the case like the NBA in the 90s was just as... It's just the players evolve, right? Like a Victor Wembanyama in 1994 isn't playing like Victor Wembanyama in 2024. So
there's an evolution of that, but also like as the sport becomes more popular, there's an influx of different types of talent that are now coming to the sport, as opposed to the people that gravitated to it 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But I as I said, I think that's starting to even out now. I think we're kind of seeing what this will be moving forward. I don't think the leaps will be as drastic. There will be still obviously evolutions like any other sport.
I also think because we're seeing a new sport come together, you're seeing, like, you remember, I felt like Rory was like the beginning of the mixed martial artists coming into the sport rather than the jiu-jitsu guy, the karate guy. Now you're seeing people just be great at MMA and grow up training and learning MMA as opposed to, oh, I started with karate or I started with wrestling. You'll still have those guys. You'll still have Johnny Eblen or Bo Nickel come in from these other disciplines, but I think you'll now just see like mixed martial artists. That was my entry. And that's...
they're coming to it younger too, right? Like a guy like Ian Gary.
Yeah.
You know, like he's just a guy who grew up, became an MMA fighter, and that's what it was. Training every discipline. Rory is definitely one who stands out, I think, from the early era of that. But you see that more and more. And I think that will be the new norm.
Amin, hello, Ariel. DC announced his new show with Uncle Chael and a fun promo over the weekend. I would like to know your opinion about it. Cheers. My opinion on it is, I had the joke over the weekend where I said, you know, I'd like to congratulate them, but I wouldn't mean it. Of course, I'm joking. I love both of them. And sure, both of them sort of ignore my existence when they're on the mothership. And, you know, I still have the picture there. I have Chael all over the place. That's fine. I'm not salty about it. This should have been the show from the beginning. It blew me away that they didn't just pair I was with both of them. I leave, put them together. I think that's what the people want. I know people gave, you know, Ryan Clark a lot of love, and I think he did a great job of endearing himself to the fans and learning the sport, but I thought it was a big misstep. Ryan Clark isn't who the fans on that channel want to hear from, especially when you have the roster of talent and analysts to your disposal. People want to hear DC with another fighter or fight personality. So I thought that was a misstep. I understood what they were trying to do, but I just didn't think it was the right move. And you have Chael available, you put them together. Now I'm curious to see how the dance goes, because I think they're both really good as the second guy. Here they're going to have to kind of come together. But I think it will be very successful, and I wish them the best, and I love them very much. And, you know, I think it's going to be great. It just won't be as good as my show with them. And that's just the facts. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to come to that conclusion. There's one element that is missing, one ingredient that is missing, and it's Hiawatha, baby. And you can love it or you can hate it, but you have to come to terms with it. That's just, and they know. They know. Trust me, they know. They all come, they kiss the ring, they say, is this okay? Are you on board? I say, yes, you should have done this 3 years ago. If you wanted to be successful, you do this. You don't want to be successful, you go the other route. So I'm happy, they figured it out 3 years later. We move along. Arialini and crew from Richard. There are rumors circulating online that the UFC event in Riyadh was promoting Adesanya versus Chimaev as the main event. What is your opinion on this fight? And what would this mean for the middleweight division? This isn't what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think this was debunked in like 20 minutes, and then
Dana
put it on story and was like, "This is fake news. This is not happening."
Oh, okay. There you go. Thank you. I didn't see that because I'm blocked. So thanks for rubbing it in.
Well, I mean, it was debunked elsewhere.
Okay.
If you go to the actual Riyadh season website, it just has PFL and Joshua and Ngannou and everything else listed.
Chris, Ariel and team, I have a challenge for you. Ariel, I would like you to tell everyone the UFC 300 main card you would have made, and the rest of your team deliver the prelims for Ariel's 300 card. Oh, God. I mean, I don't know. Conor versus Chandler. Let's start there. Okay? How about that? Jensen, your work over the years has been extremely insightful and fun to follow. I love that you have a weekly segment dedicated to fan questions. I grew up reading mailbags from some of my favorites, such as the Rings, Doug Fisher, and NBA guru Bill Simmons. Were there any sports mailbags you grew up reading, and did you ever have the privilege of writing and having your question answered? No, but I used to call into a lot of sports talk radio shows as a kid. Like there was a late night one in Montreal with Mitch Melnick and Mitch Garber that I used to call in. One time I called into the JT the Brick show when I was in college and explained to him why Montreal is an actual baseball town. He was kind of slagging off Montreal and all this. This was during the real end of the Expos time. And by the way, what about that announcement that Netflix is doing a documentary on the Expos and their departure in 2004?
That's going to be sick. As a proud owner of a brand new Netflix account, it's exciting.
Oh, yes. You got it.
Yep, I caved.
Well done. I want to be the narrator for this doc.
I was going to say, what's Helwani's role in all this?
Yeah.
Where's the spot?
I mean, I feel like I'm the guy, right? Can I be the guy?
I mean, you're already narrating Conor's, thing over on Netflix. You might as well narrate this one too.
Oh yeah, the Netflix people, they love me.
Yeah,
I don't actually know if they love me, but I did do that one. So yes, I've never actually had. I used to call in. Oh, one time I called into a Buffalo Bills show that also aired on TV, and I spoke to Reuben Brown, number 79. I was very excited about this. This was in 8th grade. So I used to do that. But no, when I was working early days, like post-college, Simmons mailbag, like I feel like everyone, like you'd print it, and I would print it and read it on the subway. It was great. I love that. And I don't even know if I'm copying that. I also used to do a mailbag for a website called Cue Ball. It was about Quebec basketball, cueball.ca, where I would answer questions. I'm not really sure who would send in the questions, but I would do it. Also, I did it for Nomas. I mean, I've been around, guys. I'm a little bit of a veteran at this point in the media game. I don't know if you know this about me. So yes, it's fun, and I appreciate all the questions. The questions are great. I'm trying to get to as many as possible. This is a good one. Benjamin. Good day from Australia, Ariel. I was hoping you could talk about how you separate your personal attachments to fighters and your job to report on them in an unbiased way. Is it ever a struggle to report dispassionately in MMA? It really crushed me to see Alex lose this weekend. As he is a personal inspiration to me, does it ever get to you when a fighter you respect has a tough break in their career and then having to go on and dissect it? Do you find it challenging to report enthusiastically about fighters you don't have the best relationship with? For example, if Colby knocked out Leon, would you be excited to cover somebody like Colby with the same enthusiasm as someone like Leon? Thanks, Ariel, and the MMA Hour team. It's a fantastic question, Ben, and I appreciate it. By the way, someone underneath is saying that I need to pronounce G'day correctly. He always makes me giggle when he says it, G'day. What should it be? G'day? What am I saying wrong?
I thought you said it right, so no help here.
All right, Jaden. Okay, this is a great question, and I think it speaks to two things. Number one, I always like to talk about the fact that we're journalists, we're unbiased, we're supposed to call it down the middle, this and that, and that is true, and I try to do my best in that regard. That being said, we are human beings, and I used to try to like stuff this down and fight this. But we are human beings, and we do have connections with people, and we do feel feelings, and we do have, affinity for people, and maybe harsh feelings towards, that's a human being. We're not robots. We're not immune to this. I would like to think, and I'm sure others would disagree, I would like to think that the experience that has taught me the most about how to do this the best way possible is my relationship with Dana White. I think I could have been very well positioned to be as biased as possible. He has made things very personal when it affects your livelihood, when it affects your family, your well-being. It doesn't get more personal than that. Pot shots, insults, etc. And I really try, and I know there are others that would disagree, but trust me, being critical and being biased are two very different things. I really try to not view him as a person who has done these things or wronged me, but as just like an entity, not so much a human, but an entity. And that's the best way that I can handle that. So I will give props when props are due, and I will critique when critique is necessary, criticism is necessary. And I think that experience has allowed me to, trust me, there are guys that I don't like. There are guys who I don't respect. There are guys, especially in the last few months, people have said some pretty abhorrent things about my people. And, this is gonna trigger so many people. I have not said anything, but I'm sure the YouTube comments are gonna love this. But I have tried to ignore that and separate the two. I've tried my best. Now, human being, hand up. There are people who come on the show. There are people who you have connections with. There are people who you know from behind the scenes. You're going to feel a certain way, but I could come on here. I mean, I probably have a better relationship with Alex and Ilya. He's been on the show 1,000 times. I've talked to him. I don't even have Ilya's phone number, but I don't feel upset. I don't feel down. I don't feel mad. You have to separate the two and understand that this is a business. This is sport. He chose to do this. Shit happens. He'll bounce back. People lose. That's just the game. I can't really think of one loss that really affected me. You can't get too close. That would be a disservice to the audience. Post-fighting, Chael, do you see that? That's different. In fighting, you have to, and like I said, I laid out what I thought should happen at 145. Some people didn't like it. So you have to, ultimately, I think I have to answer to you, the audience, first and foremost. You try to have the best relationships. You try to have the best rapport. You try to have the best connections. But being an opinionist and being an interviewer is very hard to be both, because you're ultimately going to eventually upset, annoy, piss off one person or another. So I try my best. Not perfect. Will never be perfect. I want to have good relationships with as many people as possible. I want to be as respectful as possible. And I think some people confuse that for instigating, or, they confuse like the other side with instigating or shit talking. No, it's like, that's the job. You sit here for 4 freaking hours. You got to try to tell it like it is, because otherwise people aren't going to listen to you or watch you. But I try to do it with the most amount of respect possible. So yes, I totally understand where you're coming from. That's why I don't bet. That's why, I try not to be too cozy, so that you can call it down the middle, tell it like it is. Topuria won fair and square. He's a stud. He's a star. He's going to be an even bigger star. And Alex hopefully gets another crack, and that's the way the whole thing evolves. Now, I think we have a question from our good friend Nim, because he did that great.
The UK trivia.
Trivia.
To this?
We have a new one, but I can't find it.
I have it.
Okay, do I need it?
I don't think so, because I think I should ask the question.
Okay, let's do it. So this is the rematch. So GC and I tied the first time, right?
Yeah, it was a tie.
That's right. And this time there's a tiebreaker.
Okay.
So
So this
let's
is,
do this.
and it's UK trivia.
Correct. It's literally UK trivia part 2.
Okay, can't wait. Did a great job,
So-
Nim. Well done.
Yeah. There's 4 of them plus the tiebreaker, and I'll need some of Rick's help on one of the questions. I'll get to that when I get to that.
Okay.
All right. So number 1, in critically acclaimed drama Top Boy, which of these is a synonym for drugs? A, powder. B, stuff. C, food.
Food.
That's correct. And I do want to point out that it's supposed to be whoever says the answer first gets it. All
Did
right.
you know that, or did I catch you off guard there?
No, I haven't even heard of Top Boy.
You don't know Top Boy?
No.
It's about the mean streets of Brum. Do you know where Brum is?
England.
Yeah,
That's he's on the
you,
nose.
you don't listen to UK rap. You're not that guy.
Is that not incorrect?
I mean, specifically in England. Where?
I mean, it's one. What do you want to say?
It's
in England.
Yeah, sure. What else we got?
Number 2, the British fans love to sing a chant for their sportsmen. There's an extra point if you sing this answer, but what was the Ricky Hatton song?
Walking along, singing a song,
nice.
walking in a wonderland. There's only one. Funny story. When I walked into, I think, Temple Bar in Dublin, I know it's not UK, for the Conor McGregor Diego Brandao fight week, I swear the whole place stopped and started singing, "There's only one Ariel Helwani, one Ariel Helwani." I mean, in unison. It's one of the great moments of my life.
I don't know how to tell you, but that's wrong.
What?
Nah, I'm just joking. Yeah.
Oh, damn, that would have been amazing. Oh God,
that was the one that
my
Rick
God.
was supposed to judge who had the better singing. But
no,
I
I'm
didn't
getting
even
wiped here. I
see-
mean, Wani clearly read the questions already.
I can't even find them.
Oh, good.
All right. Well, number 3.
Yes.
Which British darts player is considered the GOAT of the sport?
Oh, dude, I actually know this one, but there's
dude,
no
it's
shot
not
I'm
the
going to
answer.
think of. There's no shot I'm going to think of it.
There's a documentary on him.
Yeah, I went down a whole rabbit hole one time about how many championships he's won. He's so far and away the best. There's no shot I'm going to think of his name right now.
Pizzi keeps telling me to watch the doc, and I haven't.
He's like the GOAT,
Yes.
GOAT, though. It's like not even
So
close.
are we giving
How
up?
many times? Yeah, I give up.
It's Is there a D in his last name?
No.
All right, I give up.
Okay, well, it's Phil Taylor.
Yep.
That's right.
All right, so for number 4...
I said D, by the way, because it's Taylor. You can sometimes pronounce it Daler.
There's no... Look, you asked me if there's a
Good
D.
answer.
There's no D. Connor, do you have a piece of scratch paper next to you?
Yeah, I do.
And a pen? No pen, huh?
Yeah, I got a pen.
All right, so for this one...
Do I need to write something down?
No, just Connor, apparently. He's going to write down his answer. You give your answer, Ariel, and then that way we're holding his answer to what he committed.
Okay. It's fun.
So number 4 is Arnold Allen's supermarket. Oh, wait. This is the tiebreaker, so we don't actually have to read this.
You ruined it,
But
Frank.
I think we should still...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Arnold Allen's supermarket question. Rank in order of luxury. Iceland, Marks, Spencer's, and Morrison.
What? There's a place called Iceland? You knew this?
Mm-mm.
Wait. Tell me again.
Oh, yeah, there's a place called Iceland. Yeah.
Iceland? Yeah.
Marks.
Iceland, Marks, Spencer, and Morrison.
Isn't
Spencer's.
Isn't it Marks and Spencer's? That's one place.
Okay, that makes sense.
You ruined it.
Very cool.
There's commas, there's ands.
This is,
they
this
don't
is
do the
like last
Oxford
time with
comma,
the with the Lido or Lido just ruining it.
We would have never even had to do this if he had pronounced Lidl correctly.
Yeah.
I would have gotten the tiebreaker.
I'll go Marks, Iceland, Morrison.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, you ruined it. You ruined my vibe.
I ruined it.
Yeah, you ruined my vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm going to get it, but I went Marks and Spencer, Morrison, Iceland. Look at that. Look at that white balance.
That's correct.
I mean, that white balance is just great. You can see clearly what I mean, there it is. There it is. All right, so I won the tiebreaker after getting swept in the OG questions, so it feels like another tie. Feels like that was the money ball from.
What was that?
deep.
Was that it?
That was it.
Damn, dog.
I mean, you
Yeah, I
did
feel like we take
win.
a couple
Don't
weeks, you know?
don't listen to what he's saying.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I thought that counted for 2 because it was Arnold Allen.
Frank?
Arnold Allen related question.
That's the Arnold Allen ranking of luxury.
Right. So I thought that counted for double. He had already had 2.
That makes sense. Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Frank. Thank you very much. Great stuff. Well done, Nim. Maybe we'll squeeze in a couple on the back end. But for now, let us talk to the man who stole all the headlines. So there I am on Monday evening, just minding my own business, watching Monday Night Raw. And all of a sudden, I'm like that meme, what is that? That Leo DiCaprio meme from, is the movie Catch Me If You Can? I think so.
Nah.
Is it not?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, same thing. Tomato, where he's pointing. I thought it was Catch Me If You Can, but whatever. Are you sure?
1,000% sure.
Anyway, he's pointing. I'm like, I know that guy. That's Michael Chandler. See at the top. Mizzou, Bellator champ, UFC star, Conor McGregor fight. Should have been on 300. Cutting a promo, not just there, like where you say, hey, there's the celebrity. He's actually on the mic cutting a promo. This went everywhere. Everyone talking about it, but we need some answers. How did this all go down? Why did this all go down? Without further ado, let us say hello to Iron Mike, who's kind enough to join us. Every time your setup levels up, every time. It's never the same, and it's more impressive every time.
I tell you what, I'm on the road, all right? I'm actually at Live Large Studios, all right? One of my mentor and best friend, Chris Patterson, this is his studio. He coaches people all around the world. So I said, hey, put up something sweet, okay? Because Ariel's a star. So I put up some stars back there, and here I am.
Holy shit, what a background. This is amazing.
Thank you.
What is that, like a virtual screen?
I want. Yeah, we can put whatever we want back there.
I like
show stars for you.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Is your voice still like struggling from that promo? From the 50 seconds? Injured.
I'm injured. Absolutely injured. I'm on injured reserve. No, I was in obviously Anaheim. Now I'm on the East Coast. Did some stuff here, and I have to tell everybody, hey, I'm not sick. I literally injured my voice on Monday Night Raw. So
because you were screaming
so loud. Now, yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, but before I went on, one of the producers was like, hey, this microphone, it's gated. And I'm like, hey, what's gated mean? He's like, gated means you have to speak up. And I'm like, I don't think that'll be a problem. But the moment took over, and a star was born.
I love. Okay. So I have so many questions here because legit, I'm watching. I'm like, what the hell? I've seen enough wrestling in my day where they're like, hey, there's the guy in the front row. You don't usually get the microphone to cut a promo from the front row. So tell me, you're at 298. You're there in Anaheim, right? You went to the event, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What happened? How do you get to Raw, and how does this all go down? I want the whole thing. If you can tell me soup to nuts, how does this happen?
So it was planned. I was going to be at Monday Night Raw. So obviously, TKO Group, WWE, UFC, all one big happy family. So this was the first time that they were kind of intermingling the UFC crowd with the WWE crowd, bringing some fighters. It was me, Jalen Turner, Giga was there. Tabitha Ricci and Kellen Walsh were there. So we had some people in the suite, mixing and mingling with different fans. The crossover has begun. And they put me down in the front row, and then I took matters into my own hands. I took mics into my own hand.
Nah, seriously, what happens? Like, do they you literally took that? Like, you didn't just like go to business for yourself. Say, give me the microphone.
Well, I did. Well, no, I did 2 minutes before. They said, hey, they're going to put the camera on you. I said, why don't you give me that microphone? And they said, hold on, let me run it up the flagpole real quick. And then about a minute later, they said, hey, you're going on in a minute, and they're gonna, you're gonna get the microphone if you want the microphone. And then magic happened.
Wow. So all of this happened like in 5 minutes?
Yeah, less than 5 minutes. There was nothing prepared, nothing. Yeah, it was. I was thrown into the fire, smacked myself a couple times, and then we went.
What was that energy like?
It was great. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some, cool dude, but man, the electricity in that arena was just as big as Saturday night with the UFC, if not bigger, right? I mean, watching the guys walkouts, I'm walking around, people are screaming my name. It was really, really cool. Then I obviously got on the mic. It still remains to be seen. There's no video footage of me taking my shirt off, but Pat McAfee said I took my shirt off. So got the crowd into it, man. I was flexing on everybody. It was fun, man. It was a lot of fun, and man, I'm tired of waiting on Conor. So get his candy ass back to the octagon.
So the way they shot it, as I'm sure you've seen since, there was the WrestleMania logo right behind you. And so that got my wheels turning, saying, like, are they setting something up here? Was there any sort of reason why they did that, to the best of your knowledge?
As you know, you've been around the sport long enough to know that there's little hints being dropped everywhere, right? And that, that was definitely coincidental. But I did have a meeting with Triple H after, and we chopped it up. I paid my respects. I grew up watching Triple H. So we got a nice little talk. And, man, I'd love to head out to Philly in April. So we'll see what happens.
Was that your first time meeting Triple H, a.k.a. Paul Levesque?
I think I met him, just barely crossed paths with him one other time, but this is the first time I got some time with him and got to chop it up, and obviously he liked what he saw. A lot of the other WWE brass loved what they saw, so there were some talks happening, so it was fun.
So the picture that you posted, was that post promo or pre promo?
Which one?
Though when you posted and you said like contract signed, you and Triple H talking in the back.
Yes, that was post promo.
Okay, and so how long did
my phone started ringing off the hook, and text messages were coming in, and one was Triple H, so we had to meet up.
Oh my gosh, how long was that meeting?
Not too long. I mean, he was obviously busy. They're heading off to Perth. They got the Elimination Chamber this weekend.
Look at you knowing all the events. It's impressive.
Oh man, I was watching it, man. I'll be watching. I'll be tuned in, man. I almost hopped on a flight to Perth, but man, I needed to limber up. I got a big fight against an Irishman in the next couple months, so.
Now, when you say contract signed, what are you trying to say there? What are you implying?
I am implying that it's not the last you're going to see of me in the WWE, possibly.
Really?
Possibly.
This was a real thing. Was it a real conversation?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, I would like to know.
We will see. All right, we will see. No, I mean, obviously, there's a crossover there. Ton of respect for the wrestlers, the brass there. They have a ton of respect for the UFC. I mean, it was really cool being there, watching other athletes and entertainers and performers, and being huge fans of mixed martial arts, and me of them. So it was really cool. I mean, there's a lot of synergy there, and the sky's the limit when it comes to TKO group and what we can do in the crossover. And man, it's probably just the very beginning. I mean, of course, this was going to happen, kind of the meshing of both brands, if you will. But I feel like I was the catalyst that was kind of the first to start it. As you said, even you not knowing, right? You're in the know when it comes to the WWE professional wrestling, and man, it was kind of the first kickoff of what is to come,
So I loved everything about it. Like I said to you on Monday, I reside though in that middle portion of the Venn diagram of MMA, wrestling, boxing. Like I love all of them, but there are some fans who don't like all of them, right? Who say I don't want my food to touch, right? I don't want anything. Did you hear from fans who said, no, I don't want the MMA guys I don't want the UFC guys to go to wrestling because that's the fake stuff, that's the scripted stuff. Did you hear any of that? And even if you didn't, because I certainly did, because I was talking about it, do you understand where they're coming from?
I absolutely understand where they're coming from. And it's founded. It makes a complete sense what they're saying. But obviously there's an entertainment value to everything, and the level at which your ship rises or the height at which your star shoots toward the moon has a lot to do with how you make people feel. The fact that I can go in there, be the toughest dude, most entertaining fighter on the planet, and then hop on the microphone, have some different skills that make people feel something, whether you love it or hate it. I've had a lot of people, even before this, the actual WWE meshing, if you will, that people are like, I just don't like him when he cuts a promo. And it's like, that's fine, but 90-something% love it. 90-something% loved what happened on Monday night, right? I get they don't want to see a UFC fighter there at WWE, whatever their perception or their opinions may be. But overall, I think the overwhelming majority was like, dang, this is pretty cool, And I loved it. I loved the experience, the WWE fans, the WWE brass. Everything was on the positive, man. So it was a lot of fun.
And so you're out there, you're cutting this promo. It's all very well received. Do you hear anything from Conor? But I don't think he's commented on it publicly. I don't know what kind of relationship you guys have. Do you DM each other? Do you talk shit? Have you heard anything from him?
We don't. No, we've never DM'd or any of that kind of stuff. Our only interactions have been on the show or when we've kept past each other in crossing or in passing. I haven't really seen. I saw some people that said he liked it or he responded or whatever it may be. Honestly, I haven't really been on it, social media much. I've traveled from Anaheim to Jacksonville. Got some work out here I'm doing. I'm doing an event tonight, speaking on stage. So just keep myself busy, and the fight's going to materialize when it materializes and how it materializes.
There was a time maybe 5-6 years ago where I don't know if many people could have imagined Michael Chandler pulling something like this off on a couple of minutes' notice with that type of energy, nailing the promo. Very, very impressive. Where did this come from? Because you weren't always this guy. What was the turning point for you to develop these skills?
I got to be honest with you, man. I don't think I ever truly deserved it because I didn't have the platform and the reach that I knew that I could handle a stage like this. I knew I could command a room, take the entire Honda Center and have every single person going crazy. I knew I could do that. I know I can do that. But prior to coming into the UFC, prior to this is the greatest moment in my professional life, doing a backflip off of the cage in Abu Dhabi when I knock out Dan Hooker, a top 5 guy, was as I come into the UFC. That was when I really said, okay, it's time to unleash, who I am and who I can be on the microphone. That's why I said in my last one, trusted with the mic. If it was anybody else who said, hey, give me the microphone, how many guys would be able to pull that off? And I try not to say that to impress anybody, but I say that to impress upon you. I am here and I'm a multidimensional guy who I love to have in the microphone. I love to impact people, and I love to keep my foot on the gas and go in there and get into a physical altercation and get fight of the night every single time I step inside the octagon. So I just needed to continue to acquire the skills, acquire the confidence, acquire the platform that I knew I would finally have. And now we have it. And, I got to pinch myself every now and then. So it's a lot of fun. So all my fans out there who have been patiently waiting, just stay on the train. We're heading to the top.
And speaking of the top, I was just going to ask you, do you remember the first time you said, see you at the top in public on a microphone?
Man, I don't know if I ever even said it in Bellator, to be honest with you. I think it was the Dan Hooker fight. And that is coincidentally, as I said, my mentor, best friend, Chris Patterson. He is a huge Zig Ziglar guy. He actually was mentored by Zig Ziglar. I try not to ever take credit for See You at the Top. That was Zig Ziglar. That was his line. He wrote a book called See You at the Top. It is now trademarked by somebody else. And, we're working with that person. But yeah, I mean, it's become my line, it's become my tagline. But for me, every single time, it's a hat tip to the man and the greatest speaker of all time, Zig Ziglar.
Did someone squat on that? What happened there?
I won't say he's squatting on it, but he has the rights to it. I'm friends with Tom Ziegler, Zig's son, a friend of the Ziegler Corporation, the whole Ziegler legacy that they have. And no, he's been kind enough. I've licensed it from him. That's why I'm able to put out merch and those kind of things. But yeah, man, it's not my line. But more importantly, what's most important is it's the CU. More important than the at the top, because I always say I knew I would be sitting here at this point where I was at, and if I can't look to my left and look to my right and see the people that I was able to come up with me, I wasn't able to bring people up and say, hey man, because of the way he lives his life, because of the way that he trains, because of the way that he has grabbed life by the cojones and continued to trod forward, I'm where I am today because that guy inspired me. And that's what Zig's legacy always was. My coach and mentor, Chris Patterson, he was a Ziegler legacy certified coach. I love the book. I've read the book 100 times. And yeah, man, I just want to be able to see people at the top. I want to keep on climbing, and I want to bring other people up with me.
Triple H is one thing, but just curious, after the promo, any of the guys in the back say anything to you, give you props, show you love, any interaction that sticks out?
Yeah, a lot did, man. Maybe my brother from another mother, Chad Gable, too, man. We both got the ears.
Yeah.
People were kind of talking about how we look alike.
Yeah.
He's a collegiate. Well, I don't know if he was collegiate. I think he was a Greco wrestler. Freestyle Greco guy. So I saw him on the way out. Saw a bunch of the guys and gals, the wrestlers there. So it was really cool. Plus some of the WWE brass. I think, they saw what I was able to do, and I'm fully focused on knocking out Conor in the biggest stage I could have ever asked for. And then, yeah, maybe we'll see what happens in the squared circle.
Last thing on that, do you think you could do what they do is pretty damn tough, right? I'm not saying you can't, but on the body, from an athletic standpoint, I don't think they get enough credit. Being there live in the front row, do you think you can do that on a nightly basis?
I don't think they get enough credit. And I don't think, just like I say, UFC and mixed martial arts is really, really cool. And sometimes the best place to watch it is from the comfort of your home, so you can hear the commentators and whatnot. But there's nothing like a UFC show actually being there and seeing it. And when it comes to WWE, I'm absolutely blown away, especially being that close, watching these bodies fly and flip and slam and smack, and the bodies hitting the floor, literally. Being able to see it that close is, yeah, I mean, it's even for a mixed martial artist. Obviously, I'm outside of fight mode whenever I'm there. I'm just watching as from the entertainment factor. You're kind of squirming a little bit because you're like, dang, that looked like it hurt, man. These guys, they don't get enough credit. Crazy athletes and a heck of a show, man. The UFC puts on a great show. WWE, I got to say too, man, some of these guys walking out, the entire crowd is chanting.
Yeah.
They're singing along. They've got pyrotechnics. I looked to a couple WWE people, or I was with Ozzy from the UFC, some other UFC people, and then WWE. I was like, hey, I need some pyrotechnics in my next fight, man. I want some fireworks. I want some explosions. I want something cool, man. So it was a heck of a show. And, yeah, man, I might be heading out to Philly in April to check out WrestleMania because it was a lot of fun.
Okay, so now that that's all out of the way, Michael, now we have to talk about the brass tacks. I have said now for the last few weeks, they announced you and Conor as the coaches around almost a year ago. It was like late February, early March, right? Yep. I think they should have announced that. You're on tough, and then in a year, first time ever, longest build ever. In a year at UFC 300, these two guys are going to headline. I still cannot understand why you're not the main event of UFC 300. And I saw your tweet, what could have been. Can you explain to me why it's not you versus Conor? Now we're talking about a fight that's over a year in the making, and you guys have been talking about each other for long before that. Why isn't that happening on April 13th?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of complicated stuff happening behind the scenes. Nobody's had to feel like they've waited longer than me, right? I've been ready to fight since right after The Ultimate Fighter. But I also understand the time off has been good. The time with my family has been good. Business has been booming outside of me fighting in the cage for a paycheck. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, Conor's got his stuff going on. He's now promoting Roadhouse that's coming out in March. Obviously there was the USADA stuff and then now the new drug testing stuff. There was just all these different layers. Plus what Dana has said, man, money complicates things. There's a lot of money involved in this fight. There's a lot of money in Conor's camp outside, what he has built and what he has amassed and everybody, whether you love him or hate him, you got to respect what the man has built. Right. So it has complicated things. And, but either way, the Chandler train is continuing to move forward in we're not getting off this train. This is the fight that is happening. I can't tell you a date. I can't tell you a weight, but I can tell you the fight is happening. And I have way too many assurances that this fight is happening to think otherwise. So there's some dates that make sense. Obviously, UFC 300 made a lot of sense. It really did. Got to be honest with you. I thought, that was what it was going to be. Makes a lot of sense. Why wouldn't you want to be and headline the biggest card that UFC has ever put on, right? But ultimately, it's not. And we stay patient. We stay training. We stay ready.
Are you disappointed it's not happening at 300?
Yeah, there's definitely a part of me that 300 is just it's a monumentous card, man. It's the UFC putting on 300 shows, being around now for 30 years. It would have been really cool, but also every single opportunity to go fight in the UFC octagon under the UFC banner with a UFC push behind you, they're all huge. Conor knows that. I know that. The round later this year, fall, summer, whatever it might be, but we just need everybody to stay patient. I understand the sentiment. I understand the haste at which people want this fight to be booked. I understand it. Everybody loves to see me fight. Every time I go to a fight, I'm reminded why people love to watch me fight, because I do bring a different speed, a different cadence, a different ferocity than most fighters are willing to go to. And then obviously Conor being the biggest combat star on the planet, people want to see this fight, but patience is a virtue, man. And I've learned that over the last year, and I'm going to keep on keeping on.
Safe to say when this was first announced last year, never in a million years did you think it would take this long, right?
I knew what I signed up for. I will say that. Every month that goes by, I'm like, man, I didn't know it was going to take this long. But then I'm like reminded of the conversation I had with Dana and Hunter, and they're like, hey, this is going to be something different than you've ever done before. This is not like booking a regular fight. So there's going to be some highs, there's going to be some lows, there's going to be some brick walls you're going to run into. There's going to be some days you want to step off the train, but stay on the train. So we're heading towards a collision course. Conor's road back to the UFC goes through Nashville, Tennessee. He can't go and fight anybody else. He's fighting me. It's Chandler versus McGregor. Hopefully this summer. That's my plan. I'm at least planning for that sometime this summer after UFC 300, and we'll see when that contract gets booked. Whenever the fight announcement happens, it's going to be a big one.
So he announced on December 31st, June 29th, right? And everything that I'm still hearing is that it is June 29th, but I think they kind of want to handle it on their own and announce it on their own. Then Dana said fall, but I'm still hearing June 29th. International Fight Week is June 29th. That's got to be it, right? Like, I mean, between us, it's June 29th, right?
Is it just me and you here?
Yeah,
Nobody can hear us on this microphone? Yeah. No, I mean, obviously, that date this summer makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's got to be a big marquee card, so people can read between the lines and know what the big marquee cards are. I mean, I have not gotten confirmation that it is June 29th or any other card, by the way. So I know it's obviously not UFC 300 at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for this summer, and I will train as such. I'm already in shape. The whole Honda Center saw that on Monday night. So I'm ready to get into a training camp, and I can't wait to dispatch of this man.
And it's got to be 170, right? The 85 thing was just kind of a joke.
I welcome any weight. Obviously 155, 170, 185. The way I see it is 185, 170. I'm doing the exact same training camp as I would at 155. I'm doing the same amount of cardio, the same amount of training. I will probably just eat a little bit more, and it might be a little bit more enjoyable. But I've been making 155 for 15 years now. I've weighed in a couple 100 times in wrestling, now 31 times in mixed martial arts. I've never missed weight, never pulled out of a fight, never postponed a fight, never changed a fight date. I've always been the guy who shows up, puts his money where his mouth is, show up with my work boots on, and sign on the dotted line and do my job. So I don't care if it's 155, 170, 185. 170, 185 are going to be easier to make, obviously. But wherever it might be. And that's where it's so funny how it's like, man, a real fighter goes any weight, anytime, any place, anywhere, anybody. But then all of a sudden, I'm willing to do that. And I say that. And then people say, oh, you just want the red panty night, you dude. You'll just want to do what you're told and you'll go wherever you want to go, whatever weight Conor says. But it's like, no, man, I signed on the dotted line back in February of last year to do the Ultimate Fighter and to fight Conor after. I don't care where it is, when it is, or what weight it is. That's what real fighters do. So, it's interesting, man. It's been a fun ride, and the people who are with me, and the people who aren't are going to be bewildered whenever I knock this dude out, whenever the fight is.
I asked you this in the past, but I'm just wondering, like, now that time is ticking, is there a new deadline? At some point, you have to move on with your life, right? Because even the way Dana talks about him, it's like, yeah, maybe he doesn't, maybe he has enough money, this and that. At some point, you have to move on with your life. I don't think you should now. I feel like it's right there. But in your mind, is there a new deadline?
I think every day it's a moving target. Like I said, if I was having any kind of inclination or information coming to my doorstep on my phone behind the scenes that made it sound like this fight was not happening, yeah, we might make a pivot. But as of right now, it's happening. And, like I said, we don't have a date, but we sure are getting dang close. All the prerequisites and check marks thus far that everyone said, oh, he's not getting back in the testing pool, or, oh, we're not going to see him performing like he used to. Have you seen the dude's sparring footage? Seen the dude's grappling footage? Have you seen the dude, how in shape the dude is? The dude is training. He's obviously putting the work in. You guys see me training every single day. I'm putting the work in. I believe people are going to say it's not the best Conor that we have ever seen, and it remains to be seen, obviously. But a man who gets pushed into a corner, who is told that his career is over, and now he has to overcome odds. That's the Conor that I want to fight. You guys can say what you want about him, but he has never once pulled out of a fight. He's had numerous people pull out of fights against him. He's taken fights on short notice. He's gone up weight classes, down weight classes. So once again, I'm not sitting here tooting his horn, but I have an immense amount of respect for every single person that does what we do and makes the sacrifices that we make. So he's training, I'm training, and it looks like we're heading in the right direction as we speak today.
Do you have any regrets of the past year?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I see it. People can do the math. Well, first of all, people's math is way off. They're like, he waited 2 years. It's only been 1 year.
Yes.
It's only been 1 year. And I filmed The Ultimate Fighter, and I filmed my own show while The Ultimate Fighter was going on. And I've got all these other things going on outside of the octagon. Plus, let's take people down a trip down memory lane. I signed with the organization in September of 2020, had my first fight against Dan Hooker, January of 2021. Since then, I have fought every single fight that I have had has been a top 10 guy. Dan Hooker was number 5. Tony Ferguson was number 7, so that's the highest ranked guy I have fought, right? Or the lowest ranked guy I have fought. Every single other guy has been inside of the top 2, top 3 in the world. Former world champions, former interim world champions, and every single fight has either been fight of the night, performance of the night. I had the debut of the year. I mean, I came out hot. Whenever I said I'm not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time. And when I said I came in and Hunter Campbell made good on his promise when I looked him in the eye and said, hey, I'm not coming in here to tiptoe around the top 20, top 10. Either I am who I say I am or I am not. And I came into the organization and tried to prove either I am who I say I am or I am not. And I think I've come out smelling like a dozen roses. And I think we've won the hearts and minds of millions and millions of people. I've had a blast doing it. And maybe I didn't mind having 12 months off now. Maybe I didn't mind letting my brain, my body heal, letting my heart heal, being away from my 2 sons, being away from my wife, all those training camps over the last 2 or 3 years. So it's been a heck of a year. Not going to sit here and lie and say there hasn't been moments where I was like, man, this is silly, man. I might need to hop off the train. But all in all, by and large, man, this has been the best year of my life. And I believe I'm going to have the best performance of my life whenever me and Conor fight.
Just curious, what do you think of Ilia Topuria saying that he's going to get Conor in Madrid?
Yeah, I mean, more power to him, man. I think we, he's undefeated. He's salty. He's young, but he's not that young. He's 27, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So he's getting into that realm of, hey, this guy's firing on all cylinders. I was there that night. I was cage side, front row watching it. I was honestly pulling for Volk. If you don't like Alexander Volkanovski, I don't know if you can be an MMA fan. He's one of the most beloved human beings in the sport of mixed martial arts. I love him. Everybody loves him. So I was pulling for Volk. The way he was able to go out there, get the KO, man. Ilia Topuria he's legit. He's not fighting Conor next in Spain. But say the guy's name. Maybe you'll get it after I dispatch of him.
Just curious, as a fighter, do you think that Volk gets knocked out on Saturday if he doesn't get knocked out by Islam in October?
I never want to strengthen the narrative of someone maybe making a bad decision, but it would maybe lend itself to that, right? I mean, Volk coming out, taking that fight on short notice, and then fighting 3.5, 4 months after, which means you're back into a training camp, back sparring, taking blows to the head again, just a month and a half, 2 months later. It's not the right recipe, so to speak, almost pretty much the exact opposite of what I've done. And this is why you can look at that and you could say, man, Volk might have had a different outcome that night had he not gone right back into a training camp. That's why I haven't been punched in the head. I haven't sparred at all in an entire year. I've drilled, I've moved around, I've play sparred, I've done MMA training, which people love to say all you do is lift weights, right? But it's the work that I do behind the scenes that nobody sees that is the most important work. But I've not taken a tough blow to the head in 12 months, right? So it is a real thing. Your brain can shut off, your body can shut off, and there is a diminishing effect when it comes to being able to take punches. And I don't want to say that was why it happened, but I want to see the best for Volk. I would like to see him sit down a little bit, enjoy some time with his family, still stay involved, but don't take any punches to the head, man, because we need him in the sport for a little while longer.
Take an extended period, right? Extended period off, it would help him?
Yeah, I mean, and it's never me to say, and it's never, he's got some good people around him, but yeah, I mean, definitely a little bit longer than after the Islam fight, right? And it's mainly because I freaking love the dude, man. I think he's a great athlete. He's a great ambassador for the sport. He's a great champion, and can't say enough great things about him. And there's a lot of things that I admire about him and his game and how he fights and how he carries himself. So it's guys like that, the good ones in the sport that we need to protect Volk at all costs.
2 last things, and then I'll let you go. Thank you, as always, for the time. Coming up next, Benoit Saint-Denis, Dustin Poirier, your weight class, which is your traditional weight class. You might be fighting at middleweight, but you get what I'm saying. Who do you like in that one?
Never bet against Dustin Poirier. I can tell you that. here I go again. People are going to think I'm trashing this guy. I don't know if I've seen the other guy fight, Benoit.
Yeah.
But I know there's a ton of hype behind him. He's obviously come up in the last year or so. I've been in the sport, but a little bit out of the sport, focusing on business and family and those kind of things, but still training. But I will say, never bet against Dustin Poirier. Salty, veteran, absolute stud. Doesn't like me very much, but I respect him. I respect him as a fighter, and he's good. So I'd like to see Poirier go out there, get his hand raised for the veterans.
Charles Arman.
Never bet against Charles Oliveira, man.
Yeah.
Arman is a stud. He's building as well. These two fights, take a look at that too and see how those four guys right there, my name was never in the conversation, right? Beneil Dariush just fought not too long ago, whatever. All these guys that are ranked right around me, my name was never even in the conversation. So that's one indicator right there that I was never offered another fight, and all these guys are fighting each other. You got Gaethje and Holloway fighting now. You don't think people want to see me fight Justin Gaethje for the BMF belt? That would make a lot of sense after I dispatch of Conor if they don't give me Islam after fighting for the BMF title. But I want to see Justin go out there and wear that lightweight strap. So I might be fighting Gaethje after this, no matter what, for one of those belts. But I got Oliveira. I think he's too much. I still think he's got so much left in the tank and so much left to prove. Charles Oliveira 2.0, by the way, because we remember he had his first career in the UFC, couldn't be relied upon, up and down, missing weight, bad performances. Then this new Charles, he's a hungry lion, man. And he still believes the champion has a name, and his name is Charles Oliveira, right? So I'd love to see Charles go out there and win. But hats off to Arman. He's building something beautiful here so far.
What's the speaking engagement tonight? I always thought you were perfect for this. Is this part of the new life that you're building out of fighting?
Yeah, a little bit. Tonight is my coach, Chris Patterson. There's going to be a couple hundred people in a room. It's all business owners. Obviously, the beautiful thing about what I have been blessed with is this fight career that is so similar to every other aspect of life. Every aspect of life is a fight. Whether it doesn't matter if you're talking about business, if you're talking about your family life, your marriage, your relationships, your friendships, your spiritual journey, your emotional journey, whatever it is. So I've just got some cool insight when it comes to a guy who has fought in a cage for all these different years, so many ups, so many downs, and a lot of life lessons that I've been able to glean from it, right? I've actually met today with one of the biggest speakers on the planet. He's literally the biggest speaker on the planet, the most sought after speaker on the planet. And so he's mentoring me and coaching me for this fight. And then Chris has an event tonight, a couple hundred people, and I'm just going to go out there and talk about fighting and fighting for what you believe in and fighting for the next rung of life that all of them, these business owners, entrepreneurs, millionaires, billionaires are trying to get to.
This speaker, most sought after one, is mentoring you for the Conor fight?
Yeah.
Wow.
His name is Ed Milet.
And what does that mean, mentoring you? Like, you will meet with him, you will talk to him leading up to the fight?
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of very, visualization is a huge part of the training. It, quite frankly, the X's and the O's and the physical aspect of it isn't as important as what is going on between these two ears of mine. So he coaches a lot of people that you watch on the TV, a lot of sports figures, a lot of world leaders. So it's actually very, very awesome. He's been a friend of mine now for a decade. Now it's finally time for he and I to go deep and really figure out what's going on up in here so I can go out there and not just beat Conor, but do something very, very special that people are not expecting. And it's going to be fun.
Wow. Fascinating. All right. Well, I'll be at WrestleMania, Michael, and I hope that they announce you versus Conor there. That's what I'm thinking. They bring you guys out there on the big stage, 80,000 people, Lincoln Financial Field, and that's what I think we're doing. That's what I've come to the conclusion.
Anything is possible, man. This new TKO group merger, if you will, is anything is possible. But we'll be having some calls this week, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Good luck to you. Great stuff. Really well done on Monday. Nice surprise. A good old-fashioned surprise. I appreciate that. Well done, and thank you for coming on as always. And good luck tonight at the speaking event.
Thank you, Errol. Appreciate you, man.
All right, see you at the top. There he is, Michael Chandler, the man. What a great promo that was, and fun to see him branching out, and fun to see him getting these different opportunities. And I still maintain June 26th or 29th, whatever it is. What do you think? What do you guys think?
They all agree.
Yeah. Okay, apparently Top Boy is London, but tomato, okay? It's not Brum. You guys didn't know what Brum was anyway.
That's right. I think you are the honorary Brit on the team.
Sure. All right, that was great stuff. Great stuff from Michael Chandler. Very entertaining and always very energetic, which I appreciate. And in a matter of moments, my friends, speaking of UFC 300, we are going to be joined by the man who will, in fact, headline. This has been, oh my God, such a saga, but we are finally going to get the answer to this question. And we'll get the answer to the question of who's the better man, but we already got the answer to the question as to what will main event. We still are waiting for that one other fight, but I've sort of moved on from that. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We have a little bit of time. What is the?
Probably a question.
A question. I'll do the ad read here. Alex Pereira is going to join us in a couple of minutes, as you just heard. And we'll also be joined by the great Plinio Cruz. They've been all over the world, training with the likes of Sensei Segal. They were with Hasbullah. They were with the Tiger in Dubai. They were in Toronto. They were in the UAE, of course, London, Georgia. They've been everywhere, all over the gaff. And you know who's everywhere as well? Our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet of up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. Yes. We've got the NBA returning tomorrow. I saw DiVincenzo is back. I saw Hartenstein is back. I saw Boyan is back. Soon to be Randall, although I was asking Brandon Royval about the shoulder. I was thinking of Julius Randle there. It got me a little nervous that he had to have surgery, so I got a little bit, funny feeling in my tummy. But overall, feeling very good about the Knicks, who I think have like the third best odds in the Eastern Conference, something like that. Anyway, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code the MMA. Our new customers can get a no-sweat bet of up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code the MMA. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. One no sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/promos for deposit, wagering, and eligibility restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yes, thank you very much to our good friends over at DraftKings for their support. And later on in the program, we're going to be joined by the Parlay Boys with their backs against the wall. Yes. Juliana Pena has laid down the gauntlet. She has said if she loses this weekend, she's out. It's a lot of pressure. Our guest who is joining us in a matter of moments in studio knows a thing or two about pressure. This guy dabbled in MMA in 2015 and 2016, went 2-1, lost his debut, didn't return to MMA for 4 years, won a couple of belts in Glory, huge, returned in November of 2020 and knocked out Thomas Powell at LFA 95. Was watching that live. Legit thought Thomas Powell might have died. Legit. Got signed to the UFC right after. Had a great team around him. Had the legendary George Guimaraes and Ed Soares managing him. Managed the likes of Jose Aldo and Anderson Silva, Glover Teixeira, etc. Beat Andreas Michailidis, TKO, second round. Beat Bruno Silva, decision. Knocked out Sean Strickland. Got a title shot, just 3-0 in the UFC. Knocked out Israel Adesanya. Came back in April of last year. Not even a year ago. all this has happened. And lost to Izzy, decided to finally move up to 205, beats Jan Blachowicz in July, beats Yuri Prochazka right here in New York. This man has headlined MSG twice now, has fought on International Fight Week, and on April 13th is going to headline UFC 300. And has been in the UFC since November of 2021. 2+ years. That's crazy. 2+ years he's been in the UFC. And he will have headlined MSG twice, fought on International Fight Week in a big fight against Sean Strickland. Now he's buds with Sean Strickland. And is now going to headline UFC 300. And the original plan, which we're going to talk to him about, is the May 4th card, UFC 301. And he's saying, yeah, I'll take this fight on 300, massive card that everyone was wondering about, and then I'll fight on 301. Now, obviously, can't announce that, can't book that. There's a lot that needs to go into that, but I'm not doubting him, and I'm sure the UFC would love that. Likes to be active and has become such a big star. There's footage of him, like when he was in Toronto, back when the pay-per-view happened over there in January. The place went nuts at a signing for him, at a meet and greet for him. He has become one of the biggest stars in the sport, one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the sport, and is going to become a Glory and UFC Hall of Fame member. Right? I mean, Glory shoe-in, UFC shoe-in now. 2 division champion, 300, MSG twice, and we've got this thing over here in honor. Frank, what's this called again?
That's a statuette.
Yes, but what is it again?
From the Easter Island.
Is that true?
Yeah.
And why do they say Chama every time he comes on?
I have no idea.
Does anyone know? What is it?
I think it's fire, right? Isn't that what it means in Portuguese?
Yes. I don't know. You tell me.
He always puts the fire emoji, too.
Someone's saying if Ariel had any guts, he'd go in for an Eskimo kiss. What? Remember the last time he was on, we had a great time, and he was staring into my soul. And so, without further ado, let's do it again. Here he is, the reigning defending UFC light heavyweight champion, the pride of Brazil, the man who will headline UFC 300, the one and only Alex Pereira, joined by Plinio Cruz. Hello, Alex. How are you? Good to see you.
How are you doing,
Hello,
my friend?
Plinio. How are you? Good to see you as well. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Obrigado. Oh, it's nice to have you back. I was trying to put this in my pocket. Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you guys.
Então, para ter com a gente aqui.
Massive superstars.
Falou que você virou uma grande estrela agora, superstar.
When you come to New York, do you and Plinio, you're so good at this. You're just like you don't even you don't miss a beat, huh?
Appreciate it. Falou que eu não perco nada, né? Tô
sempre junto.
Always together.
Look at this.
Yeah,
see this for you?
We were seeing the backstage.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
You like this?
Beautiful.
Yes.
Yes. Well, by the way, what does chama mean?
Chama.
What does that mean?
Ele perguntando o que é chama.
Não, o chama é algo assim, como se fosse vamos lá, let's go, né? Tipo, vamos treinar, eu falo, chama, tipo, let's go.
Posso adicionar pouquinho? So chama is like he says, like let's go, like you know how Shano Brink created Let's Go Champ?
Yes.
That's our mantra.
Okay.
The literal translation for chama in Portuguese means to call, to chamar somebody, or also flame, right? But to chama like let's go, come with me, follow us, let's do it. That's his mantra that he created.
Em português eu falei, vamos ou não vamos? Aí chama ou não chama?
In Portuguese, be let's go, let's not, like, you know what I mean? Like, to call someone, chama, let's go with me.
Well, and where did that start for you? Like, because now anytime, like today when we post, everyone chama. How did that start?
Falei, como é que começou isso? Que agora todo mundo já vê você já fala o chama, né?
Eu comecei a falar, nem lembro quando que foi, mas aí eu vi que a galera tava gostando e aí me motivou mais. Aí eu tô trabalhando isso que motiva a galera também, eles estão gostando, então vamos fazer.
Well, he not even know really where he started. He just started saying that, then he picked up, people like it, and then he just keep following it.
And who started this? Were you the first one to start? I see the merch is fantastic. Who came up with this as sort of a symbol for you?
E como é que começou isso? Você vê que, né, nas suas roupas é muito fantástico e tal. Como é que foi essa ideia aí?
Essa aí mesmo acho que veio dos fãs, né? O pessoal viu eu lá todo sério, cara parado, né? Cara de pedra, e colocaram e eu gostei de verdade, então eu tô trabalhando em cima disso, dessa imagem também, que tá sendo muito bom. Nas minhas camisetas mesmo, a melhor venda foi com a cara de pedra, de todos os desenhos.
Well, I think he started with the fans, you know what I mean? Somebody started mentioning because, you know, his cold stone face, putting a comparison between them, and he kind of he started using it too, and something that he really enjoyed, I think the fans enjoy. He actually made a shirt with the stone face. Yes, his bestseller.
Wow. That is why do you think, we showed the footage, we'll see it right over here, you in Toronto, with the fans, and it's very rare for a non-English speaking, like this is you in Toronto with all the people, and I see the crowd there. They adore you. The fans adore you. Everyone loves you. You always deliver with your fights, but it's rare that someone who doesn't speak English has this kind of connection with North American fans. Why do you think, look at this crowd here, look at this in Toronto and Canada, why do you think you have this connection with the fans? Why do they love you so much?
É muito difícil alguém já ter esse tipo de nível de reconhecimento e ainda mais para uma pessoa que não fala inglês ter esse reconhecimento legal assim, ser amado pelo povo norte-americano. O que você acha que faz você ser tão amado assim?
Eu acho que eu venho fazendo, né? Nas minhas lutas, todo mundo vê que eu sou um cara sério, treino muito para chegar ali e fazer um bom trabalho e em todas essas lutas, não só dentro do UFC, né? Mas toda a minha carreira, tenho muitos números positivos e eu acho que o fã, primeiramente, eles gostam disso e depois eles te apoiam no que você faz, né? Porque você tá agradando eles no que eles gostam de ver. Se eles pagam um pay-per-view ali é porque é para ver a luta, né? Então, eu acho que eles abraçaram para me dar essa motivação. Isso me motiva bastante.
Well, I think first of all, because of the results, because of the positive result that he have, he's a very serious, focused guy. I think people like that, you know what I mean? He's always training, they see his lifestyle, they see his dedication, and also delivering positive results, not only the UFC, but throughout his career. He had very good moments as a fighter. So I think that's the first thing that attracts fans, and then plus that, everything that goes around together. So I think maybe because of that.
How is your English, by the way? Like, do you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying before he translates, or no?
Falou, como é que tá o seu inglês? Você tá entendendo um pouquinho o que ele falou de traduzir?
Eu entendo algumas palavras só, mas é difícil, né, associar. Para mim é bem complicado, né, aprender o inglês, mas, vou tentar um pouco mais.
Well, very hard. He can understand a little bit. It's hard to associate some words, but he's trying.
Are you learning? Are you trying to learn how to speak English?
Devagar, mas eu tenho vergonha, né? Se estiver assim sozinho, talvez nós dois ali, você vai conversar comigo e aí eu acho que eu consigo entender mais e falar alguma coisa, mas se tiver outra pessoa, um amigo meu que me conhece, eu vou ficar com vergonha.
No, he's trying hard. He's learning a little, but he's shy, you know what I mean? So maybe it's just you both. He's gonna start speaking a little bit, but when there's another person involved and all this is hard for him.
Fair enough. But there's so much to talk to you about, but I was just going over your resume, and I've never asked you about this. That fight against Thomas Powell in LFA, the one where you returned to MMA, I remember watching that and actually thinking in my mind that he might be dead because he was knocked out for so long. What were you actually thinking in that moment? Because it was like legit 5 minutes that he was out on it was pretty scary. I'm not making light of it at all. What were you actually thinking? Were you worried at all that something horrible might have happened to him because of how hard you hit him?
Tá olhando seu currículo, seu resumo de vitórias e tudo, e voltou na cara do Thomas Powell do LFA quando você nocauteou ele. Ele falou assim, ele ficou literalmente pelo menos 5 minutos desacordado. Né? Você chegou a pensar alguma vez na sua cabeça que poderia ter matado aquele cara ali? O que passou na sua cabeça naquele momento ali?
Não, ali foi a luta assim que eu fiquei com mais medo, porque ficou acho que 8 minutos ali no chão. E, ele não se mexia pra nada. Então, ali me assustou bastante, porque, lógico, a gente tá ali, a gente quer nocautear, a gente, não mede forças, a gente, quer machucar, mas no final a gente quer que tudo fica bem, né? E por algum momento passou pela minha cabeça, né, algo assim pior, né? Porque ele não se mexia. E na hora o Glover tava ali, até no vídeo dá pra ver, eu falei, caramba, e agora, velho? Eu fiquei assustado ali com a situação, porque é a mesma coisa sou um pai de família, tenho os meus filhos, né, minha família, e é pesado para eles ver isso, entendeu? Então me coloquei um pouco no lugar dele ali e, também sou cara de pedra, mas eu tenho coração também.
Well, is the fight that scared him the most on aspect of hurting somebody? Because, you go there prepared, you do it all that you can to win the fight, but after the fight is over, you still want your opponent to go back home to his family, you know what I mean? And the guy stayed literally 8 minutes unconscious on the floor over there. So even Glover, me, him, like we all like concerned of what's going on because, you know, at the end of the day, he just wants to, you know what I mean, fight, get the guy home and then it's fine. And seeing that was kind of like a little hardcore. Like he said, you know what I mean, he can be the stone face, but he still have a good heart, you know what I mean? So he was scared for a little bit.
Like if I would have talked to that guy in November of 2020, okay, you're coming back into MMA and you have aspirations to go to the UFC, would he have believed that in the next 3.5 years that everything would turn out like this? Obviously, there's ups and downs and whatnot, but like 2 MSG shows, International Fight Week, now 300, or are you now exceeding all your expectations?
Se ele tivesse falado com você, esse cara, em 2020, que tudo isso teria acontecido, que você teria sido campeão de 2 categorias, que estaria virado superstar que virou agora e tá todo esse hype em cima de você, você conseguiria imaginar isso? Ou isso você já está passando além das suas expectativas?
Não, com certeza, né? Passa das minhas expectativas. Claro que quando eu cheguei, né, na organização, meu foco era me tornar campeão. E é a mesma coisa, até você mesmo falou aqui para mim agora, as pessoas estão aceitando, você nem fala inglês, tá? Então é coisas que eu não imaginava, né? E você está vendo como que é diferente, né? Então não tinha como prever isso, né? Então para mim com certeza é uma surpresa e uma surpresa muito boa.
No, it definitely go beyond his expectations, like everything that got involved. You know what I mean? We're here to talk about, even you just talking, you don't even speak English, and like champion 2 with divisions and everything that's going on right now definitely exceed the expectations from the beginning.
Okay, so now the big news, UFC 300. When did you first get the call about joining this card, about headlining this card?
UFC 300. Quando que você recebeu a ligação que você ia estar liderando a luta principal desse card?
Bom, tava meio que certo para mim lutar no Brasil, né? Assim, tava tudo certo verbalmente, não tinha assinado nada ainda, mas alguns dias antes, meu empresário ligou para mim e falou dessa notícia, né, para mim lutar no UFC 300, fazendo aí a luta principal. E, pô, eu adorei, porque é um tempo bom para mim agora, né? Já venho treinando, pô, não paro de treinar. Eu faço as minhas viagens, mas estou sempre treinando. Então, foi a melhor coisa que aconteceu.
The original verbal agreement, not signed, was to fight the 301 in Brazil, main event, Jamahal Hill. But a few days ago, they call and his manager called us and say that they were asking for him to headline the UFC 300. He liked the idea. I think it's perfect timing for him to be prepared for it, so he just jumped in.
Mas eu já sabia que eu ia lutar. Assim, eu sentia isso, né?
No 300.
No 300. Primeiro eu falei pro empresário, né? Falei, pô, eu queria lutar no UFC 300 e tal. Isso faz muito tempo. E aí, acho que ele levou pro UFC, mas aí falou, não, vai lutar no Brasil, que é melhor e tal. Aí eu falei, beleza. Mas eu falei assim pro meu empresário, pô, eu tenho certeza que eu vou lutar no UFC 300. Ah, não vai, pô, tá tudo certo já, os caras querem você no Brasil. Eu falei, ok. Mesma coisa da parada do John Jones, né? Quando eu ia lutar no mesmo card, aí não colocaram minha foto no cartaz e eu falei assim, falei pro Plínio, eu falei, não sei o que vai acontecer, mas eu vou estar nesse cartaz aqui ainda. E o cartaz já estava pronto já, é coisa que, pô, tava tudo impresso já. E eu falei, pô, não sei porquê, mas eu vou lutar minha foto vai estar aqui ainda.
Well, you can call it intuition or anything else like that, but real talk that nobody know. When they book him for Brazil, he said, no, I want to fight on the UFC 300. This is over a month ago. Mais de mês isso aí, né? Mais ou menos. Like a while ago.
Não, lógico, depois que eu lutei, entendeu?
Right after he fought. A little bit after, like, oh, I want to fight on the UFC 300. I want to fight on the UFC 300. His manager said, look, the agreement to fight on the 301 is done. Okay, no problem. But I feel that somehow I'm going to be on this card. No. A while ago, he go, bro, I'm going to fight the UFC 300. His manager say, no. Fast forward in a few months, you'll fight the UFC 300. Thing that people don't know. When they made the poster for him to fight for the UFC Mexico City, that was still John Jones. Remember, he was co-main event, they bumped to main event. His photo was not on the poster. So he came to me and said, Pliny, my photo is not on the poster, but I feel that somehow my photo is going to be on the poster eventually there. Boom, main events.
Wow.
So
you see the future?
No, I'm not saying that you see the future, but this guy has good sixth sense.
Yes.
Pra você ver o futuro, não, você sentir é bom. Mentally, he was already prepared for the UFC 300. Falei, mentalmente, já estava praticamente preparado para esse UFC 300.
There were a lot of people when we were trying, the fans were trying to decide who's going to be on 300, how big is the card. because you're such a fan favorite, people are like, oh, Alex against someone, Alex against Ankalaev, against Khalil Roundtree, against Tom Aspinall. Was there any talk prior to all of this of you fighting, maybe not main event, but again, even Izzy? I think people were thinking Izzy would go up to 205. Was any of this discussed?
With the organization?
Or, yeah, with you guys or the organization? Any of this?
Como você é um fã favorito dos fãs, todo mundo especulava. Talvez você com o Ankalaev, com o Tom Aspinall, com qualquer um. Chegaram a ter alguma conversa com a organização entre a gente e falar assim, não, vamos lutar com esse cara nesse evento, mesmo se não for na luta principal?
Eu falei que eu gostaria de fazer uma luta nos pesados, né? Eu falei pro meu empresário e só falei isso para ele, mas não sei se ele chegou a falar alguma coisa com a organização, mas eu tinha acabado de lutar, tô sempre pesado, né? Não queria fazer outra perca de peso e eu falei, pô, tô na luta já, entendeu? Sou um cara grande, sou um cara forte e eu posso lutar no peso pesado.
Mas não tinha dado nome, né?
Não, nome não tinha dado nome nenhum.
Well, no, but after the GD fight, he said that he would like to fight a heavyweight. No names. He just eventually, he's a big guy. He walks around heavy now, so potentially, eventually, he could do. We say maybe the 300, but nothing got back. No names or nothing. So here we are with Jamahal Hill.
You and Tom were kind of, flirting with each other. You and Tom Aspinall, which I think people were excited about to a degree. Do you think inevitably, like before your career is done, you will fight at heavyweight? Is that something you would like to do?
Bom, o seu Tom Aspinall tava ali meio que um namoro ali, né? Um falando de um lado, outro falando do outro. E os fãs até gostaram disso daí. Você acha que antes da sua carreira acabar, você lutaria no pesado?
Sim.
To fight a heavyweight before his career ends?
Yes. How soon would you like to do that?
Not specific against nobody.
Sure. How soon would you like to do that? Test yourself at heavyweight?
Em quanto tempo, assim, quão logo você quer fazer essa luta no pesado? Qualquer um.
Não muito tempo, não tem muito tempo também, pô, faz 37 anos agora e, pô, acho que eu já fiz tudo também, né, pô, tão pouco tempo, né, 2 cinturões, né, tem, pô, muitas pessoas que estão ali nessa caminhada e ainda não chegaram nisso, mas então acho que eu posso fazer isso.
He's gonna turn 37, he don't have too much time left. He feel that many people sometimes try to get even one belt that cannot, he already did 2. So there's not much room to what else to achieve. So in the near future, for sure.
No one's gone 3.
Ninguém tentou 3, né?
You think in the next couple of years, this is something you'd like to try?
Nos próximos 2 anos, no máximo?
É possível.
Possible.
Yeah.
Eu sou um cara pesado, né, também. Hoje eu devo estar com 104, 105 quilos. Também, se eu for pesado, não precisa estar tão pesado. Às vezes o cara pesa 115. Pô, eu com 108, 110 no máximo, né? Mas 108 quilos bem, eu acho que eu vou bem.
He's a big guy. He walks around probably right now, he's 230, 235.
Okay.
Heavyweights maybe 260. If he can go up to 240, 250, you know what I mean? He don't have to kill himself to be a heavyweight.
As his head coach, do you like this idea?
I love the idea. Ele perguntou, né, se eu gosto da ideia. Eu falei, é uma ideia.
Why?
Because different than going to middleweight, that you have to kill the body for a weight cut, is actually happy, healthy. He's a big guy. It's not that he's 5'7" going to a heavyweight. He's 6'4". He's as tall as many heavyweights that we have at elite level. I think he hits like a heavyweight, so why not? Eu falei, né, porque você é um cara que é diferente de fazer o corte pro médio. Você tá saudável, tá forte, você tem a altura boa para um peso pesado e bate igual um peso pesado.
When you won in November at MSG after you beat Yuri, you did mention Israel. Was there any talk of you fighting him in your next fight? Maybe not 300, but was there any talk of him moving up to 205 to fight you?
Quando você terminou sua luta no Madison Square Garden com o Burrasco, você chamou a Design para lutar. Não para lutar no médio, talvez, mas teve alguma conversação para ele subir e vocês lutarem no meio pesado?
Não, ficou por aquilo mesmo, eu falei, ele fez as brincadeiras dele e ninguém falou mais nada.
Stay like that, he play his games, you know what I mean, talk his stuff, but nothing happened after that.
Are you over that fight, or do you still want it?
Você já passou desse ponto aí ou você ainda quer essa luta?
Pô, eu queria muito, mas agora, sinceramente, eu acho que acabou, não sei. Eu acho que acabou.
He really wanted the fight, but after this stuff about not taking consideration, nothing or anything like that, I think he's over.
Which stuff are you referring to?
Because eu vou falar aqui como assim, vou explicar naquele desenho, desconversou, né?
Eu tentei, né? Pra mim não importava se fosse, né? Pô, era o meu cinturão ali colocando em jogo, como eu expliquei pra todo mundo. Quando eu cheguei no UFC, eu fiz mais 3 lutas antes de chegar no cinturão. E foi um risco pra mim, né? É difícil. E como eu gostaria muito de ter feito essa luta, mais uma luta, né? Pra desempatar entre eu e a Adesanya, poderia... Porque se ele fosse subir, talvez ia falar, não, você tem que fazer uma luta no meio pesado para depois disputar o cinturão com o Alex. Eu não queria isso, porque também ele corre o risco de perder e depois eu vou lutar com um cara que perdeu. Não, então já vem direto. Era isso que eu queria, mas aí ele não mostrou interesse, então eu meio que deixei para lá.
After he won the fight, he did not want to Adesanya to go through what he did. That was, when he got in the UFC, he had to fight 3 fights to fight Adesanya. That's a risk. So instead to just make Israel fight 3-4 fights, he said, no, come up, fight with me for the belt. You don't have to fight nobody, because if Israel fights somebody else at 205 and lose, what's the point to fight the champ? So he definitely showed the interest, because he wanted the rubber match. He won the trilogy, but Israel didn't show no interest at all, so he just let it go.
Okay.
Mas tudo pode acontecer, né? De repente ele tem um interesse, a organização, e, pô, eu vou estar aí, né? Mas assim, eu acho que acabou, não sei. Eu até treinaria junto com ele, entendeu? Se eu tivesse uma oportunidade. A gente tá junto, que é um cara muito experiente, né? Um cara que, pô, fez o que fez. E assim como eu também sou um cara experiente, pô, venho fazendo muitas coisas. Eu acho que são estilos assim, algumas coisas parecidas, mas muita coisa diferente que poderia acrescentar no nosso jogo.
He feel that it's over, right? But anything can happen. If he show interest, the organization show interest, he will do the fight. But at this point, the way that it was shown, he think it's over, even to a point that he think that they both could even train together if it comes down to that.
Really?
Because he feels that if that ever happened, Israel is a very experienced guy. Alex is a very experienced guy, have his all credits, similar styles of high-level striking, different aspects of the game that one could add to the other. But if it comes down to that fight, it will be good, but there's not something that he's holding on to no more.
Wow, you would be open to training with him after
Você
everything?
estaria aberto para lutar, para treinar com a Adesanya?
100%.
100%.
Wow, even in the near future?
Até no próximo futuro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because, I know you've trained with Sean Strickland, and obviously the history isn't the same, but a lot of fighters, I think, in your shoes, like Daniel Cormier and John Jones, I don't think would ever train together. And you and Israel had a pretty intense rivalry. Why would you be open to this?
Bom, você treinou com o Strickland, né? Mas, por exemplo, com o meu John Jones jamais treinaria junto. Mas por que você e o Adesanya treinando junto? Você acha que você já não vai lutar mais?
Então, tipo assim, igual eu falei, tudo pode acontecer, né? Mas se a gente tivesse a certeza que seria impossível a gente lutar, é lógico que eu faria isso. Mas se eu sei ainda que vai rolar alguma coisa, é lógico que, pô, eu não vou fazer isso.
Just the fact that he don't think they'll fight no more. If somehow he feels that they will still fight again, no. But if he could be absolutely sure that they will never face each other in the octagon again, why not?
Eu acho que essa rivalidade, acho que na época do Glory, entre eu e o Yusri, foi uma coisa assim muito... Foi pesado assim também, né? A gente tava ali, pô, um querendo ser melhor que o outro, e então a gente lutou 3 vezes. E nos últimos camp, pô, o cara fez parte, né, dos meus camp, tava no meu corner também. Pô, o cara trouxe a família, os filhos, a esposa, pô, ia na minha casa. Então, assim, a gente criou uma amizade muito boa e, pô, como se fosse um irmão. Então, acho que ali a gente tem que, quando a gente tá ali, pô, disputando, lógico que tem que ter essa rivalidade, mas acho que depois tem que acabar isso, entendeu?
On the time that when he was fighting for Glory Kickboxing, he have an even bigger rivalry with Yusri Belgari, right? One tried to beat the other, they fought 3 times, and later on the road, when it was over, Yusri became a friend, show up for the past 3 camps, stay on the corner with us to corner him. So Alex said that when he's still competing, it's good to have a big rivalry. But after it's done, you can hold on to it. You gotta let it go.
Com o Sean Strickland também é a mesma coisa, a gente lutou. Aí as pessoas podem falar assim, mas você também ganhou do cara, né? Aí fica fácil de trazer o cara pra cá, se tivesse perdido. Eu acho que comigo, não tem isso. Esse camp aqui, eu tava pensando em trazer um atleta também que eu lutei no Amador, em 2013. Eu perdi pra ele, né? E a gente tava tentando trazer ele, mas um pouco difícil devido ao visto, né? para ele tirar esse visto, mas, pô, eu tive a iniciativa, eu mandei mensagem para ele, porque o cara é bom e é um jogo bom e iria me ajudar. Então, para mim, se as pessoas for pensar dessa forma, mas você ganhou do cara. Não, eu perdi, eu queria trazer o cara. Só não tá aqui por causa do visto.
Well, Sean Strickland, for an example, is our good friend now, right? People going to say, but you win. You beat Sean Strickland, but there's a guy that he fought. He lost to the guy in 2013 kickboxing. He was about to bring the guy here for the camp. Just didn't brought because of visa issues and stuff like that, but a guy that he lost. He feel that once he's over in the ring, bro, like, you got to let it go, because you can add up to your game.
Yeah, no, I respect that tremendously. By the way, Izzy and Sean Strickland fight again. What do you think happens in that fight?
A Desanha e o Strickland for lutar de novo. Quem que você acha que ganha?
Quem ganha? É difícil ali, né? Se o Adesanya for fazer a mesma coisa que ele fez, eu acho que o Strickland ganha. Mas algumas coisas ali que ele teria que mudar para fazer algo melhor. É difícil explicar aqui, mas eu já mentalizei algumas coisas, vi algumas coisas, vi o vídeo e eu acho que daria muito certo, né? Se ele mudasse o jogo, mas é difícil mudar esse jogo.
If they fight and he fights the same way, he'll definitely lose. But he's not gonna say here, of course, but he studied games from both and say if he had done some stuff that he sees a little different, he could have beat Sean and maybe vice versa. So it's hard to say, but if the fight was fought the same way, yes. But if he had changed and tuned up a few different things, he could have won the fight.
Okay. By the way, speaking of MSG, I don't know if it's even possible to answer this question, but which event, which moment do you hold closer to your heart? Which meant more to you, the first one against Izzy or the belt that you just won against Yuri? Is it possible? I don't know if it's like choosing your favorite child, but is it possible to pick a favorite?
Falando do Madison Square Garden, qual que para você é a sua favorita? Você ganhando do Israel Adesanya pelo cinturão médio ou você ganhando do Prohaska pelo meio pesado? Ele sabe que é uma pergunta difícil, que é como perguntar qual que é o seu filho favorito, mas qual que te faz te sentir melhor?
Não, com certeza foi a luta que eu ganhei do Adesanya. Por causa da história, né? Tem uma história ali, todo mundo sabe, eu já falei, né? Tem em todos os lugares. Então, com certeza, é essa luta, sem dúvida alguma.
Definitely the one against Israel, due to the history behind, the hype behind, that means a lot of his career for him. Everybody talks about that fight.
Right after your win against Yuri, I believe Jamahal Hill was in the crowd and he was going like this and was kind of talking to the camera about your performance. I'm sure you've seen the fight, on tape or on ESPN Plus or whatever. What did you think when you saw him on camera and his immediate reaction to your win?
Lá depois que você ganhou a luta, o Jamahal Hill tava lá, né? Colocando uma coroa e falando pra câmera que ele era o melhor, que ele era o campeão de verdade, falando você na sua luta. Temos certeza que você viu esse vídeo depois, deve ter assistido a luta, deve ter visto. O que você fala nesse momento dele aí?
Não, ali era o meu momento, né? Ele tá de fora, ele foi campeão, mas, deixou o cinturão, então ali era o que eu falasse ali. Eu falei aquilo, senti aquilo, e foi o que eu falei. Como eu falei, ali é o meu momento.
That was Alex's moment over there. He can be outside, he fought for the belt, he won the belt, but he's a former champ. So that was Alex's moment, whatever Alex says, they're the one that stays for the moment.
Okay, was he bothered by any of it?
Te incomodou pouco?
No.
Absolutely no.
Okay. Are you surprised he's coming back so soon after tearing his Achilles? He tore his Achilles in July. He's fighting in April. That's 9 months. Usually it's a year or so. Are you surprised he's coming back so soon?
Tá surpreso que ele já vai conseguir lutar agora com você? Porque ele estourou o tendão de Aquiles dele em julho. E já vai estar agora 9 meses voltando numa lesão que demora 1 ano para voltar.
Não, nem sabia quanto tempo demora, né? Algumas pessoas falam que, ele não... Até pro UFC no Brasil, tinha dúvida, né? Se ele conseguiria fazer essa luta, né? Se era tempo para ele. E agora, adiantando um pouco aí, quase um mês aí pra luta, ele aceitou a luta. Então, eu acho que ele tá bem, entendeu? Eu acho que ninguém pode responder por ele, né? E se ele, é ele que vai estar ali, né? Então, eu acho que ele tá fazendo a coisa certa. Se ele se sente bem, vamos lá.
Well, he not even knew there was such a long recovery for that, anything like that, but people been speculating, even for the card in Brazil, because they know for a while now they were fighting in Brazil, like, is he going to be ready? Is he not going to be ready? But we got a little bit over a month for the fight, and if he feels that he's ready, he's trained, let's do it.
Okay. And so, I know you said that you wanted to be on 300 and you kind of like envisioned it, but fighting in Rio would have been a big deal for you, I would imagine. Are you disappointed that you're not fighting? At least as of right now, I'm going to ask you about the turnaround, but as of right now that you're not scheduled to headline that, are you at all disappointed?
Ele falou, pô, você vai lutar agora no 300, mas você tá marcado para lutar no Brasil. Eu sei que talvez, a gente vai falar depois sobre você lutar nos 2 cards, mas você tava um pouco desapontado de não estar lutando no Brasil?
Não é desapontado, né? Eu tinha isso em mente já, mas como eu até falei pô, eu vou lutar no UFC 300, né? Então, assim, não é uma coisa que me frustrou muito, porque eu tava meio, assim, desconfiado que eu ia fazer essa luta. Então, lógico que eu gostaria, né, de estar lutando ali com o público. Eu falei isso antes, né, me perguntaram, eu falei, eu gosto de lutar nos Estados Unidos, porque, pô, eu moro aqui. Então, se isso é melhor pra mim, e a pessoa realmente fã, elas não vão me criticar, porque elas querem ver eu treinar, chegar ali, fazer um bom trabalho e, pô, ganhar, nocautear. E as pessoas que torcem realmente, elas não vão ligar pra isso. Elas vão deixar eu à vontade e falar assim, pô, onde ele sente melhor lutar, ele tem que ir e a gente vai apoiar. Então, as pessoas que me apoiam, acho que pensam assim.
Well, he manifested on his head somehow that he was going to fight at the 300, so he was kind of more not too attached to it, but he always would love to fight in Brazil. You know what I mean? It's our country, but he verbalized before that if he lives in the United States, fighting in America for him is better. Some fans not going to like that, but he believes the true fans that care about him and that really want to see him fight, whatever he fight, regardless, they're going to love it.
Is it true that you are hoping to also fight on 301, that you want to make that 3-week turnaround and also headline that card? Is that accurate?
É verdade que você está planejando, talvez, conseguir lutar no 301 também, já pular naquelas 3 semanas, já ir lutar de novo?
Não é planejando. Com certeza, eu vou estar pronto, né? Se tudo acontecer da forma que eu tinha falado, né? Pô, primeiramente, tem que ganhar a luta, né? E depois tem esse lance de sair ou não lesionado. Eu falo pra você que das lutas que eu fiz, né, no UFC, eu conseguiria fazer uma luta nesse tempo, né, em, sei lá, 3 semanas, porque eu não saí lesionado, eu já tinha lesões, né, então por causa das lesões que eu tinha, eu não conseguiria fazer uma luta assim, muito próxima de outra, mas eu não saí machucado, em nenhuma luta no UFC, assim, ali na hora não me machucaram, eu já cheguei machucado, então, por que não nessa daqui? Eu não tenho lesões assim hoje que eu possa falar assim, não, depois dessa luta com o Jamahal Hill, né, pô, eu tenho que me recuperar. Não, se eu não me machucar na luta, eu conseguiria fazer.
Well, let's put like this, right? If everything goes as planned, go right the way they go in his mind, first of all, he have to win this fight. Mm-hmm. Let's say that he win this fight, he got to go injury-free. But potentially speaking, to every single fight that he fought in the UFC, there were fights that he was carrying some injuries that he had to take some time and heal previous injuries. But there's not even one fight in the UFC that you take him 2, 3, 4 weeks to recover. He was fine. Like, he not get hurt on the fight. If on this fight be the same way, he'll be fine to do it. Because, like I say, it's not that like, he's gonna get, I'm gonna get hurt in my fight, I cannot fight for 5 weeks. So far, so good. He's not getting banged up on the fights. He's not getting hurt. It's just previous stuff they had to heal, but right now he's 100%, so there's a big chance.
Was this mentioned at all to you when they said, okay, 300, did you say, hey, 301, like, was this talked about at all between your team and the UFC?
Isso chegou alguma vez a ser mencionado? Talvez se você quisesse pular pros dois?
Não. Não. Isso é coisa da minha cabeça.
Things on his head.
Okay. How do you feel about this as his
I like
coach?
it. If the man is ready to go, let the man go. Ele perguntou como é que eu me sinto. Ele falou assim, o homem tá pronto, tá pronto.
Who would be the fight that makes sense? If it all goes well against Jamahal, who would make sense for 301?
Quem seria a luta que faz sentido para você no 301?
301? Também não sei não. Quem eles querem colocar.
Whoever they want to put.
No preference?
Sem preferência.
Não.
Wow. This is crazy. Regarding Jamahal Hill, in your mind, you're obviously the number one, everyone would agree, the number one light heavyweight in the world. You're the champion. Is he the second best, in your opinion, or are there people who are above him in your mind?
Vamos falar que tem uma lista, certo? Você hoje é o melhor peso médio, meio pesado do mundo. Então você está aqui. Você acha que o Jamahal Hill já é o segundo? Ou onde que ele está nessa listinha? Você acha que ele está lá embaixo? Você acha que ele é o segundo melhor? Você é o melhor, ele é o melhor lutador que tem depois de você ali?
Não, ele não está em segundo. Eu não sei qual seria a colocação, mas No mínimo, quarto.
He's not second best. At least 4.
4.
Eu, assim, se hoje eu não tivesse... Pô, lutei com a Adesanya, vou subir pro meio pesado, eu tenho que fazer a minha estreia. Aí tinha, no caso, Jamahal Hill, Jan Blachowicz e Jiri Prochazka. Se tivesse esses 3, e se fosse pra mim escolher uma luta melhor pra me fazer, dos 3, na minha estreia eu escolheria o Jamahal.
Let's say that right now, after the Zanya fight, he'll be coming up for light heavyweight, and the option will be Jan Blachowicz, Jiri Prochazka, Jamahal Hill. Pick one of those 3 for you make your light heavyweight debut. He feels that the best fight for him for those 3 that he get right away will be Jamahal Hill.
Wow. Okay. There's also Magomed Ankalaev, right?
Ankalaev.
O Ankalaev seria bom, né, porque muitas pessoas falam, né, de que às vezes a gente quer provar um pouco, né, porque às vezes a gente vê, não o público, né, mas os especialistas, né, que falam, pô, essa seria uma luta e tal. As pessoas não sabem da forma que eu treino, como que estão os meus treinos. A gente sabe que luta é luta, né, mas seria algo assim para conseguir provar, né, para essas pessoas que eu também sou bom no chão.
Well, that'll be good because that'll be an aspect to prove some people, not really the fans, but some specialists claim a bunch of stuff, say that Ankalaev is the guy to be him and this and that, and sometimes the fighter want to prove himself, want to prove to everybody, and that'll be a good chance to show to everybody and shut everybody's mouth about his ground game.
Do you know what I would love to see at some point? Maybe not next, but one that I would love to see is you versus Khalil Roundtree. I think this would be something special.
Falou que ele adoraria, talvez mais pra frente, seria você com aquele Khalil do top 10. Khalil Roundtree.
Ele gostaria?
Não.
Eu não escolho.
You don't choose opponents, bro.
No.
Você é o campeão.
He didn't seem that impressed with the idea.
Não te impressionou muito com a ideia, não.
Bateu o peso ali, pô, já era.
Made 205, because not 206, because
Right.
it's a championship fight. Whatever he step
Fair
there,
enough.
he's good to go.
Fair enough. Do you have a dream fight? Like at this point, is there a guy that before it's all said and done you would love to fight?
Tem alguma luta dos seus sonhos? Que assim que você pensa assim, fala assim, pô, esse cara eu queria lutar com ele hoje. In the UFC roster.
Nah, UFC and non-UFC.
UFC eu até falo UFC. Alguém que você vê hoje aí, você fala assim, hoje eu queria lutar com esse cara.
Não tem ninguém. Eu lutaria com qualquer um. Ainda, eu tô numa posição muito boa, sabe? Eu acho que eu realizei muitas coisas. Eu não tenho nada a perder, mas eu não tô, tipo, sendo um suicida. Me colar qualquer um. Eu acho que eu tenho uma experiência boa, tô treinando bem, né? E, já conquistei, acho que tudo, sabe? Hoje tô bem. Então, perdeu. Perdi, e aí? Já conquistei minhas paradas já. Então, isso pra mim não importa. Mas não é o fato que eu tô falando isso que eu vou chegar lá e, vou com a mente de perder. Não, sou um cara competitivo, sabe? Eu sou um cara competitivo, eu não gosto de perder. E eu vou lá pra ganhar. Se eu tô ali dentro, cara, sabe? É pra ganhar. Tem a grana, né? Que isso vai me deixar bem, né? Mas é só uma motivação, entendeu? Mas o que me motiva realmente, de verdade, é estar ali dentro e mostrar que eu sou o melhor.
Well, like he said, he'll fight anybody. Not in a kamikaze, in a suicide way, but he feels that he's in a position that let's just be real, the dude won 2 different weight classes simultaneously in kickboxing, now in the UFC. He'll conquer everything that combat sports athlete pretty much could do it, unless he go 3 championships. So there's not really much for him to lose. Financially, okay, money's good, but money is motivational. He likes to be inside there and challenge himself. So, once he's in there, he can lose, he can win, but not that he have a loser's mind, not much the contrary. He likes to test himself, so whoever's in there, he will fight.
He said he's almost 37, doesn't have forever. Does he have an age where he wants to stop?
Você falou que você está com 37, você não vai durar para sempre? Tem alguma idade que você acha que assim, daqui eu não passo?
Não sei. Não dá pra saber, não.
Can't tell. Don't know.
Doesn't know.
Don't know.
Not that he doesn't want to share. He
No. He actually
Yeah, there's no need. He's doing so well. Why even think of that?
Yeah, yes.
Assim, eu quero estar bem, né? É a mesma coisa do peso. Vai meio pesado? Não sei, tem que ver se meu corpo me avisar. É a mesma coisa, se meu corpo me avisar, sabe? Aquilo que eu falei, já conquistei muitas coisas, entendeu? Eu tô bem financeiramente, então olhando pela grana e, pô, ir lá pra perder, eu não quero fazer isso. Como eu falei pra você, a grana me motiva, mas o que eu quero mesmo é mostrar o meu melhor e, pô, eu ser o melhor de todos.
Enquanto estiver competindo no alto nível.
Então, quando eu estiver competindo no alto nível, eu vou estar ali. Então, não dá pra saber quanto tempo eu vou estar assim. Quando meu corpo avisar que se eu tenho que parar, eu vou parar.
The same way when he was a middleweight and people were asking about going to light heavyweight, he say, I gotta listen to my body. When my body prove me, show me that I gotta move on. Same with this. As long as he still are able to perform in a very competitive state, that's good for him. Financially, he's secure. So it's not that he like, okay, I'm gonna fight until 40. No, when his body's telling him to stop. When he's like, okay, I cannot fight for a championship fight no more, or be a top 10, or be a top 5. So you gotta listen to his body.
8 lutas, quanto tempo ele acha que um atleta nesse nível dá pra fazer? Em quanto tempo ele faz 8 lutas?
And how long you think a guy from like him right now will do 8 fights in the next near future?
In the next 8 fights?
Yeah. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, at his rate, 3 years?
Talvez uns 3 anos.
Então no mínimo...
So there'll be maybe 3 fights a year.
Se vem meu contrato agora, eu tenho 8 lutas no contrato.
He just renewed 8 fights with the UFC, so let's see how it goes to the end.
Right now, when you accepted this one, 8 fights?
Yeah. De sexta-feira pra cá, 8 lutas, né?
Sim, contando com essa aqui, agora a próxima.
Friday he signed, starting this fight, 8 more.
Wow. Friday he signed.
Yeah, foi sexta-feira, né?
Minha relação com o UFC é muito boa. Eu agradeço o UFC, agradeço os meus empresários por ter uma boa relação, né? Todo mundo sabe como funciona. Para alguns é mais difícil, para outros é mais fácil, mas como eu falei, eu venho fazendo um trabalho sério, né? E eles estão contentes com isso e faz de tudo para me deixar bem também, porque eu também tô deixando eles bem também. E igual a primeira luta, a minha estreia, tive um contrato de 3 lutas, onde eu já renovei, depois, sei lá, acho que na primeira luta já fiz um novo contrato, depois um outro contrato de mais 8 lutas e agora também de novo mais 8 lutas. Esse de 8 lutas ainda tinha algumas lutas ainda para fazer. E então assim, para ver que eles estão me ajudando, assim, tão contentes comigo trabalhando na empresa, eles estão fazendo uma coisa para me deixar feliz e eu tô feliz.
Eles renovaram o primeiro contrato depois da primeira?
Depois da primeira luta, tinha 3 lutas. Não, antes de fazer, geralmente faz 2 lutas e renova. Eu fiz a primeira, já renovaram, e a outra 8 lutas, já renovaram agora de 8 lutas.
Yeah, it was signed on Friday. His relationship with the UFC is really good. He's very grateful by the way that the UFC and his management team get together. They've been doing great things together. I think the UFC also appreciates who he is because he's a composed guy, he's focused, and he delivers, right? So when he first joined the UFC, they gave him 3 fights. After the first fight, they would renew him for 8. And then I think after the Strickland fight or something like that, they renew it again. So now they just gave him another 8 fights. And of course, he brings to the table too, and they're happy with that, but they are very good with us too, so we cannot complain. We are in a perfect relationship with them.
Do you follow other MMA? And if so, like your demeanor is much different than a lot of the stuff we see in MMA these days, a lot of crazy characters and crazy things. Do you watch any of this? And if so, what do you think of it?
You talk about all the guys?
Yeah, the press conference, the crazy antics, the characters. Is he aware of any of this? And how does he feel about it?
O seu comportamento é bem diferente da massa, sabe? Que você é um cara mais tranquilo, focado. Você vê umas palhaçadas aí, você vê... Tem uns caras aí que... Você segue o MMA, você vê uns caras fazendo umas coisas doideiras nas conferências de imprensa e tal. O que você fala disso aí?
O que eu falo?
O que você acha aí? Você vê uma galerinha tocando terror, né? E você tem uma postura totalmente diferente.
Não, eu não acho nada, não. Eu vejo os caras ali... eu sou muito focado no que eu vou fazer, né? Então, às vezes, tá acontecendo alguma coisa do lado ali, os caras, quase se matando, ou falando um monte de coisa, e eu fico na minha ali, espero o meu momento ali pra me falar. Mas eu também não tenho nada contra, não. Às vezes, igual eu sou um cara que sou muito focado ali comigo, né? Então, eu quero treinar, eu quero saber como que eu tô nos treinos, se tá certo, se tá errado. Às vezes, você me perguntar quem que vai lutar, eu sei que o Charles vai lutar, entendeu? No UFC 300. E eu não fico vendo muitas coisas assim, eu sou um cara que eu não estudo, né, o MMA ou arte marcial, eu foco só em mim, eu quero estar treinando bem para fazer um bom trabalho.
He don't like and don't dislike right? He's a focused guy. He's focused on doing his own thing. He even jokes, say sometimes when they're at the press conference, I'm focused on me. And these two dudes are killing themselves, and it's just fun. You know what I mean? It's not the type of thing that he does, but don't criticize whoever do too. Real talk, he don't follow MMA that much. He's so focused on his training that he's more focused on his own aspect of the game. If you say, oh, UFC 300, he knows Charles Oliveira is going to fight, but he don't really know the whole thing. He's catching up still.
Yeah. So I was just going to ask, there are some fans who are a little disappointed. They thought there would be crazy fights on this card. It's an amazing card, top to bottom, but they feel like they were told something differently. Have you seen any of this reaction, and what would he say to those people?
É legal, sério, porque muitos dos fãs estão muito desapontados, estão criticando, falando que esse card aí prometeram que ia ser um card sinistríssimo, já não tá tão sinistro e tal. Agora você entrou no card, tá legal também. O que você tem a dizer para esse pessoal que tá desapontado aí pelo card do UFC 300? Assim, no contexto geral, não o seu específico.
Assim, eu não sei o que eles esperavam, né? Quais seriam as lutas boas que agradavam eles, né? Mas, pô, o que eu posso falar é que eu vou estar no card e, pô, eu vou dar o meu melhor, né? Assim como eu venho fazendo, né? E conquistando essa galera.
Well, we don't know what they expect to be, a card like that, right? I mean, maybe they're disappointed for whatever reason, but all that he can say that he's going to be on the card, by the pay-per-view, he's going to do the best to kill a show like he always did.
I want to ask you about an interaction that a lot of the fans have brought up online. I think we have the picture here. We could show it to you. This is after Jamahal. No, not this one. I'll ask you about this in a moment. After Jamahal and Glover fought, there was an interaction between Alex and Jamahal. This is.
Essa interação aí, os fãs estavam falando dela.
Do you remember this? And
Sim.
And what was going on in your mind? What do you remember from this? What can you tell us?
O que você lembra disso daí?
Não, pô, se não fosse o Jamahal Hill, outro cara, eu estaria olhando da mesma forma, entendeu? Ali eu olhei normal, mas só que as pessoas gostam, entendeu? Eles querem promover a parada, quer colocar fogo ali mesmo, entendeu? Mas aí coloca em câmera lenta e parece, né, que é uma parada assim, mas não, foi normal.
No, it was a normal handshake, you know what I mean? People like fantasize about this stuff. You guys put in slow motion, even look more deadly. But you know, he just shook his hand. There's no animosity in there.
Normal.
Is any part of you wanting to beat him because he beat your friend and mentor Glover? Is there any revenge on your mind?
Algo dentro de você lá e até agora que quer bater nele porque ele bateu no Glover e ganhou do Glover? Ou você não tem revanche nenhuma vingança na sua cabeça?
Não, eu vou lutar com ele como se o Glover não tivesse lutado com ele. Eu acho que você me vem falando isso, né? Porque às vezes vão estar você e seu irmão. Pô, aí vem na rua ali, molecada, bate no seu irmão. Aí você quer, né? Pô, eu gosto, você quer ir ali com o coração, quer defender, acaba apanhando também, entendeu? Você tem que fazer as coisas, né? Esquecer, né? Fazer as coisas com a razão, né? Treinar bem, se alimentar bem, descansar bem e fazer um bom trabalho, né? Se concentrar, né? Se você for agir com o coração, às vezes não acaba dando muito certo.
I'm gonna fight him like if he had never fought Glover Teixeira before. Sometimes you can take to the heart certain things. Same as you on the street, the guy starts brawling with your brother, you get angry, oh, it's my brother, you go over there, get beat up, you get knocked out. And he tried to avoid to bring that type of emotions inside. He just focused on good diet, good rest, good training. He goes over there and perform.
Okay. Now I have to ask you about your travels, because you two have been, I mean, where is it? Georgia, London,
Georgia, Dubai, this last 2 weeks. Das viagens nossas, né?
You guys have been all over the place.
World tour, yeah.
Yes. Is it just been vacation or
workation?
Workation. Okay.
Ele falou é férias, falou assim, não, trabalho com conversão, né?
Okay, so I have a few questions. Number one, you've accomplished a lot of things. You've done a lot of great things. This is some of your stops here. Beautiful stops. But
muita coisa, tá falando?
I would say no greater honor that you've achieved than getting a chance to train with the great sensei Steven Seagal. I mean, this to me is up here. Bigger than what is this like? What is this like right here? You and Sensei Seagal, this is royalty.
As conquistas que teve, treinar com grande sensei Steven Seagal tem que estar ali em cima, né, mano?
What is that like? What did he teach you? What could you tell us?
O que ele ensinou pra você? O que dá pra você falar pra gente?
What kind of wisdom? Because I know he taught Anderson the kick. Lyoto.
A gente não teve muito tempo, acho que uns 40.
Duas horas e meia, uma sessão.
Uma hora ali mais ou menos. Tudo, né? 2 horas ali junto, né? O treino não foi só ali na prática, né? Mas a conversa que ele teve com a gente.
Te deu lição de casa.
Foi muito bom, né? Aprendi muito ali. Às vezes ele falando a técnica ali, você aprende, mas ele falando também.
I mean, this is something.
Well, It's hard to learn everything one day. We had one session with him. He gave him some homework to do, but
Dubai? Where's this?
that was in Dubai.
Okay.
That was Henzo Dubai.
Yeah.
From our friend Rafael. Shout out to him. But just the mindset, the way that he thinks, the way that he sees stuff, just that energy around you, learn from it. So it was a one session so far. He gave him some homework.
What's this? What's he teaching you here?
Foi uma sessão só, deu uma lição de casa para fazer, né? Que a gente falou, ele falou, o que tá ensinando aí você aí, Potan?
Uns bloqueios ali, né? Pra você fazer alguns golpes que ele passou que eu falo que é muito bom, né? Algumas pessoas, né, mandam mensagem, né? Porque o cara fez filme e tal, às vezes fala algumas críticas, mas, cara, esse cara... Eu falo assim, você já teve com o Steve Seagal? O cara não. Então, você vai falar o quê? Pô, eu tava ali, eu vi, pô, esse cara é... 70, sei lá, o cara, porra, 71, pô, forte pra caramba, o cara vem, te abraça, pô, te bate assim nas suas costas, você sente ali a força desse cara, né? E as paradas que ele passou pra gente, algumas coisas, né, pra mim, pro MMA faz muito sentido, e são coisas que nunca ninguém usou, né? E que eu já venho também fazendo algo. E ele até falou, ele gostou muito, assim, de estar... Ele fez muita questão de passar isso pra mim, porque ele viu o meu estilo de luta e ele falou, pô, esse cara vai pegar muito bem. E aí, pô, eu vou tentar fazer algumas coisas, mas é claro, tem que treinar primeiro.
We're not BSing, like, the most truth and honest opinion. Well, he was showing some blocks and some other things to improve on MMA. They are very legit. We really enjoyed it. He watched all Alex game before. He came and say, I think you could use this is in our game. He showed to us things that are actually very useful. Some dude's gonna say because he do movies, Steven Seagal. I say, bro, first of all, did you ever be around Steven Seagal? You ever saw the dude? Bro, he's 6'4", he's strong as hell, for a 71-year-old man. He was training with us over there. So only props for him. He actually gave good hints for Alex's game that he saw that they kind of do similar and they're going to work for his game, and we really appreciate that. He's really legit.
What about Hasbullah? What was that like?
Yeah, Hasbullah.
Não, pô, pô, legal. Não, ele, pô, lógico, tem toda a equipe dele ali, né? Algumas coisas assim, eu não gostei, né? Igual quando a gente chegou ali, que era pra gente tirar uma foto. E eu falei, é uma parada que marca, né? Aquele soquinho que ele dá, né? E é muito legal. Aí o Plínio traduziu tinha dois caras com ele, acho que era empresário e outro, talvez, tradutor, não sei. E aí eu falei, pô, fala pra ele dar o soco lá, pra gente fazer a mídia, que é legal e tal. E o cara, tipo, dificultou e falou que não pode e tal. E, lógico, ele quer proteger ali e tal. Não é qualquer um que vai chegar ali e vai falar pra dar um soquinho e tal, e depois vai estar postando. Eu acho que eu sou alguém também, entendeu? Quando chega outros, a gente já viu outros artistas que eles, pô, brincam ali, mas eu não sei se o cara não foi com a minha cara e tentou tesourar isso, mas ele...
Já fez sozinho.
Ele, falando aqui, você me pergunta como que é, pô, gente boa pra caramba, que eu acho que na tradução ele não soube, né? Ele foi lá e me deu um soco.
Great kid, like, I really like his vibe, his energy. It's good for them to be together. The only thing that Alex didn't like too much, I don't know if it was from the translation, the management team, we got there, we greeted him, and Alex said, bro, you want to give him a punch? So for the content, we see all the kind of stuff is nice. Maybe his translator or his manager say no, and I don't even know if he didn't feel, because he said, bro, it's not like anybody that's going to go over there and going to try to do something with him, right? Like two superstars.
Yeah.
But at the end, on his own, he like Alex, he punched him on his own, so he is a good kid.
Okay. By the way, with you, I see you with tigers, with lions.
Oh, yeah, we're hanging out. There's our friend Nordin. He have a nice, I think it's Albuquerque Zoo. He have his own private animals there.
Look at you over there, this guy. He's smoking the cigar.
Of course, bro. Gotta go.
You're not nervous next to the tiger like that? No? Really?
Mm-hmm.
I would be terrified. And you're just smoking a cigar, living the dream.
Yep.
Where's this, in Dubai too?
Yeah, that's in Dubai. That's our friend Albuquerque.
They treat you well over there?
Yes, me and him. It's our second time there.
Second time.
Ele falou que, né, quando a gente foi em Dubai, que eu falei que o zoológico do Nordin.
Essa foi a primeira vez.
That was the first time. Ele falou que ele sempre cuida bem.
Look at Plínio, you're giving him a massage. You're not scared.
No, I'm not.
You do this too?
He did. Ele falou que você fez também, você fez. Yeah, there's videos of him on the internet.
Wow, that is crazy. Look at that, fearless. So you guys are living the life all over. It's a good life.
Tá vivendo a vida.
Tá aproveitando. A gente vai a trabalho, né? Mas, pô, a gente tava sempre treinando. Pô, não paro de treinar, né? Trabalho, a gente consegue aproveitar um pouco também, consegue, pô, dar um passeio. A gente aproveitou tudo.
we went for work, right? But we always training. Fala até de meia-noite nós treinamos, né? But it's like sometimes if we're gonna fly, we're gonna 10 hours different from jet lag from New York, we're gonna land at midnight, we're gonna train at midnight.
Agora mesmo, quando eu cheguei, né? Pô, todas essas viagens, no fim, né? Já tá bem cansadão. Pô, cheguei cedo aqui, então eu não fiz, lógico, não fiz o treino na parte da manhã, mas já liguei pro preparador e falei, pô, vamos treinar às 6h30, tá? Ele falou, não, pô, legal, você vai treinar? Achei que você ia descansar e tal. Eu falei, não, eu preciso treinar. E aí a gente treinou, fez uma preparação física, eu me sinto bem assim.
So we went to many different countries, right? Like work from some sponsors and some stuff. It's fun, living the life, but responsibly.
Yes.
Every day we train. So like even when he got here, first day in the morning, but he couldn't train in the morning, he trained in the evening. So we are able to manage fun with work at the same time, obligations first.
And you were in Georgia too recently.
Yes, ele tá na Georgia também, né?
And MMA is exploding there.
A MMA tá explodindo na Georgia, né?
Tá, pô, bem
Fala
recebido.
dos caras dos fãs lá, Potão.
Pô, a gente saía, né, ia pro jantar, chegava meio tarde e, pô, a galera tava ali frio e às vezes tava tipo um grupo, ou às vezes sozinho e sempre trocava, né? Não era o mesmo grupo ali. E aí eu falava, pô, quanto tempo você tá aí? 5 horas eu tô aqui. E a gente saía cedo, então eles chegavam, perguntavam pros funcionários do hotel, pô, o Poatan tá aí? Não, saiu agora. Faz 1 hora que saiu, ou saiu agora. E eles ficavam lá, não saía, e pô, às vezes era tarde da noite e eles estavam ali, só pra pegar uma foto.
We were impressed of how many fans like this guy over there. Like we were in the hotel, we get out, was a bunch of people on the door of the hotel. Then we come back later, always was another bunch of different people. Sometimes we're not there, the hotel guy said they'll come in and say, where's Alex? I think he'll come back in 2 hours. That's like any time of the day, if you go 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 1 in the morning, midday, there was a lot of people there. So the fans were very warming for us.
And the store, where can people get this? What's the store?
Só pode comprar essa camisa bonita aqui.
Esse aqui tá na minha coleção, coleção Poatan, que tá no link no meu Instagram.
That's his Poatan collection. You can get on the link on his Instagram, on his store.
And I like
essa aqui é uma das novas, novo desenho.
This one, the new badge.
Yes, I like it. And the YouTube channel, I like that you're growing it. I think you're working with a friend of mine, Ant Evans. I think he's been helping you guys. I don't know, doing some of the live stuff. That's what he tells me. He might be, but from the back end, the YouTube, I like it. It's good.
Yes.
The live interaction with the people, very smart.
100%.
Yes.
Ele falou, seu canal do YouTube tá subindo aí também. A gente tem uns camaradas dele que tá dando uma força também. Falou, vocês estão curtindo a interação com o povo e tudo?
Com certeza, né? Eu tô meio que voltando, né? O canal tinha dado uma parada agora, né? Mas a gente tá voltando forte, tem muito conteúdo já, muitas coisas agora nessa viagem de Dubai, tem muitas coisas para mostrar pra galera e eles vão gostar.
No, he's bringing back his YouTube channel strongly. Stay tuned for a lot of content that's gonna come out now from this, our last trip for Dubai and everything. So we're gonna have some good stuff there.
But now no more traveling, right? Now we focus.
No more traveling.
Now we stay.
Não viaja mais essa luta, não. Now it's
Okay.
Focus.
2 last things. Number 1, what's the official prediction?
Qual que é a sua previsão pra luta? Número 1.
A minha?
Pra luta.
Minha previsão pra luta?
As últimas duas perguntas, a primeira, previsão pra sua luta. O que você acha que vai ser?
Não, lógico que eu quero sair com a vitória dali e, assim, em todas as lutas, se faz essa pergunta pra mim, eu não sei como vai ser, né? Se vai ser por pontos, se vai ser nocaute, se eu vou ganhar, eu quero ganhar, né? Mas eu não posso, eu vejo muitas pessoas, né? Cada um tem o seu jeito de falar ali e tal, como se não tivesse uma outra realidade, entendeu? Na luta é o seguinte, você perde ou você ganha. Eu sei disso e é bom saber disso. Porque se eu ficar assim, não, eu ganho, eu só ganho, de qualquer jeito eu ganho, pô, você acaba, sabe, se frustrando com isso. Mesma coisa você falar uma luta, não, essa luta vai ser fácil, vai ser fácil, vai ser fácil. Chega lá na luta difícil, você se frustra com isso. Então, eu sei da realidade qual que é, ou você perde, ou você ganha. E o que eu quero? Eu quero ganhar.
He wants to win the fight. Anything can happen, he gotta be a grown man and just think like that. Because many people think, I'm gonna win, No. There's only 2 outcomes for this fight. He either win, he lose. He wanna win.
Okay. I like that. The last thing is, you're very good at archery, right?
Você é bom de arco e flecha, né?
Tô aprendendo, assim.
Learning.
You're learning.
Eu acho que eu levo jeito, né?
He had potential for
Nunca
that.
tive assim um profissional pra estar ali me ensinando e
Never
tal.
had a real professional coaching him, but he likes
But when you walk out...
Quando você anda, você para, mostra a entrada, né?
Eu fiz... mas tá falando da entrada? Não, de tirar o ar.
No, you talk about his... Boa,
arrows,
falou que você curte.
Então, eu comecei assim, na verdade o Glover, No Brasil, assim, tipo, onde eu vivo lá em São Paulo, né, as pessoas pensam que eu vivo na selva e tal, mas não é assim, entendeu? Então, eu não tinha acesso a isso. Quando eu cheguei aqui, que o Glover tinha, ele sempre gostou, e eu falei, pô, vou pegar um também, vou comprar tal. Fui lá, comprei, comecei a aprender, assim, a tirar e aprendendo sozinho. E aí, a galera viu que eu gosto ali e tal, aí quando eu fui pro Rio de Janeiro, acho que foi na luta do Glover, tinha a seleção de tiro de arco e flecha, eles falaram, pô, a gente queria fazer algo, tal, e dar uns toques pro Alex, aí me levaram lá, e ele queria saber como que eu fazia, né, sem ele me falar alguma coisa. E eu falei pra ele e tal, ele falou, cara, é impressionante, você faz tudo certo. Ele só me deu um detalhezinho ali que me deu uns conselhos, mas de tudo que eu tava fazendo ali, que eu mostrei pra ele, antes de ele me falar qualquer coisa, ele falou, cara, você faz tudo certo, entendeu? Coisas assim, técnicas que nunca ninguém me falou e eu fazia.
He really enjoyed that a lot. And people think sometimes, oh, Alex, Amazon. No, he's from São Paulo, bro. That's a city. So he really never shot bow and arrows in Brazil. But when he moved to Connecticut, Glover had one at home, and then he saw Glover show him how to do. He really enjoyed. He bought his, and just he started practicing on his own, his house, like in the backyard. But he got really good into it. So I think when Glover fought Jamahal or something like that, the last time he went to Rio, they had the national team training there. They say, look, can you guys bring Pereira here? Because we want to show him. So we need to do something together. And the guy said, look, Alex, do me a favor. I want to see you doing without me teaching you anything. And he started doing. The guy said that he was very impressed, that he was doing good. Just give a few hints, but he's in a good way.
I like it. Okay, what about darts? Have you ever done darts?
E dardo?
Não, ali acho que eu não levo jeito, não. Eu já tentei algumas vezes e tal, mas não...
But there's a lot, he said no, right? There's a lot of similarities because it's like the bullseye. And I don't think I could beat you in anything athletic. But I think I could beat him in darts. So
Ele falou assim, ó, que o dardo tem todo o jogo, tá? Falou assim, ó, eu acho que eu não consigo ganhar de você em nada atlético, mas no dardo eu ganho de você.
Eu acredito.
Believe.
So let's do it, me versus you. We
Vale,
go
Botão.
right now, okay? You see right over here.
Na sinuca não ganha.
On the pool, you'll never beat him. That's his best.
No.
He's a
Just
pool
darts.
guy.
Just darts. I'm a darts master, so
Ele
it's
é
gonna
mestre de dardo.
it's gonna be me versus you versus Alex, okay?
I'll just watch.
You don't want to be a part of it.
I'm
You're
not
afraid
that
of me.
good. I'm scared to stab him over there with the camera.
Yes. Oh, here's a guy over here. Okay.
Okay, I'll try one.
Yeah, come on. This is what we do.
Eu falei, eu tô meio de jogar no Ian ali.
It's 3 versus 3.
É, mano, tem que sair daí.
3 versus 3.
Tem que sair daí, isso é perigoso.
Mas ele pega
3 versus 3.
No,
You understand?
perigoso.
So
Três contra
the one
três.
who gets the most points
Aquele que
is
mais pontos.
the winner. So you have to
vencedor.
throw it here, and the one who gets the most points wins. I'm going to beat both of you.
Ele falou, quem conseguir mais pontos consegue. Ele falou que ele vai ganhar de nós dois juntos.
What do you think? Have you ever done it before?
Já fez antes?
Não, já fiz.
We
já.
did before, but
I
not
give you one
Não,
practice.
tipo assim, duas vezes, eu acho.
2 times on his life.
Two times?
Maybe on his life.
That's it?
É, chegava tipo assim, sei lá, num lugar assim, de uma casa. O cara
Ele vai
falava,
te dar
vou
2
jogar.
tentativas, ele falou. Você começa a praticar um pouquinho aí, joga lá.
One
Não, já tem
practice.
que começar agora já.
Não, joga umas 2 só pra você esquentar, pra pegar a mão.
This is the line right here.
A linha aqui.
Ah, daqui?
Yeah. One practice. Here we go.
Já tá valendo?
Não. This is not.
This doesn't count. This doesn't count. This is
Não, tem que ir valendo já, tem que ir
No, he said
valendo.
no, you gotta count.
You wanted to count?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay, let's go. Here we go. Good luck.
Não, mas tem que ir primeiro,
Não,
não?
but quem vai primeiro?
You go first. You're in my house. You go
Ele falou,
first.
não, você tá em casa, você vai
Respect.
primeiro. Você é a visita.
Here it is. Okay, not bad. 18. Oh, okay, close to 18 again. Ooh! Did you get a... Wow, almost got the bullseye right there.
Quase.
Yes. So that's 25, 18, 36, plus 25 is 35, is it? 61. 61. That's good.
boa.
Look at that, how close you got to the
Quase,
bullseye.
hein, velho?
What do you say? Quasi that?
Almost.
Almost, okay. You want to go?
You first.
No, you're in my
go
house.
first.
Respect.
Let me try, just throw one, just to...
He wants the one practice.
Só
Huh?
um jogar só pra ver. Because I'm left-handed.
Okay, Plinio, here we go. Oh, you're left-handed. Wait a second, Plinio. Just, by the way,
Did I
this
step
line,
in?
you have to
Oh, I
respect the
couldn't see,
rules.
bro. I thought this one, sorry.
Okay, not
Oh.
bad. This is real, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was just one go.
That was just practice, yeah?
Oops.
Oh my gosh,
Now I'm
Plinio.
gonna try the left hand, bro.
Wow, look at this. Off the thing.
Agora eu jogo de verdade.
Não, agora já foi.
No, agora for real, I was training.
Okay, so this is your last one, because you had 2 there. Jeez, Plinio.
Give me the pads, bro.
What happened?
Give me the pads, bro. Give me the pads, bro.
You broke
Give me
it.
the pads,
You
bro.
broke it.
Give me the pads, bro. Okay, no, okay.
That's strength.
Your
Okay.
turn.
So I have to get 61. That's what he
Yes.
got. You ready, Alex?
Yeah.
How do you say 61 in...
61.
61.
Ah, eu fiz 61 pontos?
Você fez 61?
Ah, lá.
You're a bit... You're intimidating me. You're making me nervous.
Tá intimidado?
Okay, here we go. 61. I'm a little rusty.
Oh.
12.
12.
61's not bad, I gotta be honest. 4. Oh, so I'm at 16, huh?
Chama.
What do I need to get? I need to get a...
I don't know, Ariel.
Oh, triple 20. That's a triple 20.
No, peraí.
That's a triple 20. Wow.
Fuck, yeah.
That's a triple 20. That's a 60 plus a 64 plus a 76.
76.
Não, como?
76?
76.
How?
Mas como que faz essas contas?
How do we make those numbers? Hold on. Something's not adding here. Hold on.
This is triple 20.
Okay.
Triple 20 is 60.
6-0.
6-0.
3 vezes 20, 20.
This is double, this is triple.
Esse é o duplo, esse é o triplo 20, entendeu?
This is 64.
Ok, isso é só.
Here is single, so 64. And here is single, 12, 76.
Ganhou?
You want rematch?
Quer revanche? Vai?
Vamos lá.
Ah, let's go, let's go.
Eu não sabia da regra, agora eu já sei.
He didn't know the rules, now he does.
Okay, you take the blue. This is my good
Okay.
luck. Okay, so, wait, I think you're good? Okay. Wow, I can't believe I smoked you, Alex. I'll never beat you
Não,
in
mas tem que ir
anything.
primeiro, não?
Now I go first.
You want me to go first?
Of course.
All right, fine, no problem. Here we go. Me versus champ. If I win, I walk you out at UFC 300.
Se ele ganhar, ele anda com você na sua entrada para você.
Nah, I'm just they won't like that. Okay, here we go. Ah, I went too high. That's a double 1, 2. Oh, that's a 20. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Quantos pontos?
25 plus that's 20, 45.
45.
45, Alex. Here, this is intense right here. Alex doesn't like to lose, huh?
Você não gosta de perder, né, Alex?
He's not used to losing.
No, he's
he
not,
just
bro.
lost to a dweeb. Here we go, Alex. No pressure, huh? No pressure? Oof. What is that? What is that, Joe?
There's a red over there on the 2.
Is he on the red?
Yes, he's on the red.
So that's a 4.
4.
That's a 5.
5.
What do we get? We got 19 plus a double 2 is 4. That's 23 plus a 1, 24.
Quem ganhou? Essa aqui? Ele de novo?
Yes, I beat him. No, me.
É, ganhou.
Ele ganhou de novo?
Não. Next time. Vamos treinar.
Não. Mas ele ganhou as duas?
Ganhou as duas. So next time.
Next time. Next time. You go back, you train.
Você volta, treina,
Vou
provavelmente
treinar.
de novo.
Vou treinar. Na próxima você não ganha.
The next one you don't beat him.
Okay, fair enough. You guys are great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Daniel,
Man.
you're the man.
Thank you.
Alex, you're the man. UFC 300, this man's headlining, defending his title for the first time at 205. It's going to be great in Las Vegas. We'll be back. Much more to come. Don't go anywhere. In Miami, 299. He's the bantamweight champion of the UFC. Sugar Sean O'Malley. Hello, Sugar. How are you?
Ariel, I can't complain, brother. How are you doing?
Where are we coming from here? What is this?
I'm headed to my second practice. We'll head into the other house. Gonna go get a workout in my Sprinter van. I'm just a driven person. You know what I mean, Ariel?
Yes, I love this. This is incredible, this car.
Driven as in I'm not driving.
Sure. Yes. But it's an amazing setup you have here, and I love the juxtaposition of the car seat right next to the whole setup.
Well, yeah. It's it's a little dark in here. We turn the lights on for you, Ariel.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. This is a great look at that. The chain you've got. You got the 305 hat, looking fantastic, and you looked fantastic. Oh, there's the thumbs up. I love when it does that. You ever see that? You get a thumbs up, and then the screen does thumbs up too. It's so weird. I don't know where that came from. Now it won't work. So you were there on Saturday, looking great. First, I'll ask you your thoughts on the main event because I know you had your eyes on Ilia Topuria. Oh, there it is behind you. What fight is that? Is that?
You muted on your phone. Oh, yeah. That's me versus Aljo. I just like to watch stuff now.
Sure. What did you think of Ilia's win in the main event?
Oh, beautiful performance. Beautiful. Loved it. Ilia's, ever since he kind of came on the scene, I remember when he fought Ryan Hall. He was in the back warming up. on one of the prelims on one of my cards. I was part of the main card. He was on prelims, and I was watching him warm up. Didn't know who he was. I was like, damn, he's fighting Ryan Hall. Ryan was kind of killing everyone at the time, and I was like, and then he goes out there and knocked out Ryan Hall. I was like, damn, that was impressive. Watched him ever since. So to go out there, watch how confident he was all fight week leading up to that fight, and for him to go out there and do that was a beautiful performance.
Were you expecting that, or did you think that he was biting off more than he could chew against Volk?
I don't know. I mean, Volk coming off that nasty KO not too long ago, Ilya's confidence that high, how dangerous he is. I had a feeling that Ilya was going to win, but I was like, you can't count Volk out. Volk's the man. So it's hard, fighting's so crazy. It's hard to count anyone out, but crazy. Knocked out the featherweight GOAT in round 2. I knocked out Aljo, bantamweight GOAT in round 2. I kind of pushed that fight a little bit. I've been getting a lot of hate for it, a little pushback saying that I'm ducking Merab. I'm like, Merab just not barely, he whooped Henry, but Henry's like 42 or something. He looked horrible. I would have knocked Henry out 4 times that fight. And then Ilya goes out there and knocks out Volk, the greatest featherweight of all time, in round 2 in a beautiful performance. And I'm calling him out, and then I'm getting shit from the MMA fans saying, oh, you're ducking Merab. I'm like, I'm trying to call out like a fight that I feel is like exciting. That's like, holy shit. But I got a lot of pushback on it. I don't know if people actually want me to fight Merab as much as they just hate the confidence that I have that I'll go out there and knock out Ilya. But I decided, I've said what I needed to say. I've sent my message to Merab or to Ilya. If Merab's next, Merab's next. I can get Ilya whenever the time comes. I haven't talked to UFC because obviously there's nothing to talk about. I got Chito Vera March 9th. That's what's next. That's what I need to focus on. I'm definitely not overlooking him by any means. I've said what I need to say to those guys. And really what it comes down to is I go out there and put on the performance that I say I'm going to put on against Chito. A beautiful, masterful performance. And I call out whoever I want on that mic. I think I can get what fight I want. But I got to go out there and do what I do.
And I appreciate that very much. The reason I opened with Ilya is because of the back and forth you guys had on social media, and I heard you, or I read you say that he's going to be your Eddie, sort of implying that he's going to be the guy that you. Yes. So does that mean you're standing down now? Like, are you just moving on from this idea?
Ilya is my Eddie. Woo, that was clean. Like I said, I got Chito Vera. Whatever, how many days it is, 19 days, whatever it is. I got to get through him, which I will. Confident. But anything can happen, and I learned that in the first fight against Chito. Anything can happen, so I'm not overlooking him. I got to go out there and do what I do. I got to show up, put on a beautiful performance, and I think I can get. I mean, I went out and knocked out Aljo, called out Chito. That's the fight. That's the fight I got. If I would have went out there and barely beat Aljo, and it's like maybe I don't have that power. Not saying that I have the power right now, but I go out there and do what I want to do, and I get on that mic and I call my shot. We'll see what happens.
Okay, so I know you just touched on Merab's win over Henry a little bit, but if you could expand, were you surprised that it was that one-sided, that dominant?
Yeah, a little bit. I was hearing rumors, the fight day that, hey, Henry didn't have a great camp. Henry hurt his groin. Henry didn't get a spar, didn't get trained as much as he wanted to. So with that being said, it's like you can't go into a fight not 100% against Merab. Merab's a machine. He's 10-fight win streak. He's fucking good. So yeah, I wasn't surprised when I heard that. Henry is getting a little bit older. If he's done, he's done. So yeah, no, I think it's so weird watching fights live and then watching them back on the TV. I haven't been able to rewatch any of the fights on the TV yet, so I'll probably have a different perspective on it. But he looked good.
Just curious, why did you go to the fights?
I wanted to punk out Chito, but he wasn't there. I don't know where he went. I don't know where he was. I thought he was going to be there. I thought, I was kind of pushing for that Ilya fight. I thought maybe I could have a run-in with someone. Didn't see Merab, didn't see Henry, didn't see Ilya. Chito didn't even show up. My aura was too big. My presence was too powerful. It intimidated him. I heard he was in California. He decided not to go. Maybe got a little scared. I don't know.
So you just went in and out for the day?
I was there. Yep. Flew in Saturday morning, flew out Sunday morning.
Okay. And Dana White did say afterwards that Merab is next. Do you think that is the right call at 135. Merab should be next.
Dana said that, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Yeah, I mean, there's Merab, there's Corey, there's Ilya. Those three are all potential for next. It's again, I'm boom, laser focused, dialed, March 9th. Whatever happens after that, I'm very confident in. Merab's very beatable. Henry about knocked him out. Marlon Moraes about knocked him out. Merab's got a crazy good gas tank. He's got good wrestling. He's a dangerous opponent when I think of like.
All right, back on the program. What a shot that is. That was a great shot. I like that. I like that return shot. Let's go back to that's fun. That's fun. Hi, everyone. That was fun. Wasn't that great with Poatan? What a guy.
Amazing.
Now, some people are saying I didn't explain the rules properly to him. Is that a fair accusation? I mean, I just figured everyone knows the rules.
It was kind of nuanced, and you were like, clearly there's a 20 to him, but you were like, oh, it's 60. Like, that doesn't seem...
Yo, can I tell you something? Like, I don't really aim, and in that moment, I aimed, and I hit the triple 20.
Paid off.
I mean...
In fact, I wish there was a microphone back here that was active, because I was like, you were like, what do I need, what do I need? I was like, triple 20. And then, boom. So I think
know yourself, Frank.
maybe I should be your darts coach.
Yeah, know yourself. I mean, that was one of the clutch... I really do need to bring back the darts. Why didn't I bring them back earlier? I'm not sure. I mean, that moment, that's almost as big as the KSI moment.
Huge.
Did you see when I offered? I should have stuck to the walkout at 300.
They seemed like they were ready to
Hey, he goes up to Dana, sorry, a deal's a deal,
Right.
By the way,
like I have a darts league.
Sorry. Speaking of Sean, I've been here for so long. Him and his team were kind enough to send us one of these. This is the Rise Fuel Cotton Candy Flavor Sean O'Malley edition.
Oh, wow.
Did you try it? I'm going to try
There's
right now.
only one.
I'm so tired. What do you mean there's only one? There's a whole box here.
You said they sent us one of these. It's really tasty.
It's actually quite good. I think Joe had one.
Yeah, we all had one.
Oh, you did too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was great. Tasty.
I actually like it. It's nice. This was what he was drinking in that interview. So good. So good in studio. Is there anything better than in studio? Poatan is such a great guy. Anyway, I enjoyed that. Let us wrap this bad boy up. We got to get the picks in. Yeah. What a day, huh?
I
Just
think
sit
it's been a
back and
great
relax. Oh, I got my new Bills thing here.
It's a little small.
This feels perfect. Yeah, I was trying to cover up DC's face as much as possible. Almost got there. Do we have time for picks? What do we got? What do we got, gents?
But the randomizer operator
is not here
yet.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Appreciate everyone who wrote in. I tried to get to as many questions as possible. It's been a long day, and we still have to do this interview afterwards. Adam, how is it having your mishpacha, your family, come to the set on Family Day? Yeah, did you know it was Family Day in British Columbia, Frank?
I did. Yeah.
Adam's in Nashville, spring break with the boys. It was amazing.
Is that why you brought them?
No, I actually had no idea, but it was amazing. It was really nice, and one of those moments that like, I get it. I remember my dad bringing me to his work, and there's like a sense of pride. And I don't own this place, but this is where I work. This is where, this is where we make our living, and it was a nice moment.
Did the kids have any highlights?
I think they liked some of the free snacks.
They seem to be really enjoying those.
Yes, they liked some of the goodies that we had in the back. They liked some of the drinks.
Did they take any Prime home with them?
They did. In fact, they brought an empty backpack.
Just to load it up with Prime?
Yes, and it was so heavy that my oldest son was carrying it on his back. And my wife opened it and started taking them out, and he didn't realize because it was so heavy. And then when they got home, they were like, where did all the Prime go?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
It looks like the randomizer operator is back.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm just looking for any quick ones. Top 3 restaurants in New York from Victor 18. Do you got anything? He just moved from Germany.
Sasabune.
Sasabune's great. Lafayette's great.
Francis Tavern.
Where's Lafayette?
Like Soho area.
Okay.
I have
Francis
eaten there,
Tavern
but I
great,
haven't
too.
had the croissant that
Oh
everyone's
yeah, the
raised
viral
on.
croissant's good.
I'm
But I mean,
enjoying
all the food's
this.
just
I'm enjoying this, GC.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, actually, I crushed mine back here. Yeah, empty 200 mgs of caffeine down. I mean,
Needed
who doesn't
that.
want caffeine, cotton candy flavor.
Gil says, after the show ends, do you reach out to the guests again to thank them for their appearance? If so, have you had anyone voice displeasure over how the interview went? Honestly, no, and I do. I text them like 4 times before the show, and then I ask them once, or excuse me, I write to them once afterwards and thank them again. I think you always have to show gratitude and respect and appreciation. And so, yeah, I always do that. And I do it myself. I don't like anyone else doing that. James, will you be watching Elimination Chamber on Saturday? Yes. But, you know, they're not doing it primetime here. They're doing it at like 4 a.m. here to accommodate the Perth crowd. So it's going to be primetime there in the morning for us, not like how, because they don't have to sell the pay-per-views here, which I think is really, really interesting. So it's going to be an early Saturday morning. I mean, Saturday's going to be nuts, guys. Elimination Chamber in the morning, PFL Bellator, KSW, UFC in Mexico, Berlanga fighting Andy Cruz fight. I mean, Saturday's a nutsy day. I'm actually going to Devils Canadians on Saturday too.
Shout out.
Simon, first time, long time. Has Alex Pereira become the most ultra white hot babyface in the whole UFC? It's not a bad question. Up there. Certainly up there. He is beloved. Question for GC from Kai. I saw you rocking the Napoli jersey in the Fight Feast video, and as a big football shirt collector myself, I was wondering what other jerseys you got in your collection. What's the pride and joy?
Yeah, I got a few. I mean, the Ajax alternate from a couple years ago that's like blue and white. Love rocking that. When Kamaru Usman had his reign, I got a Nigerian jersey that had Nightmare on the back. I got a Dortmund Erling Haaland that I really love in the yellow and black. There's a lot, man, but there's a lot that I want to buy. Soccer kits ain't cheap, but I love getting to rock them.
What's like your favorite one to get like at the top of the list right now?
That I really want?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I'd have to get online and start shopping. It'd take me a while.
It kills me to not get to all of these. There's so many. Question for GC: what does 100 units up total mean for you money wise?
Like over $5,000 since we started this in September of 2021.
Damn, good for you.
Yeah, not a big better though. I mean, like,
right.
You know, some people bet like $1,000 a fight. But yeah, slow and steady wins the race, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, one last one. Ariel, breaking news. Adam Silver is out as the NBA commissioner, and you've been appointed. Wow, mazel tov to me. First order of business, fix the All-Star game. Personally, I still enjoy the three-point, agree. That plus Steph and Sabrina was the highlight, agree. Commentary, not so much, but sure. Skills, dunk, actual game, not so fun, disagree. Skills was fun. Dunk was fine. You just need better people involved. Down to 4 is a little weak, and you need some of the bigger stars. Shout out to Jaylen Brown for being a part of it. All-Star game, horrendous. All-Star game was putrid. I didn't watch the game last year because I was in Montreal for Elimination Chamber. I couldn't believe how bad it was. I guess I forgot, or maybe it's just gotten worse. Could not believe. And I used to look forward to this in the 90s. I mean, some of my favorite sports moments. When the Knicks had 3 guys in 95. When Magic came back in 92. The 2001 comeback in Washington. Like, some of my favorite moments as a kid watching the NBA All-Star game. Magical stuff. They don't care. How do you fix it? I really don't know. I really, really don't know. You did something with my...
yeah, I realized I had turned them down earlier.
So much better.
Okay.
I was wondering what was going on.
I'm going to go a little higher, actually.
So much better. So much better. How you fix it, I really don't know. I don't love the idea of, home court at stake. Don't love that like they did in baseball. I really don't know. honestly. Do you have an idea? You guys don't even care about the All-Star game. You and Rick couldn't care less. It's not even a thing
Hate
for you.
it. It's become horrible. But haven't enjoyed it in 10 years.
I love it. I legit. It's
what is to love though? It's really not good.
No. I loved it. I don't like it anymore.
Okay.
But legit, it was one of my favorite weekends. I would have parties.
Me too.
On Saturday, I would print out things. When I was in 1993, when I was in the 5th grade, I don't know if I've mentioned this, I brought to school the 1993 dunk contest, the one won by Harold Miner in Utah.
Baby Jordan.
I loved him. And
Yeah.
I rented, this was back in school when the TV was on a massive stand, like a push cart. It was like that big and wide. And I had to rent it. And I asked my class if during lunch we could stay in the classroom and I could show them the 1993 NBA dunk contest. And I rented it and I wheeled the thing into the classroom and we all sat there and I brought my VHS and we all sat there and watched Harold Miner win the NBA dunk contest. That's how much I loved.
It was good back then.
And I don't know what the hell happened.
Dunk's never going to come back because too many good dunks have been done. Everything under the sun has been done.
There's only so many ways you can dunk a basketball.
Jaylen Brown was the biggest name in it. And then as soon as he did something, everybody was clowning on him. So you're not going to get a LeBron or you're not going to get anybody whose ego is too fragile.
Who even won? I didn't see one thing from
Didn't Mac win again? I didn't watch it.
Mac McClung won again. And
last year was pretty good with Mac McClung.
Yeah, but
he's
in the
here's
G
how
League,
you
guys.
fix here's how you fix everything.
All right, here we go. Like, come on, lay it on us, Rick.
Here's how you fix everything.
Fix it.
The reason the Mac thing works and the reason the Sabrina Ionescu versus Steph Curry thing works is because it's not the same pool of people. You're taking from the outside. What you need to do to fix the game itself, the All-Star game, is bring in a team for them to play that's not NBA All-Stars.
Euro.
Street ball team.
No, Euro All-Stars.
Mix it up every year. Change it up every year. Give somebody a new shot. The best street ball team that's that year, bring them in. The best European team that year, bring them in.
Yeah, because now they're playing for pride. Now
They
they're
have
like, we're
to
not
play.
letting these jabronis be. Ooh,
I feel like that
actually
looks like
play.
a Team USA first round matchup.
Well, not if they don't play.
Yo,
You don't think so? You
actually
don't think
play.
the NBA All Stars versus the Euro All Stars?
Yeah, if they're
You're not understanding. They don't even actually play.
They
in this
literally
game.
walk up and down the court.
They literally
I
don't
know,
play
and they score like
basketball.
380 points combined. Like,
if they play, it
Okay.
will look like that. That is how you get them to
I don't
play.
hate this.
You have to.
so
you
you're
have to
cool
make
with like
them play.
a 140 to like 80 game?
Sure. If they play basketball, yeah.
I don't think it will be that, to be honest.
If they actually play, I'm interested in that.
You don't.
All my
you don't think
incentive
NBA
is
All Stars are smoking?
The Euro All Stars?
they are. They are.
They are smoking.
If they play.
them.
If
Why aren't they in the
you're
NBA
not
if
getting
they're
it.
so
they
so
like
good?
They're not getting it.
Okay,
Stop.
They're not smoking
They're
anybody right now. They're
smoking.
just walking up the court. You have to
So-
get them to play.
Okay, and so
Have to get them to
the
play
only
basketball.
counter to that is then you're only getting like 15 guys tops.
Yeah, you shorten it. 7 from each conference, 8 from each conference, and then they play against.
I actually just like 15
somebody else.
outright. Make it like that much more
Just
of an
just the
or
top
15.
15. Just the
Yeah.
top
top
15.
15. Yep.
smoking.
Make them have a potential to be
It was
embarrassed
so
by
bad.
somebody.
140 to 52.
Do you know
That's
like
fine.
Do you know the
That's
last
fine.
30 seconds of a blowout when the guys are just like throw to this guy and he chucks a three? Like
It's the worst.
it was like that from the jump. It was I couldn't believe it was the worst basketball that I've ever seen in my life. And I know last year's game, I know Mike Malone said this. I didn't watch last year's game because again I was away and whatever. It was a crazy weekend. I could not believe. And the thing was, I built it up so much to my kids. I guess I forgot. And they are new to basketball now. They're really starting to get into it. So they thought it was kind of funny, and I didn't want to totally crap on it. I was appalled. Like guys just chucking threes and not even jogging, walking up and down the court.
Do they do the Elam ending?
No, they got rid of
They
it.
did, but they took it away.
The one good thing the one thing I liked is that they went back to East versus West. I did like that. This whole like Team LeBron versus Team Giannis thing was stupid. I hated that.
That's fine. It's fine, but if they're not going to play, they're the same. You know,
It is the
like it's
same.
like.
But you remember that 2001 game when it was all like the ragtag East guys and they made the huge
that
comeback?
was, yeah,
it was the best.
That was the last
Marbury
time it
and
was good,
Iverson.
though.
Yeah, it was great.
I mean, it's just like the Pro
I
Bowl.
also
Pro Bowl
like
used to
the
actually be
3
something.
versus 3 stuff that's been thrown around. I like the idea of like those smaller.
Man, it starts
games.
with the stars. Like, you remember when Kobe was in Toronto? His last.
Yeah.
It mattered. He cared about it. So if those guys care, then everyone else is going to care. But if the dudes at the top don't care, the youngsters aren't going to care. They're not going to
pay them money too. Pay them more money.
What's the difference though? The Kobe All-Star game was in 2019. It wasn't that long ago.
It worked in the freaking in-season tournament,
one was
which I think is also silly.
Yeah.
Or 2020 or something. Yeah, it was. I remember.
The in-season tournament was this year.
They played a little bit of defense. I do remember. I remember Kyle Lowry's like flopping in that game. Like it was actually like competitive.
He's taking charges and stuff.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But I would give them the potential for losing to somebody who's actually going to play basketball and see what happens. Best college team that year. Pick any. I don't care who it is. Pick somebody that will make them play competitive basketball to win. And then let's see.
Good news is in the works, Helwani celebrity game next year. Just put it on the calendar.
Wait, is this legit? This is legit?
Oh, it's in the works. It's legit in the works.
Wow.
It's legit in the works.
I said this last week. It's the one thing All-Star Weekend I actually do still watch is the celebrity game. I love the celebrity game. You'll be there. Cassidy Hubbard will come out, announce you. Oh God, I'm so excited about this. Can I come?
Yeah, it's.
Can I be like your?
It's Chase Center, San Francisco.
I'm in. I don't care what it is. I just want to be involved.
I'm just letting you know where it is.
Game.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be there.
I'm there.
I'm going to cross.
I'll be there no matter what. Bring me in. Bring me in. Not to the game, obviously. I'm not a celebrity, but I want to be in your entourage.
Sure.
Event.
You'll walk around with the camcorder like Shaq,
like the Shaq, the old school. I'm in. Done. Sold.
Well, speaking of tagging in, I might get tagged in soon to the Parlay Boys if things don't work out for Juliana Pena. So without further ado, let us get the picks and see who either makes it or breaks it for the Venezuelan vixen. Do we have her pick?
Can I I just understand that? Do we know the terms of her potential resignation? Is it if she just gets her pick wrong? If we bust the parlay, what are the terms of this?
I think it's just her. I think she has.
She's concerned about her pick. Got it.
Yeah.
I do have her pick. Are we prepared for it?
Yes.
I think so. Why would
Main
we not?
event.
Okay.
Over 2.5. Brandon Moreno.
Okay.
I was going to ask which main event. There's a lot of main events. I thought maybe, Ryan Bader, La Problema.
Main event?
No.
No. Over 2.5 in Brandon Moreno, Brandon Royval. That's what the Venezuelan vixen is putting on the line here.
Like it?
She's going for it. I mean, she didn't even want to do the over 1.5. I mean, you could have simplified it even more.
Yeah, that's true. Why didn't she do that?
She's not going out sad. She's gonna.
Do you like
try
it?
to make this happen?
Like it.
You guys like it, both of you?
Like it.
All right. I don't know if GC likes it. He's not saying anything.
Well, he would have done the 1.5 for sure.
It is a Brandon Royval fight. I would have done the 1.5.
Yeah. Oh man.
I'm a flyweight unders champion. We'll get into that later.
Hey, we're putting out bad juju right now. She's gonna win. We're gonna win.
No juju given. I feel
there's
confident.
no juju.
I feel confident. All
right, here we go.
We're not going to lose her. We're not going to lose her. Now I'll throw us three in the randomizer.
Let's do it.
Frank will go first. I will go second, and then Rick will go third.
Woohoo! So this time, I kind of like them all, so I wasn't really sure who to pick. But then I realized that Helwani's own Claire has the clairvoyance. And so I'm going to ride with her idea of Yair Rodriguez taking the money line.
Who was it?
Whoa. It was an interesting way of pronouncing his name.
I mumbled. Yair Rodriguez.
It was almost as close as Chael Yair. Yeah.
You know
what? So it's Yair Rodriguez. I appreciate you going with Claire. She did nail that. She didn't have to say afterwards, I don't know who these random people are, but
that made it even better.
The random really stings hard.
Yeah.
Could have just said, I don't know who these people are. She really set it in stone with these random people.
All right,
that brings us to me. My guy, Daniel Da Silva, back in action, flyweight fight. Taking on Edgar Chairez. We saw this at Noche UFC. We almost saw it again before it got canceled. I will be taking the under 2.5 in this one, a little alternate total. And that'll bring us to Rick.
Got some variety. I like it.
Keeping it simple, Raul Rosas Jr. money line.
Let's go.
Is he the favorite?
Let's go. He is, minus 218.
All right.
Feeling good about this one.
I hope we do. I mean, we need to get the monkey off our back at this point. Yeah, if we don't get this, then we will have gone January and February winless.
Let's not even mention that. Something
I think it's worth mentioning. I think that's worth mentioning.
This has never happened, right?
We haven't gone.
There was a run there.
No, we missed 9 in a row one time, and then we saved it on the 10th. I don't know how many this is, though. I don't know how many we missed.
All right, well, here it is. This is a big one.
We got this.
What do we got? What do we got, GC?
As you know, flyweight unders are near and dear to my heart, and this just happens to be my Super Bowl. 5 flyweight fights on this one. They're fighting at elevation, 7,400 feet. Everyone likes to talk about Salt Lake City, 4,200 feet. This is almost double that. So I think it's going to make for some great scraps. And we even got it in the main event, too. Brandon Moreno, Brandon Royval, Battle of the Brandons, flyweight fight. I mean, this is tailor-made for me. It's my Super Bowl for that reason. It's my Super Bowl for the reason that, I mean, everything's on the line with Juliana Pena. I can't wait for this card. So let's dive into the picks. Doesn't take too much explanation here. So I'll just start with the first 5 flyweight fights. Altamirano dos Santos doesn't go to a decision. I can understand why people might be worried about this one. Altamirano, 5 of his last 6 have gone to a decision. Dos Santos, 3 straight. Here's the thing. Altamirano, born and raised in Mexico City. At least born there. I actually can't speak to the raised there, but he was born in Mexico City, hometown kid. Going to be the first Mexican fighter to come out. Crowd's going to go absolutely bananas when this guy hits the octagon. And then on the other side, Dos Santos, shoot box guy. Likes chaotic, likes hectic. They're both due for a finish at this point. Crowd's going to be on fire. We see a finish in the first fight featuring a Mexican fighter. Next up, Bondar versus Rodriguez, of course, taking it to not go to a decision. Bondar, if you look at his Tapology, it says 19-4. If you look at his Sherdog, it says 14-4. If you look at UFC, it says 14-4. I'm going to go with the 14-4. 18 fights, 16 have not gone to the scorecards. And one that did, his last time out, he definitely got finished. That went to a technical decision. That fight should have been called. It was a scary moment for him. So let's just call it 17 of 18. Next up, Aguilar versus Mendonça. I mean, it's a flyweight fight, under 2.5. And honestly, this is one that I like more than most. If you look at it, I mean, Mendonça, another shoot box guy. Charles Oliveira comes from. Charles Oliveira is the king of the unders. 8 first-round finishes, 4 decisions, so it's all or nothing for him. And then Aguilar, 5 of his last 6 have not gone to a decision, including his first 2 UFC bouts ended in the very first round, and then this one doesn't take much explaining. We already saw it once. It looked like we got a first-round finish. Daniel Da Silva, the king of the flyweight unders. This man, 16 fights for him. 13 have ended in the first round, and he has never seen a third round in his entire career. He's here for a good time, not a long time, does not have great cardio, and I can't imagine being at 7,400 feet is going to help him. And then last but not least, the main event. Fight doesn't go to a decision. Brandon Royval, you heard him in the interview earlier, right? He was like, felt like I didn't go full raw dog. I let off the raw dog gas. You know, I wasn't who I was in there. I think that was a tease to the raw dog's coming back on Saturday. He's got to fight how he fights, which is chaotic, which is finish dependent, which is hectic. And I think that's what we see here. I think we come out. Are we really going to see 10 consecutive rounds from Brandon Royval with no finish happening? I don't see it. I don't see it happening. So that's how I'm playing the flyweight circuit that is coming on Saturday. A couple other picks that I do have. Raoni Barcelos, Christian Quinones, under 2.5 in this one. I know Barcelos goes to a decent amount of decisions, but he's past his prime, and we've seen him get finished. We've also seen Christian Quinones get finished. All 4 of his losses have come by way of finish. And I think someone gets got in this one. I think someone gets got, and we see a finish here, and it should be a good one. Next up, Manuel Torres. I mean, you want to talk about a hectic fight. You want to talk about a chaotic one. That is a Manuel Torres fight. This man is like the lightweight Daniel Da Silva. 16 fights, 15 ended in the very first round. He's going to push that pace. I know Chris Duncan lately has relied more on the wrestling. We saw him get into some absolute wars, some absolute scraps on Contender Series and early on in his UFC career. Finished by Slavik Laws, dropped like 3 times by Charlie Campbell before fighting back and getting a finish of his own. I think Manuel Torres is gonna bring that dog back out in him, and it's gonna be a very exciting fight. And I trust the durability of Manuel Torres and the finishing capability of him more than my man Chris Duncan. Next up, another under, Yasmin Yaragui versus Sam Hughes. I think this is a really good matchup for Yasmin. I think this is kind of tailor-made for her. I think she's just going to be the more aggressive fighter, doing more throughout the whole 3 rounds if it goes that long. But I think she's very live for a finish, and at that number, I was willing to play it. And then our man, I don't know if you can see him here, right there. Hero last time out. Absolute hero. Raul Rosas by KO plus 500. KO round 1 plus 1,000. I mean, he will forever be ingrained on this wall. One of the best moments back at Noche UFC. No crazy props this time, but I am playing the minus 3.5. Feel like this is a good matchup for him. Ricky Tercios, not good on the takedown defense. In the 2 UFC fights where his opponent have attempted a takedown, he got taken down 6 times and 7 times, respectively. And I think Raul Rosas is a better grappler than both those guys, Brady Highstand and Kevin Notvidad. I think Raul Rosas knows the game plan here. I know he got a KO last time out, but I think he needs to go back to the grappling. I think sub is very live or just a dominant performance. Another reason this card is my Super Bowl. First ever UFC card, first and only UFC card I ever went to was UFC Long Island.
That's
back in 2022. Main event, Yair Rodriguez versus Brian Ortega. Set the scene for you. So excited. First UFC event. Going out on Long Island. Had a couple people coming to town. Had a bunch more from New York coming. I mean, we were rolling deep, like 10 people. It happened to be my birthday as well. I mean, it was a great night. It's a great night. And I was all over the main event. Brian Ortega by sub round 2, 3, 4, over 1.5. All this action, and I was doing great up until that moment. Lose it all. The injury, the over 1.5 is dead, all that. It was like devastating. It was my soul was sucked out of me. It hurt. And then I had to get on the Long Island Railroad for a sad ride back to New York. It's redemption time. I'm doing it again. I'm going with Brian T. City Ortega. We haven't seen him in a while, but I am going to play him as the underdog. I think he can get the takedowns, and from there, I think he can get a submission. Feel like I'm on an island with this one. I think a lot of people are going to be going with Yair, but Brian Ortega was like minus 175 before this, and we've seen him come back from long stretches away and shown an improved version of himself, and I think that's what happened here. So I'm going with T-City, Brian Ortega. Couple parlays, Naimov Zellhuber, Naimov Moreno. And then, I'm not going to let you go without a couple of picks on the old Bellator PFL Champion Series. Yoel Romero, money line. Who doesn't want to cash on 46-year-old Yoel Romero? We're probably going to see like 50 total punches thrown in this fight. This has a very real chance of being a staring contest, but I like Yoel Romero's chances in that one. And then in the main event, Bader, Fajeda, under 1.5. Fajeda, 7 of his last 10 under the 1.5. And Bader, not as good as numbers there, but he's got knockout power. And then if he doesn't stand and trade with Fajeda, I think he can dump to the ground and use some ground and pound to get the finish. I think that one's going to be really exciting. A little Bellator chalk parlay, Nemkov, Jackson, Eblen, and then a little crossover. I mean, we're just littered with action this weekend. McKee, that Torres dunk on under 2.5, and Shirez da Silva. Under 2.5, back-to-back weekends with a ton of action here.
So this is all great stuff, and I'm rooting for every single one of your picks, but we have to start monitoring what the one-loss record is of you betting against someone who comes on the show leading up to the fight.
Yeah, it's not great.
Because I feel like, again, it's Ortega and not Yair. I mean, it.
Oh, you're saying leading up to the fight?
Yeah. If someone comes on the show,
actual day of the picks.
No. Like, there's got to be a period where I feel like if we go against that guy, I think historically it doesn't work out great.
Yeah, I don't think it does either.
Why did you go so low now all of a sudden?
Just getting comfortable, man.
All right, fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought you were going to say because I'm actually like going directly against both Frank's pick
Yes.
and Juliana's pick in the parlay pal.
No, I mean you can't listen. You can't rely on that. You got to go with what you want to go with. But I just mean this happened recently. Who did it happen with? And we're like, oh, you went against our guy. Oh, Open. Yeah. There you go. Now is it maybe just a Wednesday guess? Like is Yair was 2 Mondays ago. I don't know, but
Right. Well, I do have Brandon Moreno in a parlay.
yeah, I guess. Yeah. So there you go.
I didn't know he was coming on the show. It's nothing personal. It's nothing against anyone.
No.
I have no vendettas against anyone.
I just wonder what that won loss.
I don't think the juice.
I actually think out of respect for the Parlay Boys,
I should have
Connor sent you the picks. You don't book those people that.
That's actually a great point by you, right?
To come on
I like
the
the
show.
way you're thinking.
I mean, have some respect for the Parlay Boys. We need it.
Fair enough. All right. Well, it's a very busy weekend coming up. We already have, if nothing changes, and surely 800 things will change between now and Monday, an amazing lineup to come on Monday with many more in store after what should be a very busy weekend. So let us call it a day. It's almost 6 o'clock. What's the longest we've gone in the new era?
Like a little bit into 6 o'clock.
We've hit 6. We've never hit 6:30.
I don't think we've ever hit 6:30. I feel like it hit 6, and then we were like, all right,
enough.
About time to wrap this.
Yeah,
up.
okay.
Yeah.
But a great Wednesday by everyone involved, and appreciate you guys very much. But Frank, it's time to go. By the way, this is a great addition. This is yours, GC, right?
Yeah, you can keep it though, man.
Potan loved it and asked me afterwards if I had it on here because of him. How humble is this guy?
I love it.
Why else would I have it here?
When I walked to go get him, like Plinio was like, "Oh, great shirt, man." He was like shocked to see that I had the
yes,
that I had the Easter Island hat on.
He also liked that it was right next to Izzy. By the way, what about that revelation that he wants to train with Izzy?
Yeah,
man, that was
no
good
more
shit.
fights. No more fights. Oh, it was fantastic.
So much goodness. And then can we just talk very quickly about clutch, right? Triple 20.
The 60 was clutch. The 60 was clutch. I was about to, he's breathing right down your neck.
He's literally right down my neck. Is there a case to be made that he didn't know the rules? Maybe.
Yes.
But I mean,
I don't know if that would change anything though.
Yeah.
He was throwing those darts with bad intentions. Like he was looking to hurt that dartboard the way he was throwing it.
Plinio almost as bad as Michael Rappaport.
Yeah, Plinio struggled with the darts. He said he's left-handed and then he threw right-handed. You think he thought you could only throw right-handed?
Listen, who am I to judge?
It was great theater when you guys were all standing in front of the board and like you could just see the outline of Pereira's head, trying to explain everything.
I'm just trying.
It was like Mystery Science Theater.
Listen, we're trying our best here. There's a lot at stake. I'm gonna walk out with him at 300. That's pretty much what we decided on.
Yeah, because you imagine like the most intimidating thing in the history of the UFC where he's doing the bow and arrow and like the scream and then you're just standing behind him in a plaid shirt.
Or no, it's me and
you'd have the full kit. You'd have
like
the full
Zug.
kit
Like Zug. And I'd be standing there bobbing my head.
Yeah, and then they'd be trying to hand stuff and you'd be acting like you were going to touch it.
Amazing. All right, let's go home. Frank, you can hear the music. Thank you very much to everyone. What a day. What a day. What a privilege. Wow, there's someone, I don't know what's going on our YouTube chat, but there's someone just gifting memberships galore. Are you guys seeing this?
That?
What is happening?
Someone's being nice.
Just going nuts?
I mean, they didn't say they were going to do it. They just started doing it.
Yo, shout out to A. Not me, but,
who, me?
Yeah, no, not me. Is this done? Is this done out of kindness, or is it someone trying to screw up the chat? Because
I think we should just, if you hear hooves, think horses, not zeros, right?
He has dropped like 200 plus. They're saying 200 memberships. Well, shout out. It's His Excellency. That's what some people.
I didn't think about that. Probably.
Wow, and how much is each membership?
$199 a month.
Oh. Well, we probably should up that, no? I'm just kidding.
Well, now that they've become such a...
I'm just kidding. Well, shout out to A. 99, Shaheen says $90 for 50. So he's given over 200. So what is that? $400?
$99 for 50 is still $2 a piece, right?
No, $200. No. If he's done $400.
Right.
Yes, $400 in the chat. Shout out to A. And shout out to everyone who joined us today. All the great guests. Josh Taylor, Jack Catterall, Brandon Royval, Johnny Eblen, Anthony Hernandez, Michael Chandler, Plinio, Alex Pereira. Shout out to you. Shout out to them. Back on Mondays. Peace, everybody.